the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights, a different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Rising up, breaking out, all along, got you in my heart. Burn it up, feel the rush, get ready. You could try to keep me down, but you're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart. Waking wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on that feeling. Get on that feeling. Get on that feeling.
bitter, sweet, fiery heat. Whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in a chateau in the mountains. I change it, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata. Eh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk anywhere, eyes them lock, pa me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, would I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
Hello, welcome to stage 2 of VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. I'm Frankie Ward, and with me on the desk, sounds like Meg and Inami. So excited to be in a gang with you ladies today. Meg, what's it like to be returning for stage 2? I remember when you were streaming VALORANT like almost day 1. Now you're going to Berlin, you're in VCT, you're here with us. I mean, you're flying high.
Who'd have thunk, huh? I mean, honestly, what a privilege and an honor to be back here for playoff stage 2. And on day 1, you know, we're getting things started and we're kicking off. And we're gonna kick it off with a bang.
We really are. And Inami, I mean, it's always an absolute joy to share a show with you. What are you most excited about as we go into stage 2?
Honestly, like, it will be super obvious, but I'm excited about EMEA team being back here since we lost Falcons. Now we have a new team, so I'm excited to see what they will be bringing to the competition.
So Inami is very cleverly teasing Twisted Mind Orchids, who are coming up later in the show. And I actually have an interview with Lean, who is a star duelist in the making. Cannot wait to see how they perform later today in our second matchup against KC. But let's talk about what we're playing for, how the format is working in the 2025 Game Changers season. Obviously, everyone wants to get towards the end of the year, but this is how we're doing things in Europe. We're halfway through the year, nearly halfway through the year. I can't do maths, ladies. That's why I work in video games, but still a lot to play for here, Inami.
Yeah, a lot to play in play, and what I like the most about the format this year is now we have 4 teams that keep going down to the contenders, and then 4 teams will be coming back. Maybe these teams will be coming back themselves, and it makes the competition even more fierce, and that's what ended up giving us in this stage 2 probably the strongest ever EMEA has ever been. So excited to see how the competition will be evolved through the year.
Yeah, and like Nami said, 4 contender teams in there in stage 2, and it's been an incredibly competitive sort of group stage, but every game has counted, and of course we have the champs points already from stage 1, but of course it means even more for stage 2 as there's even more points on the line.
That's definitely something they haven't changed from last year, because it's always one of the most exciting things. So we see the competition really start to solidify itself, and something I'm sure we'll be talking about today is the fact that stage 2 is looking more evenly and hotly contested than any stage before. We're really starting to see new names come to the fore. And Carmine Corp, they managed to break the curse in stage 1, Meg, and they finally picked themselves up a victory.
They had the most amazing run, and it was truly amazing watching them shine and of course take that crown and victory for stage 1. Maybe not so much the case for their performance so far in the group stages, but you never know. I mean, playoffs, a lot changes, and it's definitely all still to play for, and that number 1 spot is still definitely there for Carmine Corp if they can get it.
Yeah, and the way to get it, it will be going through Twisted Mind, because this time, surprisingly, after that like insane stage 1 that they had after getting the title, this time around it didn't work out the way they wanted it to be, so now they're on the edge of the knockout. So excited to see if they will be able to bring back the strong KC we saw in stage 1, or maybe Twisted Mind will get the best of it.
Well, this was an interesting thing. When I was looking at the group stage and seeing KC were not having the cleanest of runs, I then remembered, actually, this is a team that was rebuilt going into stage 1. They had a bit of a honeymoon period. There's almost like so much raw skill on there that there's a lot more development for these guys to do. So hopefully, as they're on boot camp now in Paris, we're going to see so much more from them. But that is our second matchup of the day, and we're going to be talking about our first in a bit. But before we do, just a little reminder, because some of you might be looking at the results online and going, hang on a second, why is SK playing today and Giant X are through already to the next stage? And that is because in a head-to-head, they both had even results, but in their own head-to-head matchup, best of 3 series, SK unfortunately did not come out on top. Giant X managed to win themselves that secure spot in the upper bracket. So that is why we're not seeing Giant X play today. Let's have a play of our own though. A play of our own with our own game. It's called Truth or Lie. You might remember this from previous Game Changers seasons. So we're bringing it back, guys. Are you ready to get competitive on the desk?
Oh yeah, I was already given some fighting talk when I found out we were playing a game, so it's gonna be a good one.
I didn't lose one of these for so long, so be careful.
Oh, that's the different vibe that you were giving Nami a second ago.
I told you, I'm giving you confidence.
False hope. Yeah, definitely.
I'm enjoying this. Well, Nami's a Game Changers veteran, so I am expecting big things from her, but also yourself, Meg. So let's get the first question up. And I need to not give away the answer because the first question is true or false. All teams have made roster changes in this stage. I think this is an easy
I know
question.
this. False. Right?
The
silence is making me second guess myself.
I'm trying to think of if there is a team that kept the entire roster.
Carmine Corp, no?
Oh, that's true. Thank you. False.
You guys are helping each other. This is already being too nice, ladies.
What makes the dream work, huh?
Let's get the answer up on screen. I have slightly different questions to this one. So, but we all knew that the answer had to be false because, as you've already mentioned, Casey didn't need to make any changes. Why would you break something that's working for you? So, our next question. Let's bring that up because we've just had all teams have made roster changes in the stage. You correctly guessed that was false. So you're 1-1 apiece. But again, stop being so nice to each other. I'm going to come to Meg for her answer first of all as we go into our next question. So hopefully we'll get that up on screen very soon. Otherwise, I'll just ask you a true or false question about my personal life. And everyone knows the answer. I'm like an open book. I have no mystery about me. It's very disappointing. True or false? The second most representing country. Oh, I can't read that fast, so let's bring it back. In this stage is France and the first is Turkey. Meg?
Do you know what? I'm going to say false. Yeah, that's my buzzer. I'm going to say false. I can definitely think of some French players. I'm thinking Nello. Pretty sure Nami. Yeah. Oh, I think it's going to be like 1 or 2 in it, but I'm going to go with false.
Nami?
I feel like it depends if we count Nami and Safia as French or not. I just say true for the sake of it, just because we need to split.
I think this is false. I genuinely don't have the answers, so I think this is false. Oh, it is true!
But give us back Nami and Safia. If you're counting them as French, give them back to Mena, please.
Should be French speaking, I guess. That could be. Could be.
There are so many. There is
future
Akita,
There are a lot of French speakers on the server, but they tend to be communicating in English because most of them are in international lineups. Okay, let's go with our third question if we've got it ready for us. We've got 5 questions, and you're both currently 2-2. We need to up the
I think Nami's in the lead, no?
I think I don't deserve the first point.
Oh, no, Nami, don't do yourself down. Right, you do get to answer this question first. In the last stage, Giant X finished 3rd in terms of points. Nami, what are you saying?
I'll say second, so false. I'm not sure though.
False. Meg?
I'm pretty sure we just saw the graphic. I think it was 4th. So I'm going to say false as well.
All right, we're both saying false.
No, they were second, weren't they? So, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, there you go. Finished second with 45 points. So false is correct. So you're both even Stevens. If we're
I believe that was the first time ever they get to the top 2, so we can't forget that.
Yeah, I definitely don't deserve that because I was fully there and I watched the thing and I was on the desk and I just gave my reasoning for the answer and I was wrong. Terrible.
A lot has happened since then. So we've got one. Have we got one more question, production, to decide who's won, or we're wrapping things up? We're going to wrap things up. We're calling that one a draw between you guys, evenly matched on the desk, because we have a matchup that we need to discuss whether it is even or not, because this is an all-important knockout game between Blackhand and SK Nebula. And I mean, if we look at the rosters here, you would have thought that actually SK are the favourites going into this one, Meg.
Yeah, well, they finished third place by a very small margin in stage 2 group stages. And it was a very, very close call between them and Giant X. But of course, we have seen them come up against Blackhand early in week 1. And they did come away with the 2-0 win. So you would assume that they would be the stronger team coming out from these two. But the good thing about Valorant is it's all to play for. And you never know what you're going to see on the server on the day.
Yeah, that's true. Because the good thing about Blackhand is that like this team has been evolving so much and improving so much through the last stage. And I'm not sure if this is their end form or we can expect even more from them. And this matchup will be so important for them to prove themselves.
I definitely think we're going to see more from them. The question is, are we going to see enough today? Jade is talking fire, as always, on the social media because she's played with so many different players in Game Changers. She says, you won't beat me. I can't do the Scottish accent. You won't beat me in Devils. They're split. Jade to her former teammates, and Scylla, obviously playing later Amber and Lato. Lato, obviously, is now her rival IGO as Lato stepped into that role. Do you think Jade is right to be confident, Inami?
I mean, they won the last one. It was pretty convincing wins, so she has all the right to brag and to like be that confident on the social. So I give her that.
Well, I did catch up with Jade earlier today. I'm so sorry to interrupt you,
right.
Meg, but I have to interrupt you because typically I probably went too long in this interview and we need to have time to play it. So here's what Jade said to me. Hello, Jade. It's so exciting to talk to you because I feel like long time no speak, and I feel like seeing you reaching the peak of your powers. You're doing phenomenally well, top 4 in stage 1. So how have you been preparing for stage 2?
Well, first, hi, yeah, long time, and thank you very much. I didn't know I was at the peak of my powers.
Well, you've got more to go. You haven't reached the ceiling, I should say. Otherwise, that would be very rude of me to say. You've got further to go.
Good. I almost forgot to get offended as well. Thank you for the clarification. So yeah, basically, yeah, we've been preparing now quite a while. It's been around 2 months or so with Lisa. New roster, you know, new higher goals to aim for, and yeah, now we're here on the boot camp. We're having a lot of fun, and yeah, very ready for the game.
So, what was the biggest priority that you wanted to work on to get ready for stage 2?
I think just focusing on our basics, honestly. Like, at the end of the day, you know, no matter what experience and whatever you have on the team, the most important thing is just going to be our basics. Okay? It's going to be our team play. It's going to be focusing on doing our things together, following our simple plans, and, you know, like, just, you know, it doesn't matter. Let's say they read us, okay? There are 3 people on the bomb site. If we're all 5 together, we're still 5v3. We're still going to win, you know? We don't need to we're focused on not overthinking, just doing our things and keeping it nice and easy, really.
I mean, you are someone who has got a great playbook. I know you're always working on what you want to do. Is there anything you need to do in terms of reading the enemy better this time around?
Honestly, I think my number one thing, if you're talking about me as a leader, I just need to stay calm, honestly. Yeah. Like, I know I'm here, I'm ready to do big things, but it's about just keeping it chill, focusing everything round by round, time by time, and keeping my team calm, most importantly. Like, you know, if I start going crazy on my voice and start like, okay, you know, like, how is my team supposed to focus? Tell me. It's impossible. So I just want to stay calm. I want to focus on my things, keep the hype, keep the energy stable, and we'll go from there.
So don't go peak Scottish?
Aye.
I'm just wondering, obviously, like, I love the Scottish accent, but if you're getting very excited, even with my British accent, sometimes people get confused because the more excited I get, the more rough I sound. Anyway, moving on, because I know I haven't got much more time with you. What kind of IGL do you think Lato is going to be? Because you used to be teammates together. She's now moved into that role as an IGL yourself. I'm just wondering what you think she's going to be like for her team.
I mean, she's a lot like me deep down. She's really passionate. I know she's really excited. She's going to be screaming. She's going to be doing all the things, getting her, as she says on Twitter, getting her kids, you know, in the right positions. And yeah, you know, it's always fun to play against people I used to know, because obviously they're going to feel like they know my tricks, and I have to constantly prove that no, you don't. You're not better than me, and that's going to be seen on the server again today.
Oh,
yeah.
I love that. I feel like that's the best way to end an interview. Thank you so much, Jade. Good luck.
Thank you.
I love talking to Jade, you can probably tell. And shortly after that interview, she tweeted that I trolled the interview and I didn't ask her any real questions. So thank you very much for Jade. Good luck today. But it's interesting to hear her talking about Lato, because obviously these players know each other so well. So Jade is going to have to keep this team guessing on the server. But Inami, she's definitely an IGL that can do that.
Yeah, and also I heard they're in the bootcamp, so that's a thing that's like an addition to this that can add a lot, especially for players that count a lot on their energy, and the entire team is a team that really needs that kind of energy. Being close together, being playing from the bootcamp together, spending time together, even creating content can help you like take that energy and take that positivity into the server. So I'm excited to see what they will be bringing and what kind of energy they'll be having today.
Well, they're going to be bringing it against Turkish Energy because we're seeing a fully Turkish lineup in Blackhand. Now, they made a switcheroo at the end of stage one. Hated the most, we're going to see her playing. So she's out of Blackhand and she's now into Twisted Mind Orchid. And we're seeing a full Turkish lineup, as I just mentioned, for Blackhand. And they have an incredible duelist in the shape of VALORANT. We're thinking she's about 17 years old, Meg, and she's certainly already making a name for herself.
Yeah, when I read the 2008 year that she was born, it made me feel very, very old. But of course, she is an incredible player and she's incredibly confident on that duelist role despite her age. Even going up against the likes of Giant X and Carmine Corp, she absolutely dominated on the Raze on split. She went 386 ACS against Carmine Corp. The stage one champs, who she also mentioned, she would like to take revenge for their loss against in stage one. So she definitely did that. Fully raised diffing Alkia. So, you know, I do think that VALORANT has put up an incredible performance for Blackhand, and I'm sure we will see that come out again today.
Yeah, she's been an insane player. As the L3 described her, she was very good, literally, because we've seen her putting in the numbers even when they weren't having the greatest results in some games. And we've seen her being that factor, that game changer in their game against Carmine Corp. And her stats speak for themselves because this player has been top 3 in every single stat. Even if they're not like on the very top of the leaderboard, she's still putting in the numbers.
I now am looking at her just going, okay, a G2 going to come for her next year just because I feel like G2 change their duelists every year and they go for these new discovered players. But that is a story that hasn't even happened yet. And also G2 have a fantastic duelist right now. Anyway, so I'm going to stop digressing and we'll just talk about the fact that VALORANT is going to be up against a very experienced player in the shape of Jolina, Meg. And I'm just wondering, have you got any thoughts on this potential, like this head-to-head that we're about to see?
I would definitely love to see sort of that duelist matchup, a Neon versus Neon, a Euro versus Euro, and I do think that we're going to get some incredibly dominant plays. I think the teams are definitely going to focus on setting Jolina and VALORANT up for those successful duels, and I do think it's very much going to kind of be a bit of diffing on the server. I think they're going to want to take each other on and kind of prove that I'm the better duelist and that I have more confidence. So I'm selfishly very happy to see that because I think we'll see some incredible plays today.
Well, let's take a look at what happened last time these two teams met each other. It was a confident performance for SK, a 2-0, and a very comfortable one at that, Inami.
Yeah, we spoke about Jolina, how this player has been super consistent in the server, but on the other hand, also VALORANT has been putting in good numbers. It was just not enough. And the win from SK was very, very convincing, especially with the VALORANT playing these like insane plays, these insane clutches every single time. And the scores are 13-7. So we can only like expect SK to be on the top a little coming into this match. But honestly, when I look at Blackhand historically coming into the stage 2, going down to the contenders and then coming back as strong as they are right now and going fully to the full Turkish server, I think that we can only expect improvement from this lineup. Will it be enough going against SK again, especially after the 2-0 tough loss? I'm not sure.
I do also quickly want to mention as well, because this was week 1 of stage 2, right? And I do want to talk about Lisa, because she put up an incredible first game on that Sova role as well. It was a belter of a performance on Pearl. And I do wonder, you know, did Lisa come in that with something to prove and maybe she settled a little bit more? Definitely not. We're still seeing her come alive. But potentially Lisa could come into this again. If we see Pearl come through, definitely on that Sova role and make incredible, incredible moves.
It is really interesting thinking about the Liza and Jolina. When I now look at this lineup that Jade has to play with, it almost feels like she's got the most firepower she's ever had. So I can't wait to see if she capitalizes on that today. We're going into the map veto though now. We're going to see if it's going to be different from the last time that these teams played each other. Because last time we were on Pearl and Ascent.
absolutely not shocked to see that Ascent leave, as we haven't seen Blackhand do great things on that typically Turkish map. And SK, I'm a little bit shocked here that they're banning Haven, because they have banned it a few times. However, they have also been incredibly good on Haven. So, but Pearl, I'm glad to see Pearl come through. Nami, what about you?
Yeah, this map has been a map that both teams have been strong in. They lost. Blackhand lost last time against SK in this map, but I think that it's been week 1, like you mentioned, so they had time to progress into it. And then the second map would be Lotus. It's a map also that both teams have played quite a lot, so we have a lot of reps on this map, so excited to see what both teams will be bringing. What saddens me though is that we have a full Turkish lineup that's banning Ascent, and that's just a big surprise for me every single time.
But I mean, they may be a full Turkish roster, but that Ascent is not great for them. But I do like
that level.
It's not, is it? I do like seeing Sunset come through though. If we do manage to make it to 3 maps, I do feel like we always see a good performance come in. I do question a little bit that Pearl, and if we'll see EMEA still play that Teho, or whether they're gonna kind of change it up, because they didn't win when they played against SK last time. The only time they played Pearl was against SK in week 1. So I wonder if we'll see some changes in the composition there from Blackhand.
Yeah, I'm expecting some changes when it comes to the Teho pick, especially since it's been nerfed. It's almost unplayable as it was before, so I'm excited to see a change on this map, because honestly they have nothing to lose at this point. It's been a while since they played this map, so better bring something new and try your luck.
Do you think this is, if they do go for the Tejo, it's just because they want to have kind of comfort picks in their corner mag? Because this is a do or die situation.
I do understand the comfortability coming into this. I don't think we're going to see any crazy changes. Maybe EMEA going on a different kind of initiator, potentially pulling in another flash agent. I do think it is knockout though, so they do have to pull something out the bag, considering the only time that they played Pearl in group stages was against SK, and they did take the win.
So you're thinking maybe swap that Tejo for a KO?
Yeah,
potentially.
I'm sorry. I think that maybe since they let this map go through, that maybe they have a surprise for us, because I would be surprised if they keep the map through and it's a map they lost pretty hard against SKN and they leave the same comp. I would be super surprised, and it wouldn't be what we expect from them, like a team that has been growing all this time. So hopefully we get something new from them.
We are going to head into a short film now while we wait for our first game of the Stage 2 playoffs to kick off, because it's well worth a watch if you haven't seen it. Later on today, we're going to be seeing KC fight for their tournament survival, despite the fact that they're Stage 1 champions. So let's hear more about their in-game leader, Jiex.
My name is Shura. My last name is Yildirim. I am 22 years old and I'm playing in Carmine Corp.
Potentiellement 2 kills, 3 kills peut-être. Oh mon Dieu, la reine!
Keep your dreams huge and make them happen. Kırıkkale is kinda cheap city. That's why I choose here, and it was close to my family city, so I can see them more than before. I just decided to follow my dreams, so I moved here and I'm living alone for my esports career because it was my dreams and I'm here to do it. I'm not that close to my family. I mean, with my mom, yes. My mother and sister, they're supporting me still, and it is giving me more confidence and happiness. Sometimes I want more soul in the apartment, you know, like one more breath. That's why I have my cat, and thanks to her that she's with me. But she's also silent as a cat. She's not even meow meow. My competitive start when I was child, I think. Me and my middle sister always was competing each other. My mother was always saying, if you finish the food, I will do something, you know? And then I start watching my uncle playing CS 1.5, and I was like trying to play with his PC, and I was playing good. I mean, it was against bots, but I was playing good, so it was giving me, you know, more space to learn some games and play on it. So I was, I think, 8 years old. I started playing Valorant when it came to beta. I was watching a streamer which is veto.
Robs kim ki? Ünlü biri mi?
He announced the stream that if we watch him, he will give us the Valorant. So I started watching him. I let my PC open at the night. I was waiting for the drop. There was a feeling about Valorant. They will take care of the female skin. So I was so excited to play this game. I started play when it came to beta. I was always watching the Beşiktaş. There was like a Jade roster. I think Petra showed me like what is the professionalism. I was watching them, and Petra was always like, oh my God, one day I will be her, you know? After when I was watching the Petra, I was thinking about being an esports player as a female. I was fan of Unlost, which is Fireflag's CEO, and when I was watching him and his team, there was like Valorant female matches with Fireflags. So I was like asking the streamer, like, bro, what is their ranks, you know? And he told me they're Immortal 1 and Immortal 2. And when I was studying in Sparta, I had good internet, so I can available to open stream. So I was like, okay, I will be Immortal 1 and I can get a team maybe. And then one day, one guy from Beşiktaş Trials came to me and he said, Jiex, I think you're playing Jade and we need Jade. We're gonna trial you if you want. And I said, what? And then they trialed me, they took me in the Beşiktaş as a duelist IGL, which is, it was my first experience in a professional arena, and with IGLing, it was a bit hard times, like 7 months, duelist IGL was, oh wait, oh my God, it was hard. Somehow chemistry wasn't here and we couldn't succeed, and they left us, and I was searching team like almost 1 year, I can say, and then I went to KPI. In KPI Shine, I was IGL. It was very good days because it was my first time talking English in the team, which is like very hard for me because I started watching a lot of movie, listening a lot of music with lyrics to learn more English. And I try to manage it, and I think I have a little bit more good English right now, and I'm talking with you. They told me that I think I'm working so hard, like so often. They told me like, you have a discipline to work, and that's why we are taking you in the team. I think we're gonna work with you very well, and yeah. I never stopped playing and never stopped thinking that I will be more professional.
When I was in KPI, we beat against Jade.
What do you think? No.
It was the highest level when I was in KPI. It was the first time that we were playing against high-level teams.
Easy, girl.
We have asked players to share a nice message to another player. And your message was specifically to Petra. You said, I will win against you one day.
Winning against her, it was the feeling, it was in my heart, you know, like the time was stopped, and I was like, I did it, you know, I did it. After KPI Shine, I went to Valiant. It was a time that I see myself and I see the potential that I can be the best IGL or best shooter IGL.
Well, here we go. They know the Jiex is up close. They should know at least, but never mind. The shots land, and Valiant find yet another round, 9-3.
Moins un, moins deux. Ça y est, ça y est, la Turquie.
To be an IGL, you need to sacrifice yourself in a lot of situations. It can be sometimes hard, but I like this because I'm a little bit emotional person in real life, and when I sacrifice myself and when I see it is working for someone, I'm being happy.
Jiex with the ace!
I mean, in game, I'm trying to help them as a motivation. Like also I'm giving the calls, of course, but for me the best option that I can do for them is don't let them down as a mentality.
We're gonna win today. Let's focus up. Let's go, guys. Let's win.
After VALORANT, there was no trials for me and there was no chance to get some trials. I was almost quitting from esports, but then I talked with my friend and they told me that there is a trial and they invited me in, and every day I was praying. Coach Dima, Smart 7, just moved to me on TeamSpeak. Like there was 10 players. He moved everyone one by one, and it was a decision day. I was waiting. Okay, I was waiting. My heart gonna be like boom. He moved me last one, and he said, "Jiex, it's your time. I'm gonna talk with you. You are in the team." But why are you saying to me with this tone, you know? I started crying, I was screaming, and he was like, "Okay, if you're not able to talk right now, we can talk after." But bro, I'm crying. I'm so happy to be here. It was one of the dreams, like, you know.
The next round. It wouldn't break it if it was just by itself.
Oh God, Jiex. It's getting chaotic. Glanton and Celia working together. Oh, it's gorgeous from Glantable. And it is Carmine Core walking away as the Stage 1 GC champions here.
Oh, paparazzi. Hello. How are you doing? Good, and you?
Why are you picking on
Some people are being like sexist always, like women cannot play the game, but no, like I think the women that playing right now is more than good a lot of boys, like, you know. It's time to the teams need to give the chance to women to try the team, I think. I want to really play with in the mixed teams, like, you know, and I don't know, like I think it should happen soon, and I really want to improve myself and be in there. Before 5 months, I cannot imagine I will join to Camino Corp even, you know. And now I'm here, I won, I am champion of Europe. I cannot imagine, I cannot believe that. It was a dream, you know. And yeah, just follow your dreams, really. Like, believe yourself, be confident, no matter what, you know, because it is your life. First is stage 2, win the stage 2, and then stage 3, and then go to LAN and win the LAN. It's a huge dream, but you know, like keep your dreams huge and make them happen.
This is my empire.
Keep your dreams huge. I love that phrase and that sentiment from GX Meg. I imagine you do too.
I absolutely adore her, and I did before that video, but now even more so. What an amazing piece to get to watch.
Yeah,
we'll
more
see
GC
GX
content.
doing a thing later. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Inami, because I know that Agent Select is here, so we're gonna jump into that because we do want to see it. We're gonna see KO head to head, or are we gonna see Blackhand stick with the Teo?
Suspense.
Inami, what you thinking? Here we go.
They stick with the Teo.
They're sticking with it. Hey.
I mean, we
It's
did mention
surprising, but not
comfortability, didn't we?
surprising.
Yeah, I just think that in a situation like this, like we only saw them play this composition once. Maybe they've put in the work, they've done some VOD reviewing, and they've taken the time away to really perfect where things went wrong. So they might come into this with a completely different sort of Blackhand to what we saw last time.
Yeah, and to be fair, a lot of positive points that came from SK and Abula were also the individual performances from players like Devilasa. So if they're able to find answers to all these things that happened before, to all like avoid all these clutch situations where the players were able to get the upper hand, maybe they'll have a chance this map.
I do have some reservations, if that's okay, which is just they chose Pearl. They're playing, I guess, what you would say is a non-meta comp right now. They lost this against SK before. It does raise some questions for me about maybe them facing some nerves right now, because if you are going to play comfort and comfort, and it's not necessarily against a team that's weak on Pearl, then I worry. I do worry. But this is only the first map in a 3-map series. And I do think we are ready to head into the game. So we're going to head over to Hazo and Kairos to kick off Game Changers Stage 2.
Thanks, guys. Look, can't wait to dive into playoffs here, as we are going to be bookending the stage for one of these teams, as both of them began their Stage 2 campaigns against one another, and now in the single elim shot at moving on in playoffs, one of them will fall.
Yeah, Hazza, and looking at this matchup, I mean, we look at Blackhand versus SK Nebula. They've faced each other 3 times, once in kickoff, once in split 1, and now once in split 2. They're going to get the 4th time here, but they've never been able to win a series. This is going to be a really tough task, especially on a map where SK Nebula were able to beat you 13-7. This is exactly the both comps that were played last time out, and I really worry for Blackhand moving into this map.
The statistic on screen supports what you're saying as well, Cairo. I think seeing Teho post-change is definitely a shock to the system, but if it works, it works. And in the playoffs, with this one best of 3 in front of them and a chance at double elim, then who knows what could happen. SK, the ones that will be starting out on the attack this time. Blackhand beginning their defense of the B site, as it's just orb control right now, which SK are looking for.
Last time SK played the pistol round on the attack on Peril, it was just a direct A split. Right now, it looks like it could be a direct B split as they head in, and there's only one player here.
Jade is quite far ahead of the play here, as the dash from Jolina takes her up top. Devilassa finding one through the alleyway, and now Proxima is left all alone back halls. 2 kills on the board for SK. A comfortable post plant set up, but the spike's still yet to go in. And well, Blackhand trying to interrupt this a little bit. It works out for them. Venz and Berry combining through spawn side. Still locked out. Only Lateu now standing, as Berry will hit the deck next. A 3 versus 1 for the captain to try and surmount to impossible. Jolina has her 3rd, that's the pistol on the board.
Yeah, it's literally the exact opposite of how SK played their pistol the last time that they played Pearl against Blackhand. I don't know if that's some anti, just some simple stuff. Hey, we split A last time, let's split B. Something that we'll notice throughout this map as well is that the Astra and the KJ will be playing like another layer right in these post plants. Being late, the KJ first in here to support, and then the Astra later on. So that's one thing to keep note of as we move through this map.
Absolutely. I mean, SK in this position as well will, already feel hard done by, that they have to play an extra game, of course. They missed out on 2nd in groups with that loss to Jiex in the final week of the group stages. There'll be a rematch on the line if they can win this one, of course, as they join G2 already in that next stage of the playoff bracket. Smoke going up here on the Blackhand side. Quite a number of players stacking B. Jolina flies into the action, but gets traded out. It's a comfortable anti-eco.
Yeah, Jolina playing the human flash. Last in is going to be Venz. I think it's right to talk about the stakes, right, of SK and how they view the roster of this project. Did pretty well when we look at last stage, got 4th, did a decent playoffs run this time round. Feeling probably a bit hard done by, as you said, by the 2nd place. But conversely, we look at Blackhand, right? Contenders 3rd to 4th to get back into split 2, finished 7th in split 1. So the first playoffs appearance in the Game Changers split this year. And they'll be looking to at least show something here in this match.
In terms of how it's kicked off, SK, the ones in front for now. The first 2 rounds, a formality beyond that pistol. And so, with an investment, Blackhand do retaliate. Cypher set up towards A. So trap in R. Another one was just momentarily recollected and replaced, as SK are beginning their default by creating havoc on B long yet again. Jolina through the Nebula finds a kill down the length of long. And that's onto Proxima as well, so no vision denial available for the defenders. As you can see, Lateo start to move over here in support, and Venz is there as well.
And this is exactly what we spoke about last time, right? How SK have shown their pack towards the B side, and Blackhand know after the last time that they played it, that this is where the majority of forces are. But with that being said, SK know that they can play with this, and they're starting to move over towards the other side of the map. And with Blackhand being so committed, they're only going to have information for that A side.
Yeah, Devilassa just staggering her run through main a little bit, knows that if they do choose to split this, she's the weaker end of the push, has to hold up her end of the bargain, and I think that's the expectation here, because it's an open A site. Sure, Blackhand get a bit of a heads up, but Berry's TP has expired to help ease that rotation. And they're going to be playing retake again. Plenty of tools, both initiators with full utility belts, but SK have converted from this position every time so far, and they've still got a couple of those post-plant spike denial tools themselves.
Exactly. I just want to note, Hazza, the extra layering that SK can actually go for here. You can see just by how the players are set up in towards that easily one player could go for a flank, but with losing a player on the entry for Blackhand, this could get a bit worried. Easily traded out by Jade, but Blackhand aren't getting working on this spike, and time is ticking away. That's going to add more value to the util that's left, but it isn't utility that SK needs. It's just the rifles as they look to close this one out and convert the bonus.
Yeah, it's such a strong post-plant as well. Not only is it the utility that we were referring, the nebula, or sorry, the star that you see placed on the spike that would have been used for a grav well, the nanos, there were shocks coming in. Then it's the lanes which they control. It's a split execution towards A. They had art. This is something which Blackhand should expect in a position where they're playing full retake, especially when that trap gets hit early as well. So now into another round where they're short-handed, and just to reiterate, this is their map pick.
Exactly, that's the big thing to know. And this is another thing, like there's nothing really deviating away from the last time that these two played Peril in terms of how the map played out, where the players were taking position. They're going to try and brawl their way on the site here. Blackhand make it a little bit messy. SK doing decent for the time being, but it's getting spicy. Trade's going either way. And this isn't where SK want to be at all. Spike on the ground, worried about where this last player could be. Still plenty of time to work with though.
Proxima would love an upgrade in this position. Just walking out from Flowers, and Devilassa has the angle held. So it's easy enough in the end for SK to convert the 2 versus 1, but there was a whole lot of dust kicked up inside the site. And I'm pretty sure Jolina had come down to her melee at one point there as well, looking to try and find a kill after the first set of blades missed.
Yeah, that was a bit crazy. And I like this though, right? From Blackhand, they try and be a little bit brawly. You know that when it comes to being on Thrifties, being closer range, you've got better chance of doing damage, right? Especially on the Sheriff. You can actually hit that 150 rather than getting the 145 tax. And Blackhand take the first time out. And right now, it's totally understandable.
I'm liking the really quizzical game show music we've got for the timeouts this stage as well. But there's plenty to think about for Blackhand here. And on the surface, the Des discussed it at the start, this is an interesting one. It's only the second time we've seen them play Pearl. They've picked into it again. And once more, it is SK Nebula that they're facing up against. This defender side is where things need to look good for them early on, Cairo, because you're coming in with the expectation this is the side you play. When they moved over to the attack, they only had 2 rounds from 8 in what we saw played as SK closed that one out. You want to know what kind of improvements has been made, and with Nofer now saying his piece in the coach slot, let's see what it is exactly they're going to bring with the rifles here.
Mid default, one player to hold down either lane, the extremities, but SK being pacey. In fact, it's just Jade all alone. And, well, Blackhand at the minute are
buying this hook, line and sinker.
And it's a huge play to make for Jade as well, because how many times have we seen Blackhand be so reactive and call a fast rotation? Berry's TP's towards the A side of the map as well, so she's late to the party as the exit comes in on B.
And it is a little bit of stall coming through from a grab well of the Astra, but as the players do come out, Proxima is the one to get the first pick. A little stall out, Spike still not committed, but SK need to be careful about the positioning on the map.
And so does Purity, because this is a very committed position. There is no cover when that Nebula goes down.
The Nebula is going to drop. A ping out from the drone is actually what sinks her. And Jade, oh, hello, into the back line she goes. Nobody to even contact. Oh, Mamiya caught out. Now you look at the Sova, all alone in towards Secret, and knows that the CT space is in the SK's hands, or at least it was. The timing's insane. They know exactly where they have to clear out, waiting for the wide swing. Wait, they're not even clearing it, hello? Finally they do, and Spike will go down.
So many micro details that have made all the difference here, but SK are in post yet again. They have converted all 4 so far. Blackhand down in numbers, but the health pool on Jade isn't the best. She does start to explore, and that could be the dagger in the back of Proxima that finishes this round.
Player standing.
Yeah, exactly the case now. Berry and Main gets first contact here, wants to try and actually fight this. Perhaps even the rifle would have been a better decision considering how many bodies are there for SK, and they will find 5. There is no answer whatsoever from Blackhand, and the best round that we've actually seen from the defense was a thrifty round.
Yeah, the closest at the very least. That was so unfortunate there. Jade put down to 10 HP. That's the difference that is made in buying a Phantom rather than a Vandal. Small things like that, able to call the rest of her team over to an unguarded A site. Again, walking in with the door wide open, SK. As you've seen them been able to manipulate these rotations a little bit as well. The pre-game plan was good. Here it's just set utility. Berry forced to bail. Some strong ults up for Blackhand, but the weapons are just not there.
Not at all. Getting ultimates online, I mean, imagine that dimensional drift from Berry will be one to be used on a rifle retake, or even a round that's just a bit more closer. And I like this from SK, I like this from Jade, calling to play with the timings, play with the pacing of the round, and letting the lurkers who are controlling other sides of the map, like the Astra, start to play around.
It's such a quality reveal onto Lateo there as well, and that's the second layer. Devalasa through art finds yet another shot, which lands onto Blackhand. Vens to make her reprisal on the A site. This round stationed over on B. That's where Purity starts to close the net, as SK will have made it 6 rounds unanswered so far at the start of Pearl Cairo. Again, not their selection, but certainly making it look so right now.
And I think the other aspect to this is SK aren't doing anything crazy. I'm not seeing them go for triple like fakes and blah 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 blah, all this stuff. It is quite simple Valorant, and they're doing it to a high regard. And at the moment, Blackhand can't live with it. I don't know if it's because they're trying to play into this tail comp or whatever, like they're trying to play into the delay, but I'm just not seeing the game plan from the defense so far.
And that final sentence is most poignant for me, because Blackhand, at the moment, you can talk as much as you like about the agents that they've brought in here, but it's how those puzzle pieces fit together. There's a real lack of synergy. That's the standout point for me, at least.
Yeah,
Starting to reclaim some A main space. Quick TP over from Berry. A good setup here from Blackhand to start off the next gun round. But SK will bide their time. You don't expect them to make any lax decisions here.
No, you don't. And with this default and the fact that SK every single attack round have been so explorative, I'm liking this, right? They are making sure to find out exactly where they need to see exactly what they need to find in terms of this defensive setup.
Now the Nebula start to congregate over on B. 3 players down long, one of them Jolina, set up by both initiators, now starting to make the entry towards the site as it's cut off by the Cosmic Divide. Reveal does go in on Jolina and she's finally stripped away from the rest. Ults being thrown at this on the Blackhand side.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Apologies for the slight technical issue, but while that has happened, Blackhand have registered their first round in this map, Cairo. And while it did come at the expense of, you know, an ult, I have to say, it felt like a worthwhile investment.
Of course, and you know what? The other aspect to that is there's more ultimates coming online, and good ones on top of that, and stuff that you can work together, right? You're looking at the Hunter's Fury combined with a Dimensional Drift. On top of that, you've also got the Cosmic Divide, which is great for retaking. So maybe this is just what Blackhand needs, right? Just a little bit of momentum to actually push those forward, a jump start perhaps. As for SK Nebula, still got that lockdown. Jade's already building building up towards the null command as well. That's the other thing you've got to worry about. So there's going to be a little bit of countering amongst both of the two teams, but I still worry that when we get into the actual round, that right now SK Nebula, they are the queens of the mid round in this game, and Blackhand haven't really been able to match their pacing.
For sure, and that comes back to Jade as well, and the conversations that were being had on the analyst desk before. I like that soundbite from Frankie. You know, is this the most firepower that Jade has ever had? I think it's a really valid question to raise, especially with Lisa coming into the side as well. I did want to speak about her a little bit, as both of these teams have made a single player change. For Blackhand, that's going full Turkish, and for SK Nebula, it's maybe just, a slight upgrade, I think. Lisa's always been such a technically, capable player, and you sort of see that reflected as well through the flexibility of the role that she's on right now. Her previous two teams, she was Duelist and Sentinel respectively, so moving back onto an Initiator, familiar in teams gone by, sure, but still looking incredibly efficient.
Yeah,
and maybe that's all they need to just move up to being a more consistent top 4 team, especially at this point in time, when you've got KC playing a little later on. Their campaign may end, in the next 24 hours.
And I like that you pick up on that, right? Because when we look at the established order of game changers, right, we always assumed that it would be G2 and Giant X, right? And +1, which was typically Falcons the past couple of years. But obviously with them switching regions as an organization, we've lost a couple of superstars to them. Listen, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm a little upset. That's all I'm going to say. We want them back. But the point being...
Mate, I've got my Instalock top on, so I'm there with you, bro. We've witnessed the pain firsthand. But
you get what I'm saying, though. But like to bring it home to the point that I'm trying to make is that there was a kind of open chance at re-establishing this top order. I never would have thought it would mean that G2 would fall to the wayside in that stage 1. And you know what? I'm very happy that it's SK Nebula who have also stepped up to that plate. And now, rather than having a top 3, we arguably do have that top 4. KC, obviously, they need to impress a bit more, just because that they've had a poor regular season. Playoffs is when it matters, so maybe they'll be able to make good on that promise of being the top team for this year. But it's nice to see that we've got a little bit of power up and down, I don't know, variance I guess across other teams. Like the fact that G2 are now coming back, Alkia looks like a great pickup. Everything looks good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also nice to see that, G2 finding winning ways in a sense. Yeah. It's strange. They are, far and above the most consistent team that we've had in the region over stage to stage. Ultimately now it's only Mimi left from what we knew to be G2 before. Speaking to her even, she sort of has her favorites in terms of rivalries that we've seen over the years. The question is, who is that next team to step up and really take the mantle? Because it felt like it was going to be KC. That has been somewhat thrown into question with this sort of sophomore year in the group stage, I suppose. I say year, stage even, right? But it's an ongoing process for sure.
Yeah, and where does it go next for Game Changers like this? I think that's the thing that I'm most excited about, is where does it go, right? Where do we end up? A lot of nice storylines. G2, we've also got to comment on the fact that new coach coming in, Drew Spark, we finally rescued him from the NE exodus that he may have had. I see exodus, right? You won a Masters event for God's sake, but you know that there's some real there's some real quality that G2 are actually bringing in, and I think that's the other aspect to it, right? We spoke about aspirations for each team. For instance, SK Nebula, they want to be in the top 4. For Blackhand, they want to be regular in the playoffs. But for to talk about the region as a whole, for G2 Gozen, it's not just playoffs that they're looking to try and get. It's Game Changers champs, and to actually win the goddamn thing.
Of course. GC Champs is the golden thread which ties all of this together. You can even think back between the players inside the server how Vens, attending GCC in 2023, denied Jolina her first appearance. From Jiex now to SK as the duelist. She will lead the charge for them as Pearl resumes. There's a brawl about to go down on the other side of this smoke. Playing anti, they're set up for the engage from the Yoru, but still Berry has her way with things. Double kill, still committed. Finally TP's out, and when the dust settles, it's Blackhand with a player advantage.
I love it as well, because you know that there's going to be a lockdown potentially to come into play. And you know what? The ante is, let's go and fight A main. Although, for the time being, Blackhand have given everything up. A wide berth given to the A site, and that should allow SK to go and get this plant down.
You know what, I don't hate this from Blackhand. They're going to have the numbers playing back into the situation, but this is where SK tend to thrive. This is Berry's round, though. 3 players already knocked down, and the last one standing is Jade. Single flash and a knife. So many times we've seen her from these positions be able to create something out of nothing, the Scot. Gets the confirmation on those first 2 players outside, still knows that there's one which she'll need to remove. That's Wen's head taken clean off. The flash chucked in for good measure. Jade still operating from the pit. Second kill for Jade! She's found all 3! It's a Red Bull clutch from the captain. You could have seen it coming from a mile away, but still, it blows your mind every goddamn time.
I can't believe I'm lost for words. It has it. There's no way that Jade should have been allowed that clutch. Fair enough, the first one, that's forgivable. The second is egregious. They're even leaving the fact that like the planter commits to defusing and the Euro's disconnected. That's gonna take the wind out your sails for Blackhand.
Jade just firing SK up to a 7th like a cannonball straight through the sails, as you said. Blackhand in troubled waters right now on Pearl. The second round looked likely. It was going to come through Berry. She does start this one off by finding the pickup in Art, but Jade is right up on her feet again. Devilasser in support, long-time teammate, able to set the ship straight, and Jolina adds the next. Lateo detached from the rest. SK all over Blackhand right now. And they've got their pick of the spike sites as well from this position with a minute left.
And I love it. You put a magnifying glass on one section of the map with a quick pace after a clutch in their last round. Blackhand don't get a chance to breathe. And now, moving into the next, you take a pause after. You let Blackhand make the mistakes, and they have been proactive, don't get me wrong, but with those steps being heard, this is going to be an easy plant on A.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. It's like you're giving it straight to Jade every single time. The information, the audibles, Purity hanging around in the sewers, happy to roll her sleeves up and do the dirty work here. Because Blackhand are so restricted towards spawn so long as this ult is in play and the timing taken. Jewel about to go down in secret. Jade here again, feet planted. Can she find another? No. It's Wen's at the double, and with the hat off her head, that's the information. The timing on Blackhand's side still not accounting for Purity just yet. Finally, they're starting to think about it. Proxima with a big 1v1 as the diffuser's coming in. That's the backdrop to this. Cosmic Divide in play, but the diffuser's been denied. Devilasser needs both. Only gets one, and there's just enough time for Blackhands to find their second. It was cut incredibly fine though, so minimal returns. They are on the board.
Yeah, I mean, interesting round all in. A big investment for SK when you look at the null command that was coming through, as well as the lockdown. I mean, there was a decent investment back in from Blackhand, but those are the ones who come out on top. The defense, and finally they managed to get another round. Unlucky for SK that the Cosmic Divide ends up upsetting it. There's a few 1v1s like Purity in the backlines, like Jade and the secret hold as well that kind of collapsed there. That I do worry about ever so slightly. Back to this 3-1-1 position that SK keep playing on their defaults.
SK just reverting to what was working for them in the early stages of this half as well, the B long control. Blackhand happy to forfeit it. We've not seen Berry with the operator at all so far, any kind of sniper in fact. The economy's just not allowed it, and this retract on the smoke. The little fake recall, really nice to engage some aggression towards B, and as Jade is the spike carrier, she has to forfeit both flashes. SK freezing with less time than they had and less map control on this following round.
I mean, you say that, but look at the space through mid that they've been given. The fact that SK find themselves in these spots and Blackhand have to rotate round the long way, a dimensional drift to go and clear out space. Blackhand are having to use tools that they'll need for this retake.
Yeah, but at the very least, Berry is going to be in play with the backside control set up for Blackhand. This is their game plan. Deep sight holds, and they have players in position, but Purity has the flank around. That's the first of the players that she's going to pick up. Best's Proxima this time. Spike needing to go in, and Jade comes off it. There was another ult thrown into the mix. The Hunter's Fury cut short, and so is the execution. Shot down where they stand. Berry in the mix yet again, as Blackhand do get back-to-back rounds.
I love that you pick up it in the action there, Hazza. This is the game plan, and this is us finally seeing it from Blackhand. Denial of the Hunter's Fury is big from Purity, but as for the sight hold and the spike plant, it's really messy from SK, and they're in a position now where we could end up in a 7-5 half, when realistically they should have a much bigger advantage moving into the next one.
Going to see it reflected through the purchase as well. SK put down onto their last legs in terms of money. Jade on the Guardian, that's the concession. And you can see exactly how they're trying to feel out areas of the map, expecting proactivity on A. As we know with hindsight, there is a Cypher setup there and no intention to aggress. Lateo in the meantime does remove the turret from mid, so again, SK will just respond, reply by taking some of that control back for themselves.
You can see the line created by the Astral Stars as well for where SK like to try and go, that you can create a line to try and hold. As SK poke and prod and look for a reaction, Blackhand are not really giving it at the moment.
Yeah, Berry did clear out B long early rounds. There is no vision denial, no blocker. Straight up the guts and to the A site through middle. Late play coming in from Lisa in main. But again, you've got to focus on those players entrenched at the back of this site hold right now for Blackhand. SK Nebula calling a late pivot. A quick drop of the shoulder, and it looks like they've sold all 5 players in the wrong direction. The closest one to this is going to be Proxima. But finally, that penny will drop with 15 seconds left to go, as the spike is still not on the ground just yet.
It's not, but it will be very shortly. A spicy end to the round as all 10 players are still up and available. And you look at the retake utility, Blackhand had already expended a lot of that. And that's a big entry from Vens.
An expected one as well. SK again flanking it the first time. Do they expect the second? Lisa was that final player removed from the A execute, but she needs to get a move on. The push is coming in and Jolina can only do so much. 2 kills, maybe over-delivering. Purity's found another, and this should just tee up Lisa now. The smoke on the site does make things a little difficult. Flash in from the duelist to try and make it happen. But it's Purity with a huge hat-trick from the halls that has put SK Nebula onto 8 before the end of the half.
Yeah, and now you look at the buy as well for Blackhand. They're having to force into Sheriffs of all things, right, in this last round, which is a disaster. And you can see exactly how effective the fake was on the re-entry for Blackhand, because the fact that they tried to hold the site, Blackhand, they expended utility that they really needed to go and do that second retake where the spike actually went down.
Very down B long. Recall of the star. The line opens up, but she only finds one. And with her being smokes, such a highly touted talent coming in, as you say, the smokes are gone. And so is your star player, who is here to hold the site. There's only a couple, but between Mimir and Proxima, they have at least found the first of those kills. And brought it down to a 3-on-3 as the rotation's being made.
very true, but you're going to have to hold every sort of line of sight because the smokes have went down. This looks good for Blackhand.
Amir still with one last salvo left. Players queued up in the back B halls for SK. One of them, Jade, walking into trouble. Her crosshair, that's what it comes in the form of. A 9-3 half is a statement from SK. Doing better than they did last time on the attack side when they faced Blackhand right at the beginning of the stage. It doesn't look like we've seen the improvements made by the Turkish side so far, Cairo.
No, it's certainly not. It was a 7-5 half last time, 9-3 this time. Can we see Blackhand come through in the next half?
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break.
So SK skyrocketing themselves into this second half with a 9-3 scoreline. We wanted benchmarks from this team coming in as the third seed. They narrowly missed out on a playoffs bye in the first round. They were bested by both Jiex and G2, who they fell to in the group stages. But we're certainly seeing a gap between them and the bottom of the qualified teams to make it through Blackhand right now. Cairo, on their own map pick, what's it going to take to turn things around?
A lot is my answer, Hazza. We've got to see big improvements after that little gap from the regular season, right? Remember, Blackhand were only able to win 2 attacking rounds. I can tell you this right now, 2 attacking rounds is not enough to close the gap between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from that group stage, definitely a lot of promise there. It's, SK making things up as they go along. I am, at least. Bit of aggression on B long. Plenty of damage on these players. That Sheriff could be deadly from Jolina. And it's certainly left its mark. It's Jade which they head into. But look at the health bars, Cairo.
Yeah, that's the worrying aspect here. Flash goes out. It creates a little bit of disconnect, but there's so many bodies here. That should be impossible for Jade. And should be the key word here.
I mean, already cut them down to size. Tehu's on 45 HP, but surely not.
Oh, it looks likely. Once again, another Jade clutch. You know she's good for it and knows exactly where the Euro was. Unfortunately, misses out. Can't quite connect, but a monumentous effort.
Yeah, it was a very, very nice try from Jade. Up to 14 kills in the server now. 11 assists behind it as well for the IGL. Proving that she can do both. Frag and support the rest of her team. I like this push from SK at the start, but once those first couple fights don't go their way, it does feel a little bit disjointed. I'll be interested to see what further ideas they bring to the table. The biggest takeaway for Blackhand is, though, they are on the board for their attack side. They've won the pistol where they failed to last time.
Exactly. I mean, last time it was a complete blowout on Peril in terms of pistol rounds. SK winning every single one. Feeling pressure. Oh no. Towards the A side, and Jolina takes a big timing on Vens.
Yeah, the silver lining, if you want to go down that route, is that was the ghost, right? Vens has the ability to go ahead and lurk there. Now, Leteo didn't need to break the turret as it was already deactivated, but SK will find out in tow that this is a B site play. Into post. The defenders do have the numbers coming into this retake, and they're going to send 4 of them through the club from long.
Party on B long, it seems to be, is all 4 come out and win the fight. Jiex, oh no, 2 players to the good. Blackhand, after showing us some brilliance, is this going to fall away? The Velasquez are coming out of lane, will give a little bit of breathing space for this post plan, but can they finally convert? It looks like it will be the case, and it's that player once again, Berry, lighting up when needed and giving a lifeline to Blackhand.
The leader for ACS in the group stage, making sure that that stat line doesn't dip in playoffs. I love this from SK. They're grouped up, and I mean, the Blackhand players are walking over asking Jade to sign their jerseys, for goodness sake. Like, you know, it's a meet and greet on B-Long, showing exactly why fundamentals are so important in rounds like this, but the individual talents of Berry were enough to offset things. Question will be, after this tech pause, which hopefully won't be too long, are they going to give us a bonus round, perhaps? Something a little bit more to go off?
You would hope so, when you look at the buy between these two, you know, the couple of light shields on SK Nebula. I mean, maybe if we saw an outlaw as perhaps something to work with. We know a few teams have been playing with that idea, but as a bonus round, you want to give yourself enough money for the next. As for right now, though, Blackhand, what I'm noticing, and it's what you talked about, fundamentals, right? How SK all played together, it looked good, they were brawling as a team. But Blackhand feel as if they have this little bit of slack amongst the pack, right? They not trading off one another, allowing players to get into clutch positions like we saw in Jade on the pistol round, like we saw nearly in that last round and had to depend upon Berry. And like when we talk about win conditions and how to play the map and like prime time Valorant, whatever, I think like for me, Blackhand, they just do not look like the complete product just yet.
Sure. And I think that conversation about Berry is important as well. When is she getting active in the round and how are they setting her up? On attack, it's a little more cut and dry. You're usually, well, I guess as the Yoru, you would be expected at times to play towards those extremities and be looking for TPs. But my point still stands. From the defense, it felt like there were ideas built around her, but not quite supporting her to the extent that you would perhaps expect for a player of her quality. Someone who, you know, only just debuted in a main event at the end of last year as a stand-in for BBL Queens, played 1 official, but has gone from strength to strength, from contenders now to playoffs, and leading the charge through art again. There is Killjoy utility here, an alarm bot, a nano, which is going to buy some time for SK.
Yeah. The other thing to know is the last time that these two played on Peril, Berry was actually 4-1 on entries, which is pretty good going considering you ended up losing the map 13-7, right? So obviously doing their job.
I would also counter a little bit as well that 4-1 is kind of light for a duelist, you know? Only 5 first engagements taken in total. Definitely things have changed since then in terms of how she's looking to get active.
Very true. This is looking like a fake towards the A site, but is there enough utility to try and fake this out with only a Sova, another gun, right? I mean, it seems to be the case as there's bodies being pulled over, but it has cost Blackhand a body. At least they get one back, though. It creates a topsy-turvy round as a spike goes down about 30 seconds, and Jolina's here.
Perfect position to try and deny things.
Spike planted.
Plant is right on the corner, so Blackhand are in a position to play post. Mimir has held on to at least one of those salvos. Proxima has a star as well to place. And you have late positioning from Lateo through mid. So Blackhand are in the perfect position to convert here. Sure, they don't have the guns, but the more time they buy, the better.
That's the big aspect to it, and you've got still one salvo. Jade's just hit an absolute wonder shot onto Berry. That's a big component gone. Lateo looking to activate, but is it too little, too late? It certainly doesn't look to be the case. And the players now of SK have 2 fronts to fight on. The spike's being diffused. It needs to be committed to as SK get completely gunned down by the captain. And that's an ace.
Brilliant from Lateo. just propping up the rest of Blackhand on that round. Such an intelligent timing taken as well. You see both ends of it. It was nice re-aggression towards Art to just confirm. Jade lobbing a flash over the top to support Purity, but into the retake, Blackhand was so well set up. It felt like one of those positions that were almost impossible to lose. I'm liking this duel between the two IGLs right now and how they're trying to, you know, fake, take map control. You have to remember that Leteu was a former teammate of Jade on Ascend Rising a couple of years ago. And from her time second calling under HTM, who we're going to see a little later on Twisted Minds, you know, who she said was a top 3 IGL regionally. Improvements have been made, but what can she do in this 5v5 on B?
This is not as clear-cut as you would think, just because of the bodies that were there. It starts to look a little bit more clear-cut though, Hazza, as Blackhand have completely routed out the SK resistance. And fairly well played all in. But I like you picking up on the old Ascend connections. Feels as if like it's been an age since we were in that Ascend, like, guild, G2 era of Valorant and Game Changers.
Absolutely, and well, Jade here is going to give it her best efforts in the 1v3, but work cut out. Leteu has the upper hand between the two of them so far, not just in the fight, but in how the round was played as well. I was about to say, I don't think we ever really saw the Ascend era, if we're being brutally honest.
Yeah, true.
It felt like there was so much promise on every single player they had there. Amy, the best example, I believe, for the time that she spent with the team. Of course, picked up by G2 eventually. But sidebars aside, kept where they should be, it's a timeout for SK Nebula, Cairo, and a much needed one, because you're looking at a gap of just 2 rounds now. Not only have Blackhand won every single round so far, they've doubled their attack-sided round count from the last time they played. So if there was any area they would have focused on coming into this second edition of Pearl, I think the answer's right on your screen.
And I think as well, coming out of the defense round, the defense half, you're thinking, hey, Blackhand, like, what have we been working on here? It looks disconnected. It looks as if they're maybe feeling the pressure of the playoffs. And you know what? It's nice to see that there has been improvements. And SK feel as if they're not desperate, and I think that's a very cruel word to use and maybe a bit of an over-exaggeration, but in some of these rounds, the way they're trying to create a chaos to try and thrive in, it's just not working for them. So the game plan maybe needs to be switched up. We're seeing Jolina's op for the first time, and there's 2 ultimates to retake with if it's really needed as well.
And Jolina's op, the crux of the control for SK. Spotted out by the drone. It's a fake out which he will fire into on B long. Berry still wanting to challenge this and supported with utility. Why not go ahead? That's Jolina taken out. And I think Blackhand can smell blood in the water here. They were just sizing up the B site, thinking maybe a re-hit was a good idea. Instead, they begin to re-explore elsewhere.
Yeah, that's exactly the case, because making that incision that Blackhand have, getting rid of Jolina, a big, massive component of control, as you were already saying. So SK maybe starting to wonder about how this setup looks. 3 players towards the A site, which could actually be enough to hold if it's needed.
Jade was saying in the interview, we can win a 5 versus 3. How's your 3v5 look? Berry has already transmitted herself all the way through to spawn. Jade has cut her out from secret. Now it's a 4 versus 3. It's starting to get more favorable for SK, but Venza the double means only Devilassa is here. 20 seconds or less, the spike will go into the site. Plant down, still SK short-handed into the retake.
Yeah, but only by 1 body. That's the other aspect to it. Like, this is still doable.
And Leteu disjointed, playing from default, needs support, and it comes in the form of Venz, looking for more kills on this round! But Lisa and Devilassa have done it all themselves. Double digits between the duo, and SK back to winning ways.
has a, and it comes back to this conversation earlier about Blackhand not looking like a finished product just yet. The fact you're in a 3 versus 2, you're delaying well, you're doing everything that needs to be done, you know exactly where the players are, and still a little bit of individuality ends up winning you that round.
Yeah, I completely agree. Blackhand feel like they have so much raw Turkish talent, of which we've seen in bounds in GC EMEA, the most represented nationality, of which Blackhand find themselves one of only 2 national rosters since making the change, the other Zerons. Ven's finding 2 kills towards A to open up that round. I mean, who's the hero this time? Who steps up and carves things open? SK have changed their setup. They're much more stronger towards Art this time.
And while Blackhand have created this pressure point on A, I was about to say, I thought they were about to move away, but no, it is looking like an A split.
Take flight.
Drones trading information on either entry point to A.
Cage triggered.
The cage will cut the cross to Connector as Venz is trying to set up her initiator here to create some pressure. This duo have done it many times so far this map. Do SK read it as a fake, or do they realize? Liza definitely hasn't. She's caught side-eyeing the A site, taken out. Ult coming in from the Teho makes life difficult. Jade has to make a decision. It's into Lateo she goes, and into the jaws of defeat on round 18 for SK Nebula. Fading off into the void. As Blackhand look to have done enough, Devilassa will walk away with her ult. Saving it for the next. A clean execution in the end from the Turks.
Exactly, and it's not even just that. I feel as if like Blackhand do a good job executing into the A side and also like crunching through Art. That's essentially what it is, but Lateo decides, hey, listen, I'm going to hold back, maybe be a second layer, feign where exactly I am, and SK say, well, we can't allow that to happen. Try and clear it out, and tease up Lateo for a nice double kill, which ends up winning the round for Blackhand. So all in, very nice stuff, but SK need to be a lot more deadlier when they're re-clearing like that.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make in the heat of the moment. Which arm of the push are you looking to try and fight against? But that's what having a playbook, that's what having protocols are all about. And the core of this SK team now, having already a stage or 2 under their belt, has worked towards that.
What's this?
Oh, look at the pace changing out. Blackhand doing the do nothing default.
But by the same time, by the same margin, SK were looking at getting aggressive in A main. Slight gear shift, they contact up, and Berry just about finds out in enough time. Kill for her, kill for Lateo. Sure, Purity gets one back, but Blackhand have numbers and a little bit more info on what this distribution of defender-sided players looks like.
I like that from Liza. Just a little quick jump up, make sure that there is bodies after shoulder peeking and seeing one. At the same time, this is absolutely masterful, and not only that, you've bought out the Killjoy lockdown. Lateo is in perfect position, but SK actually, they're more going for like showing players towards the A site.
Jade had left her uncleared from the sewer. All of the information her side of the court does still know there is one defender over towards A. That comes in the form of Jade. Can she be the wedge between the rest of Blackhand that disrupts the rest of this? Doesn't look like it. Lisa gets one, rifle in her hands, but still 3 players left to get past. A tall task, and on 16 points of health, it will only get tougher. The last 4 bullets fail to fire off as Lateo confirms it. But that was a very well played and very well mid-rounded setup from Blackhand.
Yeah, and I love that you're talking about it. Lateo, the fact that like she calls us round and like say hey guys, let's just wait for the aggression. Because let's be honest, every thrifty round that we've seen, SK have packed up, seen what they can find, and like again creating chaos. Unfortunately for them, it's just not worked out. And now we're starting to see Blackhand with a real read on how to play this game.
It's at the cost of 2 ultimates as well. There were multiple tells in that round. The lockdown going in, the jump spot from Lisa. They knew where all the SK players were, and well, this time it's Jolina solo holding main. Fortunately, just utility thrown her way for now. No players to capitalize off it. The tailwind petering out. She is committed. 10 toes down to the ground, trying to fight her way out of main, but Berry has her number. And with that kill collected, Blackhand are in a good position to take it 10-10 here.
That they are. It's the fact that Jade was so close to Jolina at the same time as SK always are proactive, looking to try and clear the weekend of the push. Cypher Cam being seen, but does Vens have a timing?
Oh, Mimir certainly does. Vens hasn't taken hers in the most optimal of senses, because SK now have 3 bodies stationed towards Art. The cross is caught beyond this cosmic divide. Jade will get that knife off for free. 2 players suppressed. They're the ones you want to play post plant with. It was the Teho and the Astra that were caught and constricted. The ult of their own goes up. There's a Hunter's Fury behind it to counter, but little benefit off the back of this. Still the defuse being tapped and now stuck to halfway. Peak comes in from Berry. Berry finding 2 more. 3 on the round, and that's the final blow from Mimir. We will go all level. Blackhand, their resurgence is not one to turn a blind eye to.
No, it's not. And it's not only that. On top of the way that round was played out in terms of the post, but like individually micro aspects to it. The fact that this flash is popped through, you take the timing, just bobbing and weaving, playing off of one another. Blackhand, they look nothing like what we saw in that first half.
A moment to compose themselves now, Cairo, because this is the 2nd timeout we've seen from SK, coming in just shy of 21 rounds deep. Look at the timeline. 7 from 8 for Blackhand, when before it was only 2 from as many rounds that we saw. That the game ended 20 rounds in the last time that they played. SK don't have money. They've just come out the other side of an ult cycle where we saw, you know, Lockdown invested on the eco. We had the Cosmic Divide there on the gun round, but no returns. And Blackhand starting to get a few more pieces of their own here. Berry 24 and 15, Cairo. Took her a little while to show up to this playoffs. The first half was difficult for everyone on Blackhand, but now she is in a different league.
I mean, the other aspect to that, the one that I'm most impressed with, the fact that they've changed things up is Lateo, right? Like, when you look towards the kind of end of that first half, there was like 1 or 2 kills, now on 13, and finding value time and time again. Dimensional Drift, you can understand why it's invested, right? You understand that SK like to stack up like they have here. Blackhand have all the information that they need, so they'll take it even slower before hitting their execute.
Enemy man. No commitment through the smoke. Just waiting for now. Biding their time, hoping that someone is going to gift a peek on the SK side. I mean, it's Berry's birthday in 2 days. Not sure if they've got her anything. I don't expect so. But no
hopefully
gifts, just a rotation.
I was going to say, hopefully a game day on her birthday, you know?
Yeah.
Make sure that she stays in the playoffs. I think that's a decent enough present as a team.
And to pick you up on that as well, it's single elim, right? You know, this is the last best of 3 that one of these teams will play. It will bookend their stage as they both started their campaigns against one another. It's the B site under threat from Blackhand. SK have stationed bodies here for the entirety of the round, and with 10 seconds left, are they going to be able to stop this plant?
It looks like it, but Blackhand out of nowhere with the uppercut, bodies dropped, and they do not seem to be getting back up. SK, no retort. Purity coming back in. Okay, there's rifles to be picked up here, but it has to work with the Sheriff. The 3 players here, there's no chance that Purity gets any more. That's exactly the case as Blackhand, for the first time in this series and map, will take the lead.
It feels crazy to say it. From a 9-3 half, SK have only hit home once. Lisa went for the fake out. Had she not hit that shot and played a little longer, maybe there was a chance of finding a second kill. But even then, that was the eco. And ultimately, not the main focus of the timeout, I'm sure. This is where you bring the big ideas. The rifle round. Once again, we're seeing the Killjoy setup used to dictate the mid control, where Blackhand will make their entry towards A.
Jolina playing off of the alarm bot, the stun, the special delivery was good. And that clears that space out. SK, like hornets around a nest.
I mean, this has been the play every round so far for Blackhand. Go art, deal with the Killjoy utility, and SK have yet to make a reaction on most of those rounds, but we're seeing it here. Purity posted in the corner, deep clear, but using her own utility. Timing is everything, and she gets the wrong end of the stick. Lisa finds one on A, and that will add a little bit more velocity to this rotation.
That it will. I mean, SK have the read that they need, but remember, there's also that neuro theft pinging off, so the defenders should be known about. But Jolina from backside activates at the right time, as do SK, to finally get the, second round of this half? That's crazy.
I mean, to make it 11-11 as well. Say what you want about this fight from Purity. She was the sacrificial lamb on the round, which ultimately ends up winning it for them. Because the detail is in, you know, both the macro, how the rounds are being played by Blackhand, and then, yeah, just her decision individually to go ahead and take that space. Because it's exactly what I was talking about. Blackhand are starting off a lot of these rounds by going into art, dealing with that Killjoy utility, because Devil-Ass is not bunkering any sight. And then as soon as that happens, SK sweat a little bit late round. They don't have any control to work with. But by Purity taking some room, being the canary in the coal mine, that first sign of danger, they get a quick rotation over towards B. And with Blackhand going for a lot of late hits as well, that makes all of the difference, Cairo.
Yeah, 100% does. And maybe this is where we're going to get a change up here with the timeout. Are we going to see a quicker pace? Is the default going to be a lot more, I guess, labelled towards one side? We'll certainly find out. Purity doesn't have a rifle to work with and would rather use the classic and heavy shields than... Oh, okay, never mind, I'll talk nonsense. Was waiting for someone to buy out the timeout. But the point, anyway, that I was going to come back to is Liza does have that Hunter's Fury, which is something to note about.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be looking for some early information as soon as contact is hit. Expect her to release the dart. Oh! Straight onto the forehead of Berry. We know that her stats have been unicorn-like in terms of the purple patch she's been putting up, but yeah, it does just confirm that there are at least a couple of Blackhand players here. But do SK expect all 5 plus the fake out? Probably not. Purity's done her work and then some though. Finds a double kill, holds onto the space, still not cleared, still going.
My God!
On for the ace and getting it.
That is absolutely insane. Purity from the corner, not checked, gets one through a fake out. And you even see here, right there, Blackhand set up to hold her corner. And well, she will fight her way out. Now, again, just to note, this is the final round. All ultimates that are online or come online have to be used here.
Blackhand will feel so hard done by if they can't push this to OT. Purity, the final remaining player from the open tryouts which set up this SK side, has won them the last couple to take them up to map point. Very looping around A, through main and back out of R. That's the Killjoy util dealt with, and the B execution set up. A big 1v1 happening in the alley in just a moment. But as Lateo deals with that, there is support.
Purity's found another corner. No way! It's only good for one this time. And it has managed to be an even trade out. Just to note though, look at Lateo and their position towards the A side of the map.
And that will be the call in the mid-round for the spike to make its way back on over. There's time to spare once this one goes in.
But Hazza, is this a house of cards the round has been built upon? Look at how individual the players are on Blackhand.
It's all on to Jade, realistically. Former teammate of Lateo. Between the two of them, it makes all the difference. The steps being heard main, is that the distraction? Jade doesn't fall for it. She picks up the kill, which could have changed the course of the round. The captain of her ship has course corrected again, but there is a second layer. The pantomime villain, the anti-hero behind them, Berry lining up two more. Lisa to close it out, and she's done it. Drama at the death, but it's SK to send Pearl home.
You never would have thought it. The way that that round ended up, Berry with a chance to win it out as well. We will get that Red Bull clutch in the end from Lisa. But all in all, this whole map had back and forths, it had drama, it had domination, and in the end, SK, who we thought would have won out this map after that defensive half, get over the line, but not without a struggle.
That Lisa double to end it all with a Red Bull clutch. Berry's going to be kicking herself. I mean, you can entry multiple rounds, you can win them for your team hands down, but it's those moments that pass you by that are always going to be the most painful. And as much as SK did well to recover at the late stage of that game through timeouts and individual moments alike, it does still feel like a missed opportunity for Blackhand, how they were able to battle back into things and have it slip away from them right at the end.
Yeah, that is. But with that being said, Hazza, this was only map 1 in this best of 3. We still have Lotus to come up next, and most importantly, we want to hear from our analysts, so we're going to head to a quick break and get them back.
Down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Defenders win.
I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. It's your love, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. It's your love, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day one of VALORANT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2. I'm Frankie Ward, joined by Meg and Inami, and you have just joined us as we've seen SK take a fantastic lead and then almost throw it away. I mean, we've got this Jade clutch to look back on, Inami, which really set the tone for the first half of the map. We're thinking these guys are going to run away with it, and they didn't.
Yeah, what a dominant start we had from SK. Their attack has been phenomenal. They've been so good at setting up Jolina every single time. Purity had an insane map as well. But then once we switched to the defense, it seems like they didn't really have answers to the insane aggressiveness coming from Blackhand. But they eventually did, and Purity with that ace I feel like that's when the map ended.
I honestly think if we saw Blackhand sort of figure out SK's attack a little bit sooner, we did see it a bit towards the end of the first half, this could have gone a totally different way because, as expected, Berryex absolutely dominated that attack side on Pearl and really came to life, which we didn't really see her do in that first half.
We were having a little bit of a discussion going, actually, is the Yoru the wrong choice for this game? Because the way that SK could change the momentum of things, maybe she wasn't able, Berry, I should say, wasn't able to kind of capitalize on the tricks that Yoru likes to play. But obviously, as you mentioned, the second half was a different story. Let's take a look, though, Meg, at round 6, just to kind of give people an idea of what we're talking about with SK's pacing.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Frankie, the Yoru maybe not being the right pick from BerryX, especially on that first half, as I do think that they struggled, as we saw a lot of very aggressive first picks coming in, setting Jolina up to take that space. And then they would just freeze, and they would wait for Blackhand to kind of make a mistake, try and move in and find some information. And therefore, a lot of the Yoru utility, those TPs was maybe going offline, so they couldn't go in, find that information and get out. They had to commit to that. And I do think that SK definitely abused that. And I think Blackhand kind of figured it out towards the end when they were just saying, do you know what, SK, you have the space, it's no problem, we'll quick retake, fast retake, as you kind of let that time tick down. But yeah, just a little too late.
Yeah, it took them a while, and it took a Tejo ult to be able to get that first win on defense from Blackhand, but eventually they figured few answers for that. They figured that they could just aggress on SK when they are trying to freeze, but that just wasn't enough. And maybe if they figured this out earlier, like you said, maybe that could have been a different story.
But the synergy in that defensive half for Blackhand did look sloppy. It did look all over the place at times. But then when we switch to that other half, we start to see Berry, this young star player for the team, I think probably inspire her teammates, because suddenly we're seeing them set up for success, Meg.
I mean, that ACS, you cannot deny that BerryX put up an absolute performance, 31 kills. And it's such a shame, obviously, that Blackhand, I think she'll be feeling a little disheartened off the back of this, that they couldn't bring it quite over the line. Again, as we've said a few times already in Inami, like, there were just a few rounds that I think if they'd switched on a little bit sooner and figured out the way that SK were playing that attack half, this would have been a totally different story. So I do really feel for BerryX here, because it does feel, like you said, Frankie, she kind of inspired her team to bring this back, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and we talked about the agent, but I feel like an agent like this, it just fits the style of this young Turkish player. She's been doing so many like tricks and plays around, especially in the attack, and also like this test was so beautiful because she was able to dodge the flash from Jade, go for isolated 1v1s and win it eventually. But that was simply not enough, because she needed the back of her teammates sometimes, and that wasn't there.
It's almost like the last round, as you say, she needed the backup of her teammates, and we saw those three attacking players just isolated from each other. And then it was just something that, well, it looked just simple, really, for Liza to clean things up, Neg. Do you think that this is a team that can hopefully rebound back from that and not get fooled again going into Lotus?
I do. We've already seen that they've made improvements on Pearl, and they've worked on some things that maybe weren't quite right the first time that they took on SK Nebula. And going into Lotus, there is definitely a stronger chance for them. I'm really, really excited to see them bring the Breach in on Mimia. I'm a big Breach fan, and I think he's such an incredible initiator to play on a map like Lotus. And I don't think that SK Nebula bring the Breach in as their initiator, their favored one at least. And for me, I feel like the Breach is a very good choice, so that could definitely work in their favor.
Agent Select is ready, so let's see what we're going to get. And Inami, I'd love to see your thoughts on this one. Are we going to get that deadlock on Jade? That's always my question.
Yeah, we're having the deadlock. I think they just play it so well, because even if they didn't have the cleanest record on this comp, but they were able to play it so much. They were able to get close games against other teams, and I believe they had like the cleanest game against Twisted Mind, so I wouldn't be worried if I'm an SK fan. But on the other side, we have a Blackhand that are so aggressive, and this time around we're giving again a young like agent to BerryX, so I'm excited to see what she will be able to bring on Neon.
I do really like SK Nebula's composition here. Of course, they're starting on that attack with the double sentinel. That might change things, but I do think Deadlock as a sentinel, you tend to come alive on attack. You can kind of jump peek with that ult in hand. You can set up a really strong post plan. And then on the defensive half, I do think that obviously the double sentinel is favored because you can sort of really quickly aggress and take that A site, set up the Deadlock and leave them there on the A. I don't know. It's a double initiator, double sentinel off, and I think time will tell when we go into the game as to which is preferred.
I just want to add that they had an 11-1 against Twisted Minds on attack with that comp, so I wouldn't be worried at all for them going into this match.
Absolutely not.
So this is going to be pretty
It will be interesting.
But will it be easy, as Inami is saying?
Oh no, easy for Jade, but it will be a hard one.
Okay, fine. Okay, it's gonna be a hard map. Do you agree, casters? Tazza and Chiron, are you there?
Yes. Hello. I don't know. Sorry, that was a bit dramatic. No, it is
Great
important,
intro,
Matt, though,
mate.
obviously, right? Like, yeah, that's what we're here for, right? To drum stuff up.
Yeah.
Blackhand onto this map, right? It's not their pick. In fact, you look at the veto from last time, almost identical, except for the fact that SK have pivoted away from Ascent, gone on to Lotus. It is a map that Blackhand are unbeaten on, though. So, look, maybe, just maybe.
Maybe. Hey, listen, just maybe. The last time these two played each other on Lotus was in Stage 1, 13-8 in favour of Blackhand. So, yeah, SK need to be careful when we're moving into this. And I think especially when we see this, I'm quite excited for what both teams are going to bring out for us.
I'm loving the emoji usage here as well. I think,
Yeah.
Also maybe a bit dramatic, and as you can see, Sunset, most played map, third most played map in groups. Are we going to get there? That's the question, because I don't think we've seen very much of it at all from either team. But Lotus is what we're focusing on right now, and for Blackhand, beginning on this defender's side yet again, the proactivity comes through the center of the map. Berriex on the other side of the revolving door. Jade taking the first of the ult points. Moving towards the annihilation. And as much as I say proactivity, they were inhabiting main. Now it just looks like a contact piece. Still potential for a quick rotation, and they do begin to walk up.
Devilassa needs to be careful though. Not cleared in the corner. Is able to get out with at least one though. So trading out the duelist for the Sentinel means that SK do no longer have that flank control. So with the players getting into the site, probably have to be careful about anyone coming from behind, and that's why we're seeing the Omen of Purity. Just watch that on the backlines.
Some really strong utility for SK as well. Have the paranoia to counter any push coming in, and the nade.
That's going to be big for buying delay, even getting players off of the spike, but forcing Blackhand to use utility is Lisa, and does well in the contact, playing off the players, but Proxima out of nowhere gets two back in their favour, and Latour almost finds a chance. Onto the spike they go, but the two remaining players of SK will combine to get that over the line. A little bit worrying there, messy perhaps, but SK do well overall in that round.
Yeah, and in these coordinated team positions, I expect SK to thrive. Very going down here first. It was an information mission, a valuable one, as it does give them a slight heads up on the A play. They see the Cypher lurking. It was a nice counter paranoia in here from Purity. I think Jade does get a little bit lucky that Lateu's just swung at it, right? Gone for the right click at close range where a primary fire, and I think the situation looks so much more winnable with Purity behind her own smoke. C'est la vie though. SK picking up yet another attack side pistol as they did on Pearl. And already planting their feet very aggressively up towards A.
Tapping at the door, trying to see if they can move anything, reactions, nothing coming their way. I think it allows us a little bit of time to talk about these two teams, and again, like maybe more map specific stuff. Both teams much better on the attack. I mean, everyone was speaking about Blackhand and how they're undefeated on this map. But SK, with a bigger sample size, I mean, have already won 4 out of 6, which is pretty good going. Devilassa now finding a little pocket on site, but it feels like you're moving in the Viper's nest, and right now there hasn't been a bite just yet.
No, Devilassa getting all the way out round bends though is just information that SK require to move themselves into post here. And up against double Sentinel, an SK side which already looked so strong in post plant becomes that much more scary if you're Blackhand. There's no utility pushed towards the CT side here other than the cage, and finally Blackhand come barreling on through. Sven's that opens things up, but they are quickly put to rest. Lateo gets one more, but these are all just consolations at this point in time. 3 rifles kept for the bonus round. SK on their attack side.
One dream ends.
Yeah, and they're doing what's needed to be done. They've got some big buys in towards the next one. So this bonus round is certainly not going to feel like a bonus. It will feel like going into a rifle versus rifle, a normal buy, which Blackhand will need to be careful of. We remember Pearl and how that ended up, like with the fact that SK were able to gain a massive advantage on that half. What is Blackhand going to show us differently on this defense now?
And also with the prioritization of ult orbs, Jade has that annihilation coming into the bonus. So you anticipate the game plan to be built off the back of it. Blackhand will know all too well what the picture looks like, and with her barrier mesh flying out towards Waterfall side, that is the ult committed. Oh, but Mimir gets out. It has given SK Nebula control of Hobbit, but what do they do with it?
That's the question as the players try to come back in, but remember it's that Sentinel utility that's a big problem for Blackhand to get in here, Hazza.
I mean, and the judge of Purity. She gets Jolina to delete the drone for her, so still yet to be cleared. Hobbit remains to be an issue as Mimir has found one through this position and flashed out her teammate. Berry finding a triple. She's online yet again. The first couple of rounds didn't go her way, but as soon as the rifle is placed in her hands, there is only one outcome for Blackhand.
It feels inevitable that we'll see Berry finally pop up in a map, even though there's a few quiet rounds early on. I mean, this kill feed just floods in straight away. And do you know what? For what it was, SK did a lot of damage in that round. And I mean, that's almost what comes through in the buy, right? Sure, you still get one, but this is a big swing round between the two teams, and Blackhand need to win it.
This goes here.
You are seeing further ults start to come online for SK Nebula here as well. Lisa one away from the Nightfall, something to think about should she win that duel. Purity does trade her out, but Mimir in the meantime, through B main, goes fighting, takes two players with her, and still stays standing in the round with a full utility belt. So does Proxima. If SK can put themselves in a post-plant situation here, the chances of winning it is far slimmer than any of those situations they found themselves in so far.
But we've seen SK fight back from disadvantages before, especially in this series. Blackhand, at the moment, they look to set up towards B because it's easier to rotate, right? Yeah. You play as a pack, you don't allow these chances that we've seen SK go for before, but Jolina takes an extra couple of steps ahead.
Oh, it's the right decision. Jolina needed to hunt for some kind of an advantage, but on the committed angle, Vens trades it out and Purity has to go it solo. 1 versus 3, Recon right by her. No tag, stays alive, undetected. Ooh. That should have been the second. Leteu gets a free haircut, and Blackhand a free pass on a round which felt like a formality, but got far too close.
Yeah, Leteu walks away, looks behind her, and sees an outline of bullets of exactly of her position, right? 8 points of health, able to get over the line. I find it interesting that this Odin is a key piece of the defense that Blackhand want to play. And obviously, it's been on Lotus so many times. You can think of like Fnatic and how they played it, etc. But the Operator now being introduced as well to Berry, who we haven't actually really seen op in this series just yet.
No, but Neon Pair as well. You can remain so mobile across the map.
We've seen it yesterday.
We'll probably see it again in just a moment. It doesn't start off the best. It's a missed shot as the op makes its debut, but there are so many red outlines moving through the other side of that smoke. She was bound to get one, and Berry's done it. SK setting up for post-plant. They should be able to get the spike down here, so at the very least it's a small win. The question being, can Blackhand convert this numbers advantage they have?
That's the question, and I mean, with being in post, double Sentinel, this is exactly where you want to be if you're SK, but that's ultimate, probably going to be exactly what Blackhand need to get rid of the post.
just holding the smoke here as well. Berry remaining diligent. Devalasa gets past the trap. They're anticipating her arrival. Dealt with, as is Lisa. And so the advantage goes to Blackhand.
Looking good on the defense. The retakes looking solid. The game plan looking as if it's on point. And well, that could you could argue that's a little bit of luck. The fact that Berry has the overdrive already online and creating that chaos, it just shows you how good she's been on these past couple rounds.
This goes here.
Absolutely. And it was the narrative of the previous map. How much can you enable her to do her job? In that situation, it's a little more self-sufficient. Maybe the op is exactly what was needed.
There.
If the shoe fits, then why can't Blackhand make this Cinderella run through the playoffs?
There.
This has been spotted over on A. But it's the Cypher on C that you've got to be worried about here. If Vens gets picked off, then the site could crumble. And not spotting the TP from Purity is the last mistake she'll make. Berry gets one back, but it's a long road over to C. And with only Proxima here, how on earth is she supposed to get out with more than just one?
The fact that it's so messy, and the fact that Jesky can't find that picks allows the players to come straight back in. That's a big ultimate.
And not only has it helped pick off Purity, look at the damage already on Jolina. Lisa gives away a step. She's the spike carrier. Teammate being diligent enough to wrap around on the B side, but again, expected. Leteo deals with her. And Berry on the line should mean a kill. She comes off it. Lisa wrapping back around. Missed shot between the legs. Stun coming in. Berry looking for this fight. Lisa, another opportunity to win out a clutch. Feels like she needs to stick the spike. It's such a messy duel. But Blackhand will get it in the end, that's for.
Yeah, it feels as if like no one wants to commit to the duel, right, and fight one another. SK a couple of times getting caught off guard. Vens obviously can't hear because of the nightfall, so Purity TPing out of line of sight catches her off guard. But from then, I don't know what we descend upon, right? It just becomes chaotic, and nobody really giving us the deadly blow that we expect both teams to have coming out of Peril.
Yeah.
SK though, and speaking of deadly, there's not a lot of deadly weapons. It will have to be just 5 sheriffs to get this one done.
Yeah, the economy cycle has been poor for them so far. Just haven't had the weapons on most rounds. You can sort of tell as well that SK are happy to engage in a scrap when you see, even in the 2v2 at the end of last round, that Jolina's playing to wrap around and trap the CT players rather than look for a free site. They want to take the fights when they have the information on their own terms and conditions. Same can be said for Blackhand. Again, B is where they go, but shot down the center. It's Jolina that finds Mimir.
That's a big shot. Oh, Jolina's found, uses the ultimate with an opportunity there. And what it has done is actually brought a little bit of movement across the map. Purity can't make good of her timing. That spike will go down and will also allow for lots of information to go to Blackhand.
Jolina was spotted first time outside of A, but it's now on a long B ramp and rotation. A flank to come in as the op is aggressive. What? Player caught to the side of Berry. She survives, and it's a damn good reason she does, because the op's still going. Jade's got on one back and dropped to a deeper line of cover, still waiting for Jolina to arrive on the scene with the rifle. Blackhand expecting a second player, but from where? Jade hitting a haymaker, needs one more, there is no time. Op scooped up, but can't save the round for SK.
Honestly, a great plan, lovely execution through the round. You can see how SK want to play, right, with the fact that they know that their individuals can reliably find picks. I just feel as if like the timing, the way that Jolina paths here is just maybe a little bit too labelled. This is a few times that we've seen this. SK, they've got a plan, but it's sloppy in execution. And this is what I was wondering. Is it one more round that we see SK wait before timing out? But no, on the rifle round, where they know they can actually make good on any coach's call, is where they're going to time out.
Like, I know Blackhand have... we're caught up in a little bit of drama, right? With the in-game stuff that we had against against KC the other week, and maybe I'm being a bit of an instigator here, but we've got some notable names in the VCT chat right now. We had Mimi watching earlier along, waiting. Of course, she's going to be playing the winner of our second series today, and we also had Cabot. And do you know what the message was?
What?
Let's go Berry on the other side of the server. It's the player who replaced her right now who's topping the charts for SK Nebula. But hey man, times are changing. I'm liking it. I'm liking it.
Yeah, it's good. And well, times are changing because right now it's straight into an aggressive set piece from Blackhand. And they come out the better of it. 2 big picks, Jade gone, so is Jolina. Blackhand walk away with an advantage.
So Cage and Prowler which come out. It blocks the view of both initiators. Waterfall side, but Proxima has this one under lock and key. The whole right side of the map is dominated by Blackhand as things stand. But SK are a little bit timid to go looking elsewhere right now. Devilas's lurks have been so huge at scaling up C. And off the back of that initial brawl, it's a really nice setup from the defenders to just pressure that area of the map and trust that there is no reclear.
exactly where you are.
Neural Theft gets invested, and that is where the information comes through. Cypher set up on A. Can SK get past it?
That's the question. Well, it seems as if they're going to get past it and get the spike down with the planted towards main. So, job successful for SK. Managing to dodge the Rolling Thunder for the most part, but Lisa hasn't. And now the last 2 remaining players of SK, they had such a hill to climb. They won't even begin their take of that. So the spike diffused, it will be 6.
Yeah, and it's looking comfortable so far for Blackhand. They've channeled the momentum which they had in the end of the previous map. Sure, they weren't able to force it to OT, but I like the pace change here as well. Berry just a cog in the machine, but it gets things going in favor of Blackhand, and sometimes that's all that you need. She's back on the op now.
This goes here.
And stationed towards the A site. One of the first times that we've seen SK really look to take rubble control early on.
Yeah, that's a good point, because we haven't really seen the Agil. Interesting smoke to allow Jolina to get on top of rubble, but yeah, with Berry's position now being known, Jolina feels the pain.
There were a couple of rounds where SK had slowly scaled out onto A, but as you put it, it's the first time we see the true engagement, and Berry wins it this time. Lisa's still standing with plenty of clearing utility to try and deal with her, though.
Very true. I mean, you look at the other bodies on Blackhand waiting for any B pivot, and with the Cypher in towards B main, for us as casters seeing that on the map, it's pretty much telegraphed that this is where the take's going to be.
Yeah, turn of the door doesn't do too much to dissuade players in black jerseys towards B right now, as Jade just goes in solo. Support arrives, but it's a little too late from Lisa. Devilassa doing all she can in main. Purity still elsewhere, now starting to become part of the picture as the spike gets put in.
Spike planted.
This shot holding Waterfall, that is a golden opportunity for SK, but Purity has to win her one, and she does so. Now a crossfire set up out of Waterfall, but Berry comes flying through and cannot be dealt with again as Blackhand make it 7.
Yeah, and taking advantage into the next half. That's the big one from this round. I can't believe I'm saying this, Hazza, but considering how, I guess, pivotal and how good. We saw SK being on peril attack. When we move into Lotus, which is even more of an attacker-sided map, it's not filling me with confidence. It feels as if they're swinging and missing in a lot of these rounds. And in rounds before where we saw disadvantages being converted into round wins, I feel as if Blackhand have really shored themselves up from that last map.
I completely agree. We always talk about momentum. It's Valorant at the end of the day. However, with SK being on bootcamp, you saw the images at the end of Pearl. Players, you know, I mean, honestly, the images were from before the game, but they still looked pretty jovial, right? Preparing themselves for this one. That's where you're kind of hoping that SK Nebula can mentally reset.
Yeah.
The question now forms, does that come on Lotus, or do we have to wait for Sunset? And for SK, not only do you not want to go there because it threatens the potential of losing the series, they would love to keep that map hidden for as long as possible, because as we know, they've only shown it once. That was the G2 game.
Yeah.
And with it being in the pool for so long now, as Game Changers was one of the first circuits that actually got access to Sunset, there's so much tape, and you know, you can really build up your playbook there. I'm expecting big things from them, honestly. They probably don't want to show that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, SK beat like when they played on Sunset, they didn't really play on Sunset because G2 showed them how to play Sunset. It was a pretty dominant affair overall. As for Blackhand, they've played it 3 times, won it twice, so overall it's pretty good showing for them. And that's where, like, when we look at the veto, I had a big question mark coming into it, because I was thinking, like, is SK really, like, set the veto up this way? I understand that Ascent got banned out, that's one of the SK's best maps, but I'll look across the board here at what other potentials they could have had, and I think there's so much better options than leaving Sunset as the decider.
Yeah, but then again, as we say, we just don't know. We do not know until we get there.
Yes,
the bigger issue right now is the round count on Lotus. Just 2 for SK Nebula. Blackhand
Bring your best.
have been going round to round and racking them up. Berry's off is hitting the highlight reel.
Cage trigger.
5 players towards C. Cam to check Sand nice and early. Jade has the annihilation again, as she last did on the bonus round. Another take set up with the util. As she knows exactly where Benz is and can't hit it, but Purity can.
Yeah, the annihilations haven't been hit, but the rifles of Blackhand have. Laser, no chance in hell to go up against Berry. Yeah, this is... I don't even know what there is to say about this. Just when you think SK finally have a good take, I mean, Blackhand, they're very quick on their rotates. They read it well. EMEA, Berry, Proxima. Name a player from Blackhand and I can promise you they would have had a highlight moment. And SK, after that round, used their not first hazard, but second timeout in the first half.
Yeah, we have seen this trend increase quite a bit, though, I think. Teams using double timeouts when you get to this point, 6 rounds down, attack side Lotus. Those warning lights are certainly going to be blaring off at this point in time. I don't hate this at all, to be honest. Look, if you can find a solution that can give you a couple more rounds here, hell, even one more round to make it 9-3, the same amount of rounds that Blackhand had before nearly pushing it to overtime on Pearl, still taking it to 24, then by all means go for it. I think if Blackhand get to double digits by the time we swap halves, the game is effectively over. You are still running double Senti, so got to be thinking about the strength of combos and utility that SK Nebula possess. But their attack sides have always been a strong suit. I think matches really well with Jade's calling. And right now, it's not even that she's being out-called. Blackhand are giving us a better team performance across the board.
Yeah, I agree. The shots that they're hitting, the way that they're fighting with one another looks pretty good. The read on this round even better as the players of SK head towards the B site, and there is a stack of players for Blackhand. I mean, it's easy to read into this, but Berry takes another great time and still not completely out the realms of possibilities. Jolina's Sheriff looks to hit the highlights, but so does Proxima. Unfortunately not able to finish this out, but gives her teammate a 1 versus 2 to potentially win out.
Devilas is still without a gun though, and as Leteo is creeping up behind, the net is closing on her position. She has a decision to make, and right now it looks like she's between two minds.
Well, towards Waterfall she goes, and Vens lies there waiting. That is the operator picked up, a 9 guaranteed. We are 1 round away from double digits, and SK being, I guess, completely surprised in this second map, which again we have to reiterate is actually SK's pick.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it right now. Blackhand have come in prepared. This round was just a straight up B execution. We hadn't seen SK show us one so far. Jolina does well to get a couple kills, but this is what I'm talking about in terms of the calling and what it is that SK are going for. It's just really straightforward responses that Leteo's being asked of, and her squad here to respond. That is 9 rounds, and 9 rounds consecutive, more importantly.
Now this is interesting. A trap play on A. 4 players await the contact of SK, and well, they're going to get it as SK commit to this. Berry in the corner, shots hit once again. She just can't seem to miss. She is undefeatable, unplayable as the ultimate comes out and Proxima denies the ace. It will be 10 for Blackhand.
Switching sides.
Wherever SK go, they run into trouble. Fortunately, they'll be the ones defending in the second half. Well, maybe not, because they haven't had the best results here previously. An uphill struggle doesn't even begin to cut it, as Blackhand are on course from map 3.
After what has been a pretty back and forth peril, we move into a Lotus which has just been domination from Blackhand. 10 rounds in a row without an answer from SK. This is going to have to be a big pistol from the defense, or has it? This is going to be a quick map too.
Absolutely. Look, when you started up the monologue there, after what has been back and forth, I was like, you are so sarcastic. You are horrible. I can't believe it. Yeah. It's 10 rounds in a row from Blackhand. And on the attack, a pistol will do it. Everyone knows it. Jade solo A that looks to receive these attackers. But the barrier mesh is fortified, and she's been given the time of day, so perhaps thinking about the orb. As soon as she starts to hear it get broken, though, that is when you will see the defenders, the SK players on the map begin to move. And it's into a B main push.
You can see what Blackhand want to do with faking out towards this A side. It has to be noted, Blackhand have a 70% win rate over all attacking rounds, which shows you the prowess on this side.
Purity here has the paranoia. She can definitely send it through sand here, and they crunch through the door, and that's exactly what you're going to get. Players blinded up, Nate goes in. Jolina doing a good job to stall, but Devilassa is sunned towards spawn. She's gone now, in fact. Lisa will get one on her opposite number, and SK can stabilize for just a moment before the spike goes in.
Yeah, there's a seize, there's still the grab net, there's still pieces to work with if you're SK to come back in here, as well as a player advantage.
The smoke goes up from Proxima, and that's a chance for the players on the Blackhand side to get out of bend. The deepest probe is buried towards Waterfall, but recalled to the site to support it, as SK now begin to start the retake from main. The seize goes over, catches onto Vens, who's brought all the way down. In fact, that's permanent damage. They're just walking straight into the guillotine. Blackhand have all three, and it's Jade last left. The A anchor, the last one remaining. There's no time for her to defuse here, despite the kills that she will collect. This damage effectively means nothing. It's 11 for Blackhand, and SK's worst nightmare of the pistol comes true.
That's it. That is the worst nightmare, right? It is. Turning out with Blackhand, just I don't understand, right? Because you look at the round as a whole, that be highlighted the key pieces of utility to come back in with. The fact that you look at SK, player advantage, but they get stalled out just by smokes, not wanting to walk into it. And finally, when they do, Blackhand are sitting waiting. This round here has to be a force from SK, and it is. So let's have a key watch about how SK play this defense.
Deploying drone.
I think on the previous round, the way that they looked to pressure sand through the door was really nice. We didn't see them fully commit to getting proactive through the middle of the map, though. That makes you wonder, is there a little bit of hesitation from SK, because you can't put a foot wrong now. Blackhand breathing down their neck, looking at what feels like a guaranteed map 3 unless this force buy can stick, and that's just the start. Purity has a double, still hanging around on the site. Third player is caught in the net and collected. And as Jade still hangs around here, she's been able to wrap the other side. It's brilliantly played between the SK players on site. They do get their third and just deserves. But still, so much more left to be done.
It's going to be a long road ahead, one round at a time. And there is still room for error for SK in this match because, well, it's 11, it's not 12, right? They can lose at least one. If it is going to be this comeback that is possible. But with that being said, they broke the buy of the attack, denied the spike plant. There's only a Hero Guardian on Berry, and of all the players for it to be on, that is who you want to have, a Hero Guardian.
8 rounds is the gap. A bigger one ultimately than what Blackhand had to face on Pearl, a task which they so nearly completed, as Jade is using her wall to best effect. The gaps in it allow her to walk up, and with Vens caught in the corner, there is a complete focus on this as the rest of SK have dealt with the A side of the push. Paranoia not doing much. We were waiting. It is flawless. So now 7 is the gap between the two. But this is where Blackhand get the rifles on the board.
This is where we get a real look at how this map could end up, right? I feel as if with this one round coming up, we get a decision on whether this comeback is doable for SK, considering that the buy that they have. And respectfully, they're going to chuck away the Spectres and pick up Bulldogs, etc. to have a bit more firepower. Let's look towards A, though, as this rubble push is coming through.
SK wanting to fight this with the util that they have. The Paranoia cut straight through the fast lane. Very taken down by Purity and Tree, and the door is going to close with Proxima on the opposite side. Still scaling up en route. Fights being taken, Paranoia through. Can't land the shots. Lisa gets dropped. Blackhand look to have done it and secured map point here on Lotus, forcing us to the city at the end of the sun. It's about to go down on Devalasa here as well. Leteu closing things out. The captain's done it, and the gap back up to 8. That looks like too much for SK right now, Cairo.
Yeah, and I feel as if that basically decides how this map is going to go, right? We now look towards the finish line in map 3 because that fight in towards Rubble was just messy from SK, missing shots. They had their opportunities, didn't make good of it. We will look towards the A Rubble fight once more to see if SK shows any adjustments, but overall, Blackhand should have what they need to finish this one out.
Same opening. TP thrusting Proxima forwards. Berry is there, just a body on the line. Second half hasn't started too well for her. But if the rest of Blackhand can capitalize off it, it won't be a problem. Takes a little longer. Purity already finding a couple. Numbers for the defense and time for them to work with.
Right now, for Blackhand, exploration. Seeing what they can find. The Cypher, for instance, just jumping out on B main, seeing if they could goad anyone into taking a duel. Seems as if with the space given on C site though, Leteu calling for her team to come and support her. The only thing that she doesn't know is this Cypher setup is essentially set up to give information and stop players moving into the extremities of the site, like your waterfalls and your CT.
Yeah, there was also a cam placed to tag the player on default, but they go for the mound side setup anyway. Smoke still active through Purity, retaking motion for SK.
Yeah, and already the first pick found, the last 2 remaining. Still hiding. You look at Leteu hiding in the defensive smoke. Tap of the spike. She knows no one else is working on it. But with so many bodies on the line for SK, you should imagine that it should be over the line. But no way. Out of nowhere, Proxima makes this winnable and wins out the map with an ace. What have I just seen?
An absolute blunder from SK Nebula, as they get sucked into the black hole. It's a super massive play from Proxima, and I have absolutely no idea how she gets away with it. The lawnmower comes in here and just cuts through 2 players, and then she has the absolute gall to stay on the line inside the smoke and face up Devalasa in the 1v1. That is criminal, Cairo. A criminal way to end a momentous map for Blackhand. Sunset has it all to play for now.
I would agree. I mean, Sunset now we look towards, and there's a lot to be discussed with that map. You know, there's a lot more tape from Blackhand on playing it, and with SK, they've only played it once against G2, and they were schooled. So with that being said, there's plenty for the analyst desk to talk about, and we'll find out exactly what their thoughts are after a quick break.
One enemy last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
what you've been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop the sea if you just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Girl, a groove make your soul shaker. Everybody shake it on. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
You know, sometimes you're feeling a little bit shy, you're not feeling quite warmed up, and then your best mate gets on the dance floor, you go, yeah, I can do this too, and throw some moves down. I feel like Berry's that for her team. She's inspiring them to get in formation and do their thing. Because although it was the Berry show, we saw fantastic things from the individuals on the side of Blackhand as we headed on to Lotus. And it was just a very one-sided affair, Meg.
A totally different Blackhand that we saw this time on the defensive half. And like you mentioned, Berry was just absolutely dominant. But it is really nice to see, actually, of course, with that Proxima ace to close it out, the two controllers coming in here and actually MVPing on both sides. Big up to sort of the EMEA mains. And of course, what a way to close the map out with that Proxima ace. It was just unbelievable.
Yeah, that was so beautiful, but it all started from the very early on with these rounds coming in from Blackhand, where they always had the perfect read somehow on SK. They always knew where exactly to be, and for once, this is something we didn't see last map, but for this time we see them play so good with each other, off each other's contacts, and honestly beautiful half by Blackhand.
It almost feels like they were letting Berry farm a bit, even when it was multiples left to retake. Berry was just able to pick up multiple kills, and her teammates were just like, yeah, we'll just stand at the side and then we'll see what you do, Meg.
I mean, we highlighted this early on, didn't we? How incredible her performance has been throughout the whole of the group stages, finishing off with the highest ACS in the whole of the group stages, and just how incredibly consistent she's been. Again, she's dropping above 300 ACS, similarly to the last map on Pearl. And again, I want to talk about her first bloods a little bit. I feel like she's so reliable at being sent in early on to kind of assert dominance and get aggressive and get that one and get back out, maybe even dip in for another or three. But yeah, she's incredible on that duelist role. And like you said, earlier, Frankie. I'm sure she's going to be eyed up by G2 if they need another.
Can I also just say that she was 22 kills at the end of that game. 20 of those were in the first half on defense. That's insane. When you think about the fact that she's just cracking back open the sites. It's like, it's okay, we'll just play retake. It's fine.
Yeah.
And in the case of the second half, Proxima's like, it's okay, I'll just deny the retake, match point with an ace. I think we can take a look at this, Ainami. This was phenomenal.
Yeah, going to this round, I was looking that she had her ult, and I was expecting a play around that. But honestly, what she did is even more beautiful. The smoke was so perfect, and the way she even like tried to TP in to cancel this defuse, like she just played it so perfectly and played it so slow. Here we see like that TP, she went in. How did she survive this? I have no idea. And then again, like she knew how to position correctly to be able to get the last kill, and that just gave them a beautiful end of this map.
All I can say is the berries on this team. Sorry, Meg.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say it goes to show her incredible sort of reps that she has, because I was going to shout out some previous teams that she'd been with, obviously Foot, Na'Vi, Celestials, BBL Queens, and she's been clutching consistently from the very beginning, and that just sort of sums up, I guess, her experience and her time in the Game Changers scene.
Also, Meg, I don't know if you noticed, there was a lower third on the screen just then, which I think was just for you, referencing the soda, soda. The soda. Didn't come back. That's what I'm calling it. The soda play from Lateo there. I mean, you love to see it.
Again, I'm going to use the words asserting dominance. I don't think it was necessary. I think it was literally just a statement being like, we're not messing around. We're fighting dirty in this one, and we mean business. We don't really see the Sova Odin coming out anymore, especially ever since those Ascent changes. We do on Lotus see the Odin. It's just not often on the Sova. So I just wanted to shout out, maybe more so for Mitch Man, who I know is probably somewhere rubbing his hands every time he sees an Odin play. But it was definitely a good performance from Lateo as well.
Yeah, the entire team came in so well. We spoke about also Proxima, how she's been around for so long. And you talked about how maybe like this young player is the one inspiring, but also maybe the experience Proxima is also bringing is what inspires them. And now we're heading to the last map, which is Sunset. And SK record isn't so good. They only played it once and they lost. So if we're looking at the numbers, this can go to the side of Blackhand.
Is that what you're calling now, Inami? Can you put your name to that?
I feel like whatever I call gets cursed, so I'm not calling anything anymore.
She is silent.
Not wanting to show her bias. So let's predict what we're going to see from Sunset. I feel like we're going to see some pretty standard cops. They're not going to necessarily mess with what works. Meg, we're expecting, I'm guessing, the Neon to come out again for the side of Blackhand.
Definitely on BerryX. I mean, Jelena previously has played that Raze. I wonder if she's going to want to take BerryX on a little bit with the Neon here. I'd love to see a Neon matchup. I think we also heard earlier sort of Hazza and Cairo talk a little bit about sort of saving their compositions for Sunset. So maybe SK have been keeping something in the bag to pull out here, as they haven't previously played it very much or had a great performance. So it will be an interesting one.
So this is having a look. Now. Yeah, we're just having a look at Lotus, and we're just seeing those post-plant situations. So I guess Blackhand incredibly consistent when they're able to get the bomb down. SK, as I mentioned earlier, it was a case of them just playing, losing to those retake situations that were dominated by Berry, Inami.
Yeah, and Blackhand weren't afraid of letting them plant because they knew that they had a better retake. They were able to play together, and this is like the team play is what I'm expecting to see come into this map again, especially with the Neon. I know Meg loves Breach, and we're going to see again a Breach Neon comp coming from Blackhand, so I'm expecting to see the same coming from this team, and hopefully we'll see some changes from SK. I don't know if we'll see like a total comp change, but maybe more of a playstyle change.
I do also think obviously Blackhand are going to be going into this with a high, especially we saw how incredibly together they looked. It was like they were performing individually, but also they were sort of what's the word? As a team.
Synergized.
You know what I mean? Synergize.
I'm
That's
not an
the
English
one.
speaker.
And I, okay, well, I am terrible and it's my only language, so thank you. But yeah, no, and SK Nebula, they weren't looking like the SK Nebula that we saw on the first map. So I think I definitely would like to see a bit more of that coming through on Sunset. And the SK Nebula we've seen throughout the whole of group stages. I do think that's the messiest they've almost looked so far.
Let's take a look at the agent select and see what we're going to see. I do think we're not going to see them deviate. Oh, we don't actually have the agent select yet. But again, I'm still predicting that we know what to expect. Jade was saying, you know, that it's more competitive now. We are seeing the teams start to get much closer in terms of the level of competition towards the top. It's not just the likes of G2 who are dominating anymore. I mean, it's a very healthy scene right now. This has been building up for at least 4 years now at Neg. But do you think we might see more breakout stars like Barry? Do you think that it's because the talent pool is widening?
Oh, 1000%. And I think there's a lot of talent coming into this scene, and it's so wonderful to see. I also feel like a couple of names that we haven't really mentioned, and I'm sure we'll see when we head into Agent Select, because I'm sure they're going to play the Cypher.
Already. Yes, that's true.
Is Devalasa and Wenz. So I'm really hoping that they bring through that Cypher kind of matchup here, especially Wenz putting up such a good performance on Lotus. And we do! Okay, I'm relieved.
And this time we have the deadlock on the other side.
Yes. Okay, that's a comp change, right? Because I think last time we saw Lateo play this, unless I'm tripping, they were on Sova.
Yeah.
Yes.
You are right.
Okay.
Honestly,
I do like
don't
this,
mind.
I have to say. Yeah, especially with them starting off on the defense and their defense win rate being a little bit lower than the attack side. So yeah, I think this is a strong pick to make here, changing to that deadlock.
Yeah, and hopefully this time around we can see more of the deadlock being that kind of initiator sentinel. So hopefully when we go to the attack, we can see her play and show us exactly why this pick can be also used as an initiator, to give you some space, to give you some openings so that Barry can even shine even more. And I will be looking also closer to the synergy between Barry and the Breach to see how much and how well will she be able to enable her.
Well, we're going to head over to our casters because we do have Hazza and Cairo standing by. This is the last map we're going to hear from them. And then afterwards, Cairo is going to correct the wooden slats on his background because they're uneven and it's tilting me.
I beg.
I love that you've been called out for that as well. This guy, look, I had a better cam than him for like 3 years. Now he's mogging me. But the background, sort the background out, mate.
No, do you know what it is? Genuinely, I bought myself like a few bits of wooden slats, put them all up, and they gave me a faulty one, and it was like they arrived on like Friday, so I didn't really have time to get a new one in. But tell you what, there's plenty of time for these two teams to bring in new compositions, new ideas, and that's what's most exciting about this next map.
Yeah, I'm glad you got there eventually, right? Nobody cares, mate, about your background. In terms of this one, look, it's what we already were speaking about. Sunset, SK, haven't shown it, been a while. But how much cooking have they possibly done? It's Jolina back on the Neon. We've only seen her play it once so far this stage. It was typically Purity. And Blackhand starting on the defense for the third map running, with the double sentinel of their own this time. The gap is towards mid, and that's where SK Nebula will go looking first.
This was the side that SK struggled with the most when playing against G2, as to be expected. Taking position up through the top of the map and on towards the east side is pretty resistant free. And while this big duel in towards main, Lee's at least able to get one and keep those numbers in favour of SK.
See, even with the player advantage, SK looking to get proactive. Jolina needs to clear the corner. Lateo overlooked. Double kill picked up, and now the advantage has flopped the other way.
And it has, although Jade looking to keep things in their favour. They know where Lateo is, and the players descend upon her position. And now Proxima, who clutched up at the end of the last map, needs to clutch up once more, and both players are low. That's the one thing to note. First one free, second one close by, needs to get half, it has got it. And Devalasa looking to take a different approach into the smoke. It's like ships in the night, and unfortunately for Proxima, she was looking the wrong wrong way and still somehow wins out that fight with the Red Bull clutch.
I'm speechless. Devolassa is cursed in those 1v1s. She was the last player left the previous time that we saw Proxima clutch it. And even with her back turned, that is one to forget. Almost the perfect start for Blackhand. I think they like it when things get messy. Here it is again. She went for the one tap and missed.
That goes there.
As I was saying, but because of the context, how much of a heartbreaker that is for SK. From the comeback at the start of map 1 to the dominance on Lotus. Now, the first pistol round they found on their defender's side, Cairo. This could get very scary very quickly.
Very good. It's a very quick pop in towards the B side, the deadlock, and well, there's a Cypher utility here as well to delay. So players try and make their way out. Backside is being well held by Blackhand, and more reinforcements being called over. And well, when they do, there's players, there's bodies left from Blackhand. It's even across the board, but still pretty chaotic. A little bit brawly as they try to take backside. Blackhand hold strong, but SK come out on top.
Trades, trades, trades. That was the name of the game for SK. Force buy on the Stingers. They take backside control from beneath Blackhand. It was well played from Berry on the Bulldog here, but beyond those 2 kills, you immediately see the response. And Purity finding 2 of her own is what was required. So as much as we talk of momentum, we see an immediate stop to it, and a much needed one.
Yeah. That is true. First day of Game Changers, having a few technical issues, but overall, between these 2 teams, there's been issues across the board as well, in terms of how they've been playing off one another, in terms of consistency map to map, especially on the SK side. I mean, arguably for Blackhand as well, had a slow start, and then losing this round here could really upset that defender's economy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it already has. I'm wondering what the effect of this technical pause is going to be on following rounds, because it's always really hard to gauge where exactly a team is at and how they're feeling in the server. But it's such an important side to the game that maybe doesn't get talked about as much. The bootcamp environment, of course, is again something that we have to reference. We don't have player cams, but SK are all stationed in Cologne at the moment. That's an advantage that they'll have over Blackhand, who are playing online. And, you know, honestly, when we speak about emotions and things like this, that's where you have to mature as a player over time. You look at the difference in age between the players on this Blackhand side. You know, you've got 16-year-olds and 27-year-olds on the same side of the server. That hierarchy, that mentorship is really important when the going gets tough in situations like this.
That it does, mate. That it does. And you know, like there's plenty of experience on the SK side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just the amount of stages that they have between them. GCC experience, Game Changers champs for Jolina. Jade as IGL. This is a role which she has bedded into over time, the last couple of years. We've seen her go from being a duelist player when she debuted with Ascend to, you know, initiator, just playing that as a second caller, to someone who is, you know, calling the shots all the time. There's always, you know, fit that mold, I think. But hopefully we'll be back in game in just a little bit. Player restarting a PC. Once that is fixed, we will be with you.
Yeah, 100%. You know, sometimes we go through these things, but with that being said, Blackhand on the other side of things and what they have to work with, I think Berry being so young, but leading the line in terms of performance as well, right? So a couple of shotguns being thrown into the mix here, that those being the Buckies. Where do they get positioned in the map? And is it going to be towards holding elbow? No, it's a stack towards the B side.
Well, one of them's elbow in the form of Lateu. the sole anchor of A, kind of realizes, actually, okay, there's a little bit more space here. I'm just gonna take my chance, take an orb. That's one step closer to the ult. Wondering if SK would have been tracking that through the scoreboard and working out who exactly this is. But a very dangerous angle up close with this Bucky. Maybe doesn't want to overexert herself, and that seems to be the case. The timing is good as the drone comes in.
Bucky hidden as well, only seen the classic. SK, they know one part of the puzzle, but they'll be questioning themselves, where is the rest, what's towards B? And if you move towards B with the Cypher setup as well there, you could be moving into a real big problem that you have to try and clear out, and it feels as if SK are fully committing to this.
Yeah, and Blackhand are playing for a backside flood. They're not just holding this control in a static position, they're ready to go. The stun and paranoia come through, setting up the play. Ven's only getting one with the Bucky. Not quite gonna cut it.
One enemy
Mateo's in the back lines now, beyond the trap, but can't find the kill. It is collected quite comfortably by SK in the end. And with a plant coming in after time, Jade has her ult for the next.
Yeah, I would have to agree. The fact that SK managed to get through this without losing much either, a couple bits of chip damage, you only need to buy up shields and utility, is going to make that attack side even more stronger as we move through the rounds. Blackhand, Cypher set up towards that B side, and you can see that the Cypher moving towards A, obviously wanting to try and avoid the null command that Jade has.
Blocking movement.
That's a nice detail. Have to see SK getting ready to fan out of top mid, and I think that's going to take off most of the Sentinel utility. Doesn't matter which side of the map you hit, it's back to the same execute that they went for on the pistol. Snaking through Link with leftovers behind them. Purity to pick up the pieces, but there's nothing left. Unless Jolina can salvage a couple, and she does. That's going to be Jade back up on her feet. And Purity threading the needle through the middle with the last couple of kills top mid. Lateo is all that's left. She hears the steps towards backside of Jolina jumping up and down, but it's just bait on the end of the string. Purity reeling in 3 kills, and SK up with 3 rounds of their own.
They are. That was the rifle round that they managed to maneuver around. I like the fact that even after losing 2 players, SK looked to fight back. And I mean, that's what we saw on Peril, right? Being able to fight their way from disadvantages back into the round. And the fact that Jade's easily picked up is a saving grace. Now, another round where we're going to see Blackhand try and stack one side of the map. How does SK try and find out where this information is?
Mateo with the Bucky. No comment. That was ambitious, to say the least, I think. Kind of hoping that the round would transpire in the same way that it did before, where there wasn't anybody taking garage control early, but that's exactly what SK do.
On top of that, Blackhand have now moved their positions from backside to on-site. They know there's bodies close by, but there's time to work with, and SK are making sure to use it. Still have that Hunter's Fury if you really wanted to clear close corners that way. But probably waiting for Lisa, to have that information dart, most importantly, right?
First 40 seconds have transpired, so there was a chance to try and re-clear, but Blackhand take this timing themselves. Flood back through the space, but look at Purity sprinting over towards B and calling to the rest of her team that this space is clear. Taking a couple players with her, in fact. It's plenty of damage. 1.5 is what she ends up with. It's all just softened them up for Jolina and Devilassa to combine. A little bit rough around the edges, but SK Nebula won't care how the round is won, just so long as they get it on the board, and they have done.
Yeah, Blackhand immediately timing out after that, with a few big plays attempted, and I say attempted is the key word, as you just see it on your screen. It was nice to get the neural theft in, you get the information, you react upon it. It's concrete stuff rather than a guessing game, or probabilities, I should more say. and SK do well to play off one another. Big rifle round coming up with big ultimates to be used on either side. Whatever both teams decide to build upon will be interesting.
Yeah, and to break down what Blackhand were trying to do on the previous round, Lateu knows that if she can get out with the ult orb there, she would have had the annihilation. And the change up that we see on the eco round for them is that she isn't soloing the right hand side of the map and there were players behind it. SK Nebula, regardless, still with a slow pace, playing to the beat of their own drum. And as much as those ults for Blackhand could prove to be resourceful, SK Nebula have some of their own, and I think the onus is almost on them to make that play happen. When you have the Hunter's Fury, when you have the overdrive, it's sort of it's at your own tempo, really.
I would agree. Pings towards the A side of the map for SK, maybe pathing through elbow, but there has always been a player towards the Ivy side on the left. Out of main, Jolina accelerating extremely far forward, and SK's pacing here has caught Proxima off guard. Now you have to look towards the two players on site. Berry with a position of her own to work with, and she's got the pick.
Oh, and Namir has found one on site as well. The stun has stopped Jolina from getting out. An annihilation has been committed to try and recapture a player back, and so long as she remains in the corner, Jolina could have been caught, evades it, gets visual on Lateu, still a freeze.
That's what you think, mate, as Jolina's just sent it. And Blackhand have responded. Most of this round has just been 1 versus 1s. Pretty scrappy affair overall. And Jade decides, hey, listen, I don't want to go anywhere near this A side of the map. The step's being heard, the player's starting to move, and Jade has to break her way through this door.
Fortunately enough for her, removes the cam ahead of time. Needs to get rid of the trap, but it's just going to sit inside it, get caught twice. Finds the plant though. Sets up a 1 versus 4. Is this out of her ballpark? Probably, but let's see. It's Jade after all.
Probably, but she can. Peeks out, she can, and that's the answer. Blackhand are able to double up the round count.
I mean, forgive me for calling it a freeze, but I have to say it was a very stop-start from SK there in terms of how they looked to try and take the A control. Berry did really well to read out Devilassa's positioning late. She was joining up with the rest of the pack to make the play on A, but not quite getting the value out of the ults that were invested there, SK Nebula, whereas Blackhand, they put 1 annihilation into it and all of that just to clear space. They have 4 to fall back on here as they finally get their second on the board.
Yeah, it did feel a bit like Kangaroo Petrol, the way that SK like to play with the pacing of the round. Berry did get caught by the flash, the players knowing about it. A showstopper invested, it didn't get the kill, and somehow the players walk out with their lives. Purity with 9 points of health to be exact. A little change up of the Cypher setup here. Devilassa looking to walk her way into the site and calling for support.
Arrives in the form of Purity, who is doing so much with her second lease on life. It's criminal she's still alive here. But Mimir could put an end to things. The flank from main is everything. Jade has cottoned onto her though. And Proxima is left to clutch it out. We've seen stranger things. Is there another season of Proxima in the clutch?
A couple of smokes, TPs to work with, but so many players to try and get through.
Smoke goes down, baits out the molly, head of Jolina spotted, but the classic goes in and finds exactly what you'd expect with a burst. 5-2, SK extending their lead.
That they are. This is a nice play from
VAR. That is a joke.
And right, not only that, Rolling Thunder invested, so this is a really heavy round for Blackhand in terms of like set plays and ultimates that could have been used for retake. And SK managed somehow by the skin of their teeth to get through it. So well played overall, but now Blackhand are going to leave themselves a little bit short-handed coming into the rounds moving forward. Just to know before handing over, Berry does have that operator in play now.
And we saw how useful that was to the defender's side on Lotus. To post double digits, a key component. And on B this round, behind the market smoke, should struggle to find effectiveness. Jade's already isolated Lateo on spot. Purity finding the next of those players, but as the smoke goes up, Purity does as well. Deleted, 4 versus 3 situation. Blackhand waiting for this ult to expire before the retake.
You have to retake with an operator and a sheriff. This is not looking good at all for Blackhand.
He does have them boxed into default though, so SK goes searching, and it seems to work out. A 1-for-1 is enough for now. And Devilassa will have the final details to make it so. 6 rounds for SK, 1 foot in front of the other. They are making great strides towards taking this home in the second half.
It's the fact as well, right, that we look at the halves that we've had, and it's been dominant from every side, right? 9-3 half on Peril to start things off. Then it was what, something like a 8-4 or something, you know, 8-4 on the second half as well for SK to close that out. Then the 10-2, as you said, it continues to be dominant as we move in towards sunset. 4 players stacked here for Blackhand once again.
Jolina clearing with the Outlaw, creeps closer and delivers a bullet to Lateo's doorstep. Outlaw still in play, looking to punish a little bit more here. The stuns go both ways. Nobody can shoot straight, but Jolina's still finding one. Mimir another back, answering in kind, making it a 3-on-3. SK Nebula have often reacted through middle and back to B, but Vens has been able to close the gap a little bit here. Only a classic in her hand, how much can she do? Enough? For now it looks like. And is actually going to get away with the gun.
Not only that, the neural theft activated as well, so you know exactly where SK are going to go. But they're going to try and fake out that they're going to be with the plan to finish on A. Jolina is low, has the spike in the back pocket, needs support through Devilassa.
30 seconds left.
And with time so low, how much will SK actually have to get this spike down?
I mean, Berry has the nade off of this immediate contact from Vens. They've heard the ult orb get picked up. I mean, sure, you could use the neural theft here, but everybody knows that this is an A execute, and there's simply not enough time to make it happen. The nade from Berry has split up the 2 players. The spike is the last one to hit the neck of the site, but Jolina has broken it in half and kept that streak going as SK have their 7th.
Far too close for Comfort Hazard, far too close. The fact that we see Blackhand and like make it so close, players just getting caught off guard, not realising where people could be taking positions. And overall, Blackhand also finding the limits to the setup of SK and where they can poke and prod it and put players into position, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think from this position here, Blackhand almost on their last legs of this defender's side. Sure, they could force up into one of the final rounds, but it's Lateo again, met with multiple players in the smoke of her opponent. She takes away 2, and post-mortem lends an advantage to the rest of her team.
Cypher set up. You've got to be looking at Vens to get something here.
On my way.
And blinded out up close, she will. That's Jade taken out. And that advantage maintained so far as Blackhand are concerned. Spawn-sided plant set up. There's a flank coming in.
Exactly, and it's 2 players. It's the Raze and the Breach, and there's still utility to work with. Proxima needs to hold on towards CT.
Lisa didn't want to stick out the drone any further. Compromised on site. Unable to get one or tee up Purity either. It's just a single kill back in the conversation for SK on round number 10. Blackhand breaking the balance and picking up yet another pivotal one here.
I like the Breach pick up. in the way that it's been playing. It's been given Blackhand a lot of agency to go and take these fights. Sure, when we look at the round count, it isn't as good as what it would seem. But the way that Blackhand are trying to play around it, these stuns, most importantly, have been pretty spot on for the most part. As we look to this round, Showstopper available, as well as that Annihilation, so there is a set piece that could maybe be worked for Blackhand.
Let's start things off by taking the B main control again. Proved to be useful in the previous. SK, in retaliation, head in the direction of Market. Mimir is who they end up picking up. And with the ult in to a solo Purity, she's a dead woman no longer walking. devalasa has found Berry in B main. It's a little all over the shop, but SK Nebula are able to regroup, and now A bound. They head into stacked Sentinel utility and a rotation that looks to match it.
What they do? Blackhand will be a little bit delayed overall. Well, Lisa has a full belt, and so does Jade. So this execute should be pretty straightforward.
Net in from Lateu. Doesn't catch on to any player, but the traps have done their job. The stall is in play. Blackhand set up for the retake, and SK trying to invite it, tapping the spike on the ground to see if they can bait out a response from the defenders, but they just don't budge. There is little utility left to retake this control from Blackhand. Might just be waiting for Lateu's net at this point in time. Lisa's gone off on a solo mission, trading information with Proxima. So standoffish. Nobody's made a move yet.
Yeah, you're waiting for something to come back online, and that GravNet has for Lateu, so here we go.
Drops into backside, Jade caught and giving away the information, but it sets up the crossfire. Lisa's already found a couple and sends in her drone for good measure. devalasa didn't need to swing, could have just sprayed through the smoke, but commits herself to the site anyway. And for the first time, she wins the 1v1 onto Proxima when it was so desperately needed. And 8 secured for SK.
That is it. The 8 secured, keeping that gap at a distance. I was just going to say, like, sure, devalasa wins it out with a classic, but it's not without losing Lisa. If that spray had went any other way, it could have easily been a 1 clutch. Now,
I was expecting it. I was honestly expecting it at this point.
It could have been the case, man. But with this last round being so important, an 8-4 half is an absolute chasm, a canyon compared to 9-3, and the pace change towards B main. Proxima holding on with the support of her teammate, but it's Berry's ultimate finding 2 that upsets this round.
Not only does she get the first, she gets the extra one that she was promised many rounds ago as the showstopper is back up and active in her hands. Still roaming around tiles. This should be a free one onto Lisa if she doesn't turn her head. And Berry is just waiting to take the timing off of Ven's contact, who is never going to see Lisa, wraps the full way around. And all of a sudden, there's a conversation to be had of SK in this round. They only trail by 1 player.
Oh, Lateu's been caught as well.
It's a 2-on-2.
That's massive. And you've got the Hunter's Fury, and Jade with this plant gets the null command. So things, the chips, all the odds in SK's favour. It's whatever they do with it now. Lisa has no way in through Market because the door was closed. So if she decides to break it, position given away. Jade making sure to clear all the way through Market. And Blackhand have no idea about how infested this B site is with SK players.
Yeah, Jade walking the tightrope, but clearing out all of the space. They play together to clear it, but Lisa left alone has done everything by herself. A quad kill now, Cairo, and just 1 away from giving SK their 9th.
That's it. Oh, getting the ace. It's Jade that will find it, and it will be a 9-3 half. But can SK do better than what they did in Peril and finish this one out quickly?
That's what we want to know. Anything but clean on the last couple. Blackhand with some of the right ideas and how they wanted to fight towards the end of this defenders' side, of which they've started every single half so far. Another attack comeback required, and they'll have to close it or they're going home.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
A tall order for Blackhand to stay in the playoff stage here in the second stage of Game Changers EMEA. First time we've seen them this deep into the competition from contenders up until this point. But SK standing in front of them on Sunset. It's looked pretty good so far, Cairo. They didn't want to show the tape, but from what we have seen, it looks good.
That's a massive improvement from G2 when they played it last. 93. We've been here before. SK do not want to make the curse come alive once again. Leteo, the only player up towards the top of mid, and has had a pretty decent information gain there. They've found that no one's up there, knows that they're probably SK are being proactive, so it's straight into the B side. But SK, they've given it up completely. They want to play retake, Kaza.
The trap is still in place, so the question on my mind is, do they clear Proxima? She's pushed so far up, and there are players either side of this. Devilassa solo, but the retake coming in from main.
Yeah, Devilassa has a big job to hold on to CT. She's at least got one, kept numbers in SK's favour. But the main push comes from main, and Jade being the lone player from market. Blackhand need to hold on to backside, and they're doing so successfully. It's up to Lisa, who gets the first, but now the Raze in play. The nade is good, but Lisa's health isn't, and she's up against Berry, who's always been good in clutches and rounds when it comes to fragging, and she makes good of her team's promise of a round.
Yeah, so far in this series, we've seen the pistols go either way. The spoils shared, sorry, on each and every map. But this is the first time we've seen a team pick up both pistols, and it's Blackhand that do it. A necessary start for them on Sunset.
It's going to be big for bringing this one back. It's exactly what happened on Peril, if you remember correctly. Straight into the next round. Look at SK. Deposited Devilassa deep in towards mid. Leteo with the job of clearing her out. And, well, a stinger up this close, you would favour the death block, but the timing's insane.
Oh, it's not even the timing. She didn't clear the corner completely, so Devilassa gets away with murder. Into another retake, backside control for Blackhand, but this is the entry point that SK Nebula are looking to use. Gonna speed things up once that door is broken. Nobody mark it, unfortunately enough.
Still a paranoia and Raze utility. In fact, there's a lot of utility for Blackhand in this post plan. So if they really need to delay, they'll have exactly what they need, and that's what you see being thrown out, right? The players of SK need to find a different way to entry into the site, and when they do, Blackhand deal with everything sent their way. It will almost be a flawless round. Only 2 players dropped, and a very successful round to move into the bonus.
Yeah, you know, not the strongest weapons. This one for VOD review. I snapshot. It's just a bit of micro there.
One enemy remaining.
In terms of SK and what they did well, retaking the market control before setting up the retake, it wasn't the best weapons that Blackhand brought out. So Bulldog, Phantom, Vandal, actually not too bad in the end. But this is a requirement should they look to stave off SK and really get back into the game, as it's B under threat again.
Velassa's just standing in front of the utility as well, so she gets caught out, easily enough dealt with, and that B site should be for the taking. They'll get front sight at least, but Jolina holds on to back.
Yeah, and then retakes market all by herself, doing it solo, and shots not landing onto Lateu. Player blinded up from main. It's a fantastic paranoia coming through from Proxima, but Jade has restored order. And SK now setting up with players cornered on the Blackhand side. There's surely nowhere to go here for Lateu. Double digits will be secured. And SK do exactly what was required of them. This retake is a success.
Double digits found, big one to get. I mean, it was the bonus round, but there was some key investments. That's the one thing to know. And SK, now they get majority of the rifles through to the next one. So when we look towards how the setup looks, I mean, you've got to remember a lot of these rounds, or the first 3 rounds, have ended all on B, right, Hazza? So where do we go next? What does Blackhand deem as important? Seems as if it's going to be towards that A side, where we have seen the KO knife being thrown a few times, and that's why we're seeing Blackhand stand so far back.
Devalassa deals with her counterpart early. But A is where the first fight is really coming in. Purity with one. Stun Jolina walks to safety. Be clearing with the overdrive. Jade's out of flashes, so can't send her any further forwards. And that's where the opening engagement ends. 30 seconds in, both teams giving up A lobby as Blackhand look to go back to B yet again, as they have done every round so far.
Something that Lateo consistently does well is try and push the issue, right? Try and see if they can find a gap, but they're walking back into the stack, and again, well, Lateo might be under fire, or maybe she's the one doing the firing. Players dropped, Jade trying to get one back, but she's being caught by the ultimate. And this round, which looked to be fairly well called by SK, has been dismantled by the leader of Blackhand.
Lateo's done so much there, and on 1 HP, there should, I was going to say, be one more. Maybe I was just a little too gassed up that she makes the play. Devalassa brings us back down to earth. But yeah, talking about the macro there, I think it was sort of fairly well played by Blackhand in general. This B site has been a priority for them. Double Senti setup, difficult to retake at the best of times, but they've still been quite aggressive in how they, you know, support that. SK themselves looking for kills a lot of the time and getting punished for it.
Yeah, I honestly thought that what we would see was Lateo go and explore A again after she heard SK actually leave that space, but doesn't matter. Give her a chance to go and brawl her way through the round, and she'll do so successfully. That Phantom hitting like a truck.
Absolutely.
On to the next we go.
That we do, and it has to be the mentality of SK Nebula here as well. Half bite. They walk the line with caution. Every last penny squeezed out into this round. Bit of a compromise as A has the support of the Cypher setup. Devalassa with Jade by her side. It's the bot that gets caught first. And oh, Devalassa finds 2 shots from the Sheriff. Brilliant work from her, and a serious chance of an SK retake.
And not only that, a serious chance that we could see this Rolling Thunder used. You can already see it being primed by Mimir, and that's because of those 2 shots. This round hangs in the balance between the 2 teams. It's just that Blackhand have the better weaponry, or so you would think.
The ult goes in towards Link, but the retake is coming in through the alleyway. And so outburst SK into the site. The smoke is held. Jolina gets her double. Vens needing to be the hero, but Jolina the one who dons the cape in round 17. A triple kill which sends SK up to 11.
I want to call it a blunder, but I don't think it is realistically from Blackhand, right? They get caught off guard by heroics from vevalorant. Maybe you could argue the spacing wasn't great, but that feels really harsh to just put it down to that. I mean, that's fight back in, the Rolling Thunder not hitting. I guess that's where the biggest blunder is for Blackhand.
In moments like that, it's so difficult to point the finger and say, oh, this was a glaring error, any kind of a mistake. vevalorant has been kept quiet at moments throughout this series. But when you get a double on a round as impactful as giving your team an 11th, which is the difference between being right on the edge of closing a map and still feeling like there's work to be done, absolutely huge. Second time out for Blackhand. The final opportunity that they'll get to deliberate with Noffe before a potential overtime. It evaded them on the first map, and it may very well do so on the third and final here as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? This is the most important. Essentially a best of one to decide who moves through into this next round of playoffs, and buy yourself a second life as well. That cannot be mistaken.
This goes here.
If you go out here, you are out. If you win, you get that second chance in the lower bracket, as that's where it begins. That's going to be a taken towards B main, but as you can see, SK actually put players committed, and vevalorant, who's got a new lease on life, gets the kill. And not only that, neuro theft as well, so you know exactly where players are.
And the setup is tailored towards market too, so vevalorant has the freedom to fight main solo, takes down the spike, has the support. Where do you go if you're Blackhand? Into the fire and flames, of course. SK have taken 12. It is all but done here. The reaction was forced, the hand was forced, pardon the pun, and vevalorant punishes them for it.
Not only that, right, we've seen the timeout come through from Blackhand already, but SK, they had their chance to talk about things, they changed the pace up, they changed up how they wanted to play this map and this defensive half, being more present in B main, catching players off guard. And yeah, that was a big piece, like in terms of the showstopper used as well. These ultimate rounds for Blackhand haven't been the most successful.
The desk talked about the talent pool widening. Stage on stage, Game Changers has continued to evolve. But where you see the difference between a team seeded 6th, Blackhand and SK 3rd, narrowly missing out on that first round bye in playoffs. It's just in situations like this, the decision making, the setup, Purity may very well go down with the A side of the ship here. As she replenishes the smoke, you're just waiting for Blackhand to pop out the other side.
I know exactly.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too advanced. Gives away her position, gives away the A side of the map. Well, with that being said, Vens is combined. That's a lovely flash, but it's Jade's own flash that actually set up Vens to get that kill. And well, that spike can go down with a 2-player advantage for the attack.
Yeah, very cheeky on the other side of the wall, but with Jade gone, there is key utility missing from this retake. vevalorant, the next to get removed. Potentially, the call here for SK is to save, but I'd like to see them do some damage on the way out, because the money for Blackhand is not stable at all. They opt against it, in fact. But everyone
like
can rebuy in the next round, and, well, Blackhand can't.
That's true, but you weigh up the odds of giving away ultimate orbs, but especially when Lateo has that annihilation. And I mean, she is the one player that is going to go hunting. But overall,
yes, that's literally it, right? That is the one difference.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know what? It can be a big piece. We've seen it get the value from round on round. With that being said, I mean, yeah, Purity doesn't need to be playing this far forward. Has the Omen ultimate as well. Would have liked to have seen maybe play like more of a shoulder peek.
Sure. I think, you know, it's not egregious. It's just the micro details that get punished by Blackhand there. And into the next round, wondering what that extremity control looks like. It is far more regressed, playing for the information instead. That's the adaptation from SK. You've got Lisa towards B main with all of the Sova util, and a spy cam cutting across from elbow on A. So nobody has to go reaching their hand out to find a fight this time. And in fact, it's the contact of Lisa that is setting up a play to fight into B main, should it happen. She lies elsewhere though.
Yeah, Jade getting caught off Berry's satchels, maybe not getting the most advanced movement, but that's not what matters. It's the rifle at the end of the day. Devilassa puts herself on an island, and unfortunately, no way of getting back. Stranded. Blackhand, out of somewhere, have found what they needed to bring themselves back into this half. And Lisa, once again, is going to have to save.
The 6-round gap now becomes 4 for Blackhand, as SK are just waiting to close Sunset here. As you say, there are ultimates up and swiftly arriving. The player on your screen, Lisa, just one away from the Hunter's Fury. Jade still with a null command, but blindsided by that push up mid from Blackhand. Not something which we'd seen them do at all. The setup for the defense was inclined towards B, and that's where Lisa's going to have to stand her ground at the end here, as Lateo is just looking to hunt for this final gun to wipe off the board. Can't. There's money beneath the attack. That will not be an issue now for the remainder of the rounds that they play in this series, perhaps even playoff stage.
True. The other aspect to this, moving into the next round, we just got a glimpse of it before heading into the replays, is that we are going to see Jolina's operator introduced. SK going to time out before and just talk about how they want to set up for the round coming, because, well, SK have 2 timeouts, Blackhand have none. And SK, well, they only really need 1 round to finish this out. There's ultimates that they can fight for. Lisa's could come online if they get an ultimate orb. Not only that, Jade has had this null command for a few rounds now. And I think as well, from the coaching point of view, I think to just sit down and be like, hey guys, look, listen, I know we're close to finishing out this map, but let's take a deep breath and stop getting caught out, because realistically, that's what has allowed Blackhand to steamroll these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, Blackhand have looked really efficient with how they've converted their openers. And something else to mention, the fact that SK call a timeout means that we do get to hear from the Blackhand coach again on their side of the server. Another 60 seconds to just work out, negotiate, converse with one another. What is it that we want to do here? Because SK can show as many different setups as they like. Only one of them needs to work. They've got 4 opportunities. This one of the best. Money starting to slip away from them.
Bomb buddy out. My territory.
Annihilation to try and fight Purity. Gets one, but obviously traded out through the ultimate. But it's the reaction from SK has a look at this.
Yeah.
The trade comes through, but the SK are ready to fight on site, but also to flank.
Yeah, it was Ven's the Cypher, so there is no flank protection right now. Blackhand have to be aware of the fact that they could be encroached upon if they're not careful, and it's already starting to happen. Lateo down to 10. Things are falling apart, Cairo. As I said, it only takes 1 round, and this might be it.
It looks like it is going to, as the players try and fight out of elbow. There's utility to stall out, and a timing for Jolina to activate as SK send Blackhand out and themselves through for a rematch against Jiex.
Coming into this, SK were always going to be favourites. The first stage and top 4 finish was good, but only just missing out on second in groups with defeats to both G2 and Jiex had you thinking that they could be one of the next top contenders. Blackhand, a contender in their own right, coming up from the promotion circuit, but things not quite clicking over the 3 maps here, and back to the drawing board they go before stage 3. I think when you break it down from the sort of base level, they will have still achieved their goal of retaining their spot in the main event, but also feeling hard done by there that they couldn't improve on it and actually take the win today.
That's the big thing, right? Like, there was improvement shown. They were able to get back to the 3-map series that we'd seen from Blackhand and SK previously, but you know what, SK, I think they don't seem like that second place team that they should have been, right? A few mistakes here and there, they didn't look as if they were up to form, but that can easily be attributed to many reasons, whether that was from nerves in the playoffs, a very important matchup. You've got to remember, whoever lost this is going to be knocked out. And you know what? I'm looking forward to see how SK develop into this series, especially with that matchup against Jiex, who denied the second seed in this playoffs.
Yeah, that's what Game Changers EMEA always feels like it's about. Gearing up towards champs at the end of the road, the 3 slots that we sort of still have as Brazil weren't, having them snatched away from us, as some people might have thought. SK Nebula will be looking for one of those, and they're in a good position to do so with points right now as well. We always expect that roster shuffle at the end of the year. They've sort of added pieces, changed them. That's a similarity that they have with GX as well. Even trading Jolina, of course, means that they have made improvements. We've seen signs of what they are capable of. It's a question of, can they bring that to the live environment in the best of 3 against an opponent they've already faced a couple times already, and prove that they belong in that top cup, because that's what we're still waiting to find out. Maybe shaking off a little bit of the rust in this one as well, Cairo, but that's it for us on this first game. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Blackhand. Their admission to playoffs was an exciting one, but that's all for now. It's one to look forward to in the future, perhaps. SK continuing their run onwards. Let's see what the analysts think of what we've just seen.
Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic cast from you. That was a long and very exciting series. And to be honest, Meg, I am gutted that that's the last we'll see of Blackhand this stage, because there's so many exciting elements to this team. They just need a bit more time to really to work out what's going to make them click and get that synergy consistent,
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see them go out this early, especially in their first playoffs, but I do think SK Nebula very much deserve to carry on and go forward into the next stages, especially with it being that close in group stages between them and Jiex. And we'll take a little look here at the scoreboard, and it is nice to see Jolina sort of come alive. I feel like she's been quite quiet so far in this series, and of course the 2 duelists up there. I guess swapping those roles, we didn't really highlight it earlier in Agent Select, Jolina picking up that Neon, and then X taking on the Raze. Wasn't maybe what we were expecting to see, but I do love Jolina on the Neon, and I would like to see more of that from her on Sunset going forward.
Yeah, and like the players from SK were saying all along, like during the competition, it's thank you Jiex for Jolina, because she's been phenomenal this entire tournament, and she's been even showing up more this map. So I'm excited to see how much growth they will show against Jiex tomorrow.
Let's have a look at Lisa's stats, because Lisa definitely was the MVP of the first half for me personally, just seeing her cleaning up so many rounds on behalf of her team, Nami.
Yeah, I'd like to mention here that like during this small questions that Lara has been asking the players, all of them have been mentioning the firepower that Lisa will bring to the table, and that's what we've seen. We weren't disappointed in this map. She's been so phenomenal, so good at her util usage as well. She's been able to get all this info and able to like get skills off these infos that she's able to get every single time, and she's been also phenomenal in the clutches. So honestly, she has been such a great addition to the team.
Yeah, Lisa has so many reps on those Sova and has been in the scene since 2022. We've seen her on Valiant, Excel, KPI, and you can definitely see how comfortable that Jade is sort of letting her play almost that main initiator and then saving Jade's util maybe for the later parts in the round, those post plants. They work really, really well together as sort of that double initiator role, and with all of that information, it allows them to play those sort of slower defaults, maybe lurk through mid a little bit, take some timings, and I think that's really where we see SK Nebula come alive. Jade sort of mentioned it in the interview earlier, how they've really been working on nailing those basics, and we saw that come through in Sunset. You know, they're so good at those trades, gathering information, and just playing well as a coordinated team.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that, like,
go, please.
On the other hand, that's exactly what was missing for Blackhand, like those team play, like, and synergy of each other. We've seen it come to life sometimes, but it was not enough, and it wasn't like there most of these rounds. And that kind of disconnect, or them like not being able to watch this lurks or whatever, is what made it so hard for them to get even like to win this map. So maybe the comp change is a reason for this. I'm not sure yet, but if I'm a Blackhand fan, I think that them getting to the playoffs is already a huge achievement, and I can only be excited for what they will be bringing up in the next stage.
Definitely, and if we think about the IGL difference in the sense of experience, like Leto is clearly a great player, and Jade mentioned in the pre-match interview that she's going to be a really caring IGL who brings her teammates into line. She even called her like mothering. You know, she's going to mother her kids, but she's obviously still getting used to this role. Whereas Jade is probably one of the most experienced players in the Game Changers scene worldwide. You know, Jade is always leading the team, and Jade knows how to get the best from her players. So we're still seeing Jade's team currently, you know, developing, but she does have those fundamentals of being an IGL locked down. She can be confident in those. She can be confident in her players like Jelena, and I think Jelena is ready to talk to us now. Jelena. Oh, I'm so sorry. Jelena's not ready to talk to us now. That is my bad. You can tell I'm flipping rusty, guys. Listen, former IGL on the bench, brought back to show you why I was benched in the first place. So, Jelena, MVP of that last map on Sunset, and we've already mentioned Nami seeing her on the Neon. We're a fan of it. We were probably expecting a raise. Jelena, do you think it's just a kind of consistency thing? Because when she shows us what she can do, she's incredibly impressive. We just want to see even more of it, surely.
Yeah, she's been so consistent, and I think the only reason why we didn't see her much in the previous maps is because during the defense she wasn't able to like get all this utility or like all this help coming from her team to be able to enable her. But this time around, when we see, or even when we see her on attack, she's able to create a space, and like if you give her an inch, she'll go for more, and she's able to always go for this extra kill. And I think that's showed in this map.
I honestly think it was tactical. I think they knew they were going to win the series, and Jelena's going up against her ex team tomorrow, Giant X, right? So she's just saving all of her energy to go in and dominate that. That's what I'm thinking. I'm cooking up here. I feel like it was definitely a tactical kind of let's let Jelena sit back maybe on the defense and save her energy for tomorrow, potentially.
There's also that kind of coordination as well from having so much potential firepower. And I feel like Jelena and Lisa is this double act that hopefully we're going to really see kind of grow together. I mean, Purity had some fantastic moments on Sunset as well. I mean, their kills, I think, were particularly high because they got that ace partway through the map, but an impressive performance from them as well. So in terms of that matchup versus Giant X, hopefully we can actually discuss that with the team right now, because we have got an interview lined up. So let's bring him in. We've got Devalaxa joining us. First of all, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling? Because that was a long series. You must want to take a breather.
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, it was a really long best of 3, but I think we all are so happy for winning this. Yeah.
You should be very happy. I do want to ask about what happened on Pearl. You had such a healthy lead. It tapered off towards the second half because Blackhand started to warm up and come alive in the server. What was things like in terms of team and communications? Was everything calm?
On the Pearl, yeah, I think we were like winning the first half really good, and then we started like getting a bit lost, and they started to win some rounds. But I think we keep the cool. We said, okay, guys, chill. We just need to do this and this, and then all went right, and we end up winning. Yeah.
So, what do you think the situation was on Lotus? Is it just incredibly hard to be prepared for a player like Berry?
No, I think the problem on Lotus, it was just like we were coming like we usually do. We were like taking decisions fast. We were like, okay, let's do this, okay, let's do that. We were like not feeling the game at all. We were not playing like we know how to play.
And why was that?
And I honestly don't know. Maybe we won map 1 and we get really comfortable with the victory, and we let us like be more lazy on the second map. I don't know. But then on the map, on the next map, we fix it.
And how is it playing boot camp as a team? How are you finding that?
It's really good. We're here all together, playing together. You can feel the energy when you go to the official. You can feel the energy on the brags. You first bump your teammates. It's really good to go to boot camp. And I think the most important is the energy you feel with your teammates, and they're willing to win all the matches.
And how is Liza feeding into that energy now that she's on the team? We know she's bringing a lot of firepower, but I'm wondering, is she altering things in terms of like the mood and how you're approaching the game as well?
Can you repeat? I think you.
How is Liza impacting the team now that she's joined you for stage 2?
I think she's a really nice person, and I think we get along with her. Like, she's like giving energy. She's here, like playing super good. Like you saw the matches, she was playing insane. And yeah, I think she's one of us already. Like, there's no problem.
Well, I know you need to go and get ready for the Giant X rematch that we'll see you playing. So I want to get you, let you get ready for that. So we'll see you on the server very soon, tomorrow, in fact. So thank you so much. Congratulations, and see you.
Thank you.
Brilliant, fantastic to talk to Devilstar, especially as obviously Jade is a big fan. Like she's saying, you're not going to get past me and you're not going to get past Devil Access. So I'm excited to see, again, what this team is going to do in the future and see if they can make another deep playoffs run. They were top 4 last time. Can they do even better this time and make it to the grand final? They are in the lower bracket, so we'll have to wait and see. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about our second and final series of day 1. It is going to be a very exciting one. Twisted Mind Orchid versus reigning champions Casey, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Got a chateau in the mountains that changes.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers. It's day one of stage 2 in EMEA, and we've already had one very exciting best of 3 that went all the way. So SK will be playing Giant next tomorrow, and unfortunately we've had to say goodbye to Blackhand, but I am sure we're gonna see them learn some lessons from today and come back even stronger than ever, because the potential is definitely there. But right now we need to talk about our final series of the day, and this is gonna be another banger. This is going to be KC versus Twisted Mind Orchid. The last time they met, they had an absolutely thrilling deciding third map, was 2018 on Lotus, and I imagine it's going to be more of the same today. But we've got to start with talking about Twisted Mind Orchid, because very recently they have had a surprising change in army, and an emotional one too.
Yeah, it was Medica, the player who, like, she's been able to create so many good rosters during her entire life. Ever since Valorant Game Changers started, we've always heard of Medica, heard of these mixes that she creates every single time and they get signed, and we've always heard of the success. But sadly, we're having to say goodbye to Medica since she's going to retire.
I'm pretty sure she's in the chat, so I'm going to take this opportunity to shout out and say, Medica, you're an absolute GOAT, and what a privilege it has been to watch you play. And of course, thank you for leaving us, I guess, with the team that you've sort of been building for the past few years. And I want to mention sort of who's replacing her as well, which is HTM, who I'm a personal fan of from previously Ascend Rising and Blackhand, and we know that as well Medica's played with her before. So I think, you know, she's leaving Twiz in great hands, and they're going to be absolutely fine with HTM as their new IGL.
And Lean had some lovely words to say about Medica as well, because, I mean, this is someone that the team was kind of shaped around, and Lean was a long-term player, I guess, who welcomed Medica in. So it's really lovely to see that she's leaving the team on really good terms, Meg.
Yeah, and while it was tough to lose Medica, as she said, but having HTM brings so much energy, and they feel like they got along instantly. They were so comfortable with her. So I'm excited to see what HTM will be bringing to the server in these games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And I did manage to catch up with Lean. She's on boot camp with Twiz right now. So let's find out what she had to say. Lean, first of all, congratulations. How does it feel to be playing in your first Game Changers playoffs?
Thank you. I'm really happy. We've worked like so hard, and especially me, like I'm feeling so good to finally make it. I'm just excited to play and show what we can do.
you can do a lot, it seems. You're clearly a star player of your team, so consistent, deadly on the neon. Do you feel any pressure on your shoulders to keep putting up those big performances?
Actually, I don't feel really pressure. I just play my game. And KC is a good team, but we're ready, you know.
So tell me about the recent change. Unfortunately, we've had to say bye to Medica, and she's announced her retirement online, and now you've got HTM. What's the big difference between the team with Medica and the team now with HTM?
I mean, it was tough losing Medica, but HTM has been great, and the team feels more organized. Medica was good too, but this change has helped us a lot, you know. Like, and we improved.
Yeah, I mean, you're here. You're playing in the playoffs. It's a rematch versus KC from the group stage. It was a very close final third map, 2018 in KC's favor. Why do you think that you weren't able to take it over the line last time round?
I mean, we just choked, I think. I don't know. Like, we should have won that, I think. But we're prepared this time.
I was going to say, what have you prepared this time to make it a W?
I mean, it's all about staying calm and sticking to what works, you know? I mean, KC is tough, but we know what we're capable to do, you know?
And you're capable of making a deep run in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, and good luck, and have an amazing time on bootcamp too.
Thank you.
Inami, you gotta love some meta region confidence. Are you feeling confident in Twiz today?
Yeah, I like what I heard from her also, that she doesn't feel so much pressure, and that's normal because this is the team coming from contender, so they are like, no, everyone kind of underestimates them, so they are ready to just like go in so strong, and I'm excited to see them play again against KC and see if this time they'll be able to close it up.
Yeah, and last time we saw them meet, it was a very, very close sort of final game. It did end up going KC's way, but I do think we saw a lot of Twisted Mind's potential. Again, with that last map ending 2018, it could have gone either way, and I think we're going to see a lot of fighting spirit coming in from Twisted Mind Orchids today, because they've got something to prove. Not only do they not want to be knocked out of the playoffs so soon, they also want to come back and I guess kind of take Carmine Corp on again and say, we're going to take the win this time.
Yeah, they started the whole stage by taking a win from G2, so I'm pretty sure they're here to like try to win it and try to prove themselves against everyone. So this win will mean a lot to them, especially since the winner of this match will be facing G2, and that's a tough opponent.
And I do think there's definitely a good chance, because of course Carmine Corp, you know, they're coming into this with a lot of pressure, being the stage 1 winners of playoffs. I think it's been a tough sort of group stages for them. We've not seen the Carmine Corp that we maybe saw at the beginning of 2025. So I do think that Twiz are going to kind of take the opportunity to maybe not that Carmine Corp are in any way weak or not performing. It's just so competitive, and I think that they're gonna try and use that to their advantage and pick apart maybe where it's been going wrong a little bit for KC.
But this is the thing. I think we're being very generous here, I have to say, because KC, they are reigning champions, and now they're in the lower bracket at the start of the playoffs. That is not something we expected. There's clearly something that's not quite right with their consistency. However, they are still a very new roster, Inami.
Yeah, I think that the fact that they won the last stage doesn't, like, I don't want to say it in a bad way, but like last stage wasn't as competitive as this stage. So this time, like, the competition keeps getting rough, and if you want to make it to champs, if you want to win the champs, because the ultimate goal is winning the world champs. So if you want to get there, you have to show better, and it starts here from against this team, Twisted Mind. They have to prove themselves.
I also think there's a lot of pressure on a team that's the only team to have won both Contenders and Game Changers EMEA sort of stage 1 playoffs. I think everybody's going to want to come into this and beat them. They're going to want to take them on. And a lot of the games that they did play, for instance, against G2, Giant X, Blackhand, they were very, very close. And I think that there would have been other factors that maybe brought it over the line for the other teams. So I would like to see sort of that Carmine Corp that maybe we saw that were a little bit more put together in today's games.
Well, I had a chat to in-game leader Jiex earlier about that group stage and a little bit more, so let's see what she has to say. GX, thank you for joining me on Bootcamp from Paris. Tell me, what's it like going into a Game Changers playoffs being the reigning champions?
I mean, it's a good feeling, and we are expecting a lot of things from like stage 1, and now we are like working harder and harder to keep these champs in our hands. So I can say like it's very good feeling, and it needs a little bit hard work. Yeah.
The group stage did look uneven for you guys. It seemed like there were a few challenging games for you. Is that something you expected, and what do you put that down to?
I mean, on group stage, we are trying to play our games, but sometimes the game is not fit with us, or we are not fit for game, and some different things are happening. Maybe we are just overthinking, or we are trying to play much smarter, and it's bringing a bit different situation, and the competition going hard. Sometimes you need to play straight, and you should not think over and over. If you if you make overthink, you losing the momentum of game. So I think this is what happened to us, but for playoffs we are so ready.
Do you think, Jiex, that's something you might do because you're the in-game leader as well?
Yeah, I can do some changes around my teammates, but it's up to all of us in the end. If I do my best, and if we struggle together, we struggle together.
So tell me about the compositions that KC is running at the moment, because I would call most of them classic. We have seen on Ascent you're experimenting a bit more. You've got the Vice and the Tejo out. Is it the intention to stick with these, or are you thinking of changing things up in the future?
I mean, it's completely about the meta, because Tejo was so powerful agent, and they nerfed. Now a lot of teams removing Tejo from their comps, because it's a little bit useless initiator for now for some maps. But we are going for some changes, yeah, and I think it's gonna work, and we should adapt to meta, and meta should adapt to us. So we are trying to get the balance.
One more quick question, GX. I remember Zoe asking you about having a message for a player last stage, and you had one for Petra, and now sadly Petra is not going to be playing this stage. I know you've already played against G2 without her,
yeah.
But I did wonder if you had any words for her if she's watching.
I mean, I am sometimes talking with her on different social media, but I love you. And I believe that if you even want to continue on the esport, I'm pretty sure that you will get a lot of success. So I know that you are so strong woman, and no matter what, even in your real life, you will get a lot of things that you want. So don't be shy to talk with me whenever you want. I can text you also. I don't know, I'm shy. Why are you asking this question?
I love it.
Because you know,
just become a little social meetup excuse. What am I doing in my interviews? Thank you so much, Jiex. Good luck. Good luck today. Well, I mean, Petra, you're welcome to text me anytime as well. Once work is over, you do feel kind of cool, if Petra's sliding into your DMs.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
oh my god, it's Petra. Right, we've got to go to the map veto though. We'll talk about Petra later, I'm sure. So map veto then, is this going to be the same as we saw last time? I'm not so sure. Meg, your thoughts, please, as we see our first ban.
Absolutely not shocked to see these two sort of come in with Twiz banning Icebox. They've got a 0% win rate. They've banned it 8 times. And then, of course, on the other side, we've got KC banning Ascent. They also have a 0% win rate, losing that 3 times. So absolutely not shocked with either of those. Haven, I'm so excited to see that one come in through as the first game, as we have a very even matchup, both with a 67% win rate and played 6 times for both teams throughout group stages in stage 2.
Yeah, and as of Lotus, it's a normal pick, I think, for KC, because KC looked way stronger on Lotus compared to Twisted Mind, who have a 40% win rate on this map. So I'm not surprised at all by how the veto is going so far. And then we'll have a decider on Split. We didn't see much of them. We saw Twisted Mind play it twice. KC didn't really play much of Split or have a lot of success on Split. So I'm excited to see how much they will bring or what they will bring to the table if we ever get to this decider.
Well, I do think it's interesting. I just really quickly wanted to say, Frankie, I do feel like this goes slightly in Carmine Corp's favor. Is if we're basing it off the last time they matched up, both of the first 2 maps went Carmine Corp's way.
Ooh, so it's just a duelish diff. It's the same lineups we've seen them play in previous games. They have exactly the same win rate on this map. They've both played it 6 times in the group stage. I like that you're giving Carmine Corp the edge on this one, Meg. What are you saying though, Inami?
Honestly, like I can't disagree with her because this map went to the side of Carmine Corp, but it wasn't a very convincing win. It was like 13-11 to Carmine, and on the other hand, Twisted Minds got a lot of chance to like have more reps on this map. And also like the difference of the duelist, it just tells me that once again we'll see Lean being extra aggressive, and on the other hand we will probably expect seeing a lot more of the operator coming in from Alkia. So excited to see if this duelist difference will make much of a difference in game, or it's just like a different style clash.
We are ready to get this series underway. I think this might be a new casting duo for Valorant. I need to come up with a name for them. So I'm gonna call them business friends. It's MacMate and Tombiz.
Okay, we'll take that. Business friends. I think we could probably workshop that a little more, Tom.
Mac
Do you
and
have anything off
cheese.
the top of the dome?
I don't know. I think mac and cheese would be my go-to. I'll take being the cheese. I'm always happy, you know. But no, business friends is not where I thought that was going. I think I'm used to Sue just going like Mac Biz or just like combining our names together. But you know what? That works out nicely. We're going to be getting into this one, Mac. And yeah, I've realized one interesting thing. Mitch Man, Mac Mate. I'm only allowed to cast for people who have M and M as their initials.
M and M and T. There you go. Well, we'll figure that one out as this goes on, and we'll try to workshop it. I don't know if I like business friends, but thank you, Frankie. It's good to see you.
Because you're not in the name.
But it is all business here. Alkia looking to dominate over towards A long. Couple of warning shots and good info as well from the recon. Okay, fault line in, but that's not going to stop him at all. No impact, no connection, and Alkia just farming up instantly here.
Insane start to the round, and Jiex already on that backline. It seems like a 2-for-1 deal with both early fights and to set the last standing. I was going to set up the idea that obviously one of these teams is a squad coming in as a champion of the previous stage of EMEA. The other had to come through contenders. But when they played each other, it was really close. Mac, this pistol was anything but close.
Yeah, nothing close at all about this one. Casey coming through and getting themselves a little bit of revenge for last time. You know, it was very close. We were talking about that. The desk was talking about that. And I feel like this time, look, KC, they are coming through as the defending champions from stage 2, and they really want to assert some dominance nice and early. Let's see if they can do it here at A again. Oh, okay. Fully blind. Not even a tag of the recon. Lean gets dominated.
Yeah, this is maybe... I'm kind of hoping this is not going to show us how this series will continue, because the first couple of rounds, or at least the first stage of this round, has gone similarly. But that is what we talk about when we talk about KC. They have big game players. I think Alkia, obviously someone to watch in the form of the Turkish Jet, but then Glance as well, someone who has been around the scene for pretty much the entirety of it. Has always been putting up ridiculous numbers. Safia, the one to defend on this site that has a lot of support already.
Not a lot of bullets though. Spraying through those smokes, won't be able to get that much damage done. And Twisted Minds are able to flood onto the site until Glance does it that much better. Info on HCM's position, knocks it down for yet another. And this is looking damn good for the B-site defense. Cocker out of here. Glance gets it done. And that's going to be 2 on the board nice and early. KC, only 1 casualty there. And they're going to be going in with a very strong bonus.
Yeah, this is where we kind of expect Twisted Minds to have a little bit more of a response. You see, the way this series went last time, I think will have had some learning curves for either side. I think the coach of KC is someone that we've seen quite a bit of in that sort of backstage, is very happy to adapt, very happy to maybe not necessarily change up compositionally if they think they have something that works, but will look to change in terms of how things went last time. So I'm a little bit more nervous for Twisted Mind coming in with the same map pool. And I think that's now, what, 3 rounds in a row with an instant opener, but this time there was at least a response.
Yeah, KC are not backing down, looking for as much map prio as possible. Early round aggression, Twisted Minds off the back of that information and losing HTM that early, they're just going to slow things down and see what the hell's going on. Look at Zafia.
Look at the damage as well. 2 players on that attack side, incredibly low on HP. This cam will get contact, and it's more damage. 3 players now incredibly low Mac, but they are still standing, maybe limping.
I like the theory of the camera trying to take contact there, but now that C site is in trouble. Jiex all the way into the corner. They haven't expected the aggressive shrouded step, and now going to be yet another 3 big picks for the round. KC though, converting the bonus is going to be difficult for Alkia. 1v2 Outlaw, and it goes. That shot might have convinced me. Suset, what do you got? Other than 21 points of health, this is looking unlikely. Big thing that Suset is that much better, and Twisted Minds will get on the board early.
Suset is definitely someone to keep an eye on throughout this series. I believe in the group stages ended up as the #1 performer and still sits, I believe second, but second to a player who played 1 match for G2 Gozen. So I don't think that counts. The standing performance was phenomenal, but over the majority of rounds, Suset was insane. So, but you look at this round individually, and that is still a bonus round, which had pieces missing, managing to find 4 kills and almost convert. And the buy coming back up for Twisted Minds is definitely not the best when there's already an operator for that defensive side.
Yeah, they got the util, but then half armor on a few individuals makes things that much harder. Aggression from Jiex again, another opening follow up from last round, and that's almost good enough. But the trade game from Twisted Minds looks damn good, able to find impact over towards C as well as A, and now they're just going to slow things down, just take their time, drone out some sewers rather. Just make sure there's no little surprises in those corners.
Patience ends up being the aim of the game for the attack, and I quite like that. Like, you know your opponents have been aggressive, you know that they've almost been disrespectful in these early rounds, and I think being able to shut down Alkia on that C push has now left this defense with not a lot of spread. In fact, they've had to pretty much completely abandon 1 half of the map, and although they're now aggressing on that A side and finding out that their gamble was incorrect, by the time they realize completely, the whole C site will be under attack control.
Yeah, 3v4 as well to attempt to go for the retake, but a little thing that we've just seen as well is KC, they've managed to jump over that tripwire, so maybe they won't quite expect a double flank coming in from Gary. 1 in CT. See what Safi is going to be able to do to get past Lean as that first hurdle. Good timing on the paranoia. Flashpoint forward to regain the line. And things getting a little bit awkward. Angle's getting cleared out by the aftershock, but Lean here, finally the first point of contact. And that dark cover enough to at least deny the vision, but the 3v4 is successful and arguably flawless. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, no, that's beyond surprising. With the amount of time they have left, it made it look incredibly easy from the side of KC to just waltz back into a site that your opponents had a lot of time to set up in. That was the whole point of the gamble from KC, was if they got it wrong, they had to walk back in 3v4 versus a squad that had had 15, 20 seconds to get themselves into positions. That is incredibly surprising. And more importantly, we mentioned it, they had Suset, the only player standing in the previous round, but their economy is in tatters. Sure, they have an ult that, well, I would say one of the 3 that could maybe turn this round, but I think unless there's going to be some pretty hefty mistakes from KC, this could be a 4-1 start on their opponent's map choice.
I'd agree with that sentiment, but we'll see if the A pressure works out this time. KC respecting the eco for once, not going for the early round aggression. But it has forced Twisted Minds to play these early rounds quite slow. L drone out the window, just clearing out front B. And that's only defended, well, which was by the trap wire, but someone's found that. He's right now exposed, but in the meanwhile, Jiex happy to fight there with Glance, just doubling up on Long, get some solid impact, and again, this round is looking even more difficult for Twisted Minds.
But yeah, something that's worth noting as well from, firstly, Twisted Mind in general, very attack-sided Haven team. Like, they have got the majority of their rounds in most matches on that side of the map. When they played each other, both teams had at least 9 rounds on the attack. So KC have already won in terms of the defensive rounds that they managed last time out. So definitely, obviously it's only going to be 4-1, but this is an incredibly dangerous sign for the side of Twisted Minds, especially just with the manner in which KC are winning these rounds. Like, it's another flawless, and I think they've had a few of those already. And yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous now if Twisted don't start to step up to the plate.
Look at this one again. Jiex. What's that? Another opening, obviously just against Ecos, so you can be more confident in taking those, but again, an aftershock kill, just making things really awkward. And Twisted Minds looking like the confidence may not be there.
When you get blasted like this on your own map choice. Defense already as well, looking again for this C-site aggression. Alkia attempted this before. It was a failure with the operator. Now, it leaves a lot of gaps, a lot of reliance on Safia, but she's actually been left with the operator on Cypher. Now, that's not something you're going to see very often, but she's got the opening pick and just looks to fall back out of the site.
And if you got it, flaunt it. That's a great way to get the opening yet again. Put a slow start.
They've got Rolling Thunder ready, so that's what it is. They're setting up to just get an opening pick and then play retake for the rest.
Love to see it. Playing off the info, and that's the opening for the retake. They might not have to invest the Rolling Thunder, but you may as well, just to solidify the round. Jiex slowly but surely coming in on the flank, and that's actually pushed all of the attackers onto site, so Twisted Minds, 2 of them stunned up, but no one quite going forward yet. That time is ticking down, but the numbers are thinning. Alkia, huge 4K on the retake, and that is going to be a 5th for KC.
That was incredibly controlled. From start to finish, like having that aggressive C-side push, it was spotted. It was not a silent one by any manner. They wanted their opponents to know exactly where they are. They pushed them in towards that A-side take, knowing they had the operator set up ready to go. And that was Safia's job done. We have the Rolling Thunder. All we now need to do is fall back into retake positions. And even after they throw the Rolling Thunder in, they know, okay, we've got the flank, we've got players pushing behind. We actually don't need to go for something here. It's up to the attack to make a move. They sit patiently. That's about as well structured as you're ever going to see around from a defensive side in Valorant. That was nigh on perfect from KC.
And straight into the tactical. Twisted Minds deciding that they really want to have a quick chat as to how they have to restructure this attack inside, because this is their map selection, Haven, and it's definitely not going anything like last time. So we'll see if they're going to be able to turn things around. Obviously, they have those 3 ults still online. They've had them for 2 rounds now, I believe. But what do you fashion here? You don't have much money. You're going down to a low buy. You got that hero rifle coming out on lean unless they sell that. So we'll see what they end up going for.
One of the other reasons that the series last time around was close was because in 3 maps, Lean managed to get 87 kills, which, yeah, for the mathematicians out there, you're averaging 29 kills a map. So the fact that Lean is currently 0-6, I'm not going to put it all down to her. KC have been playing incredibly well, but you could definitely see that when she's not having that sort of game, it could be a problem.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if she can get things started here in the 7th. HTM and Lean looking to work this one together. Over towards the B site. Shock dart just to try and take down the trap, but it's not here this time. Cypher will C set up. Hard crossfire from both sides of the link. Jiex still here, eyes on. Twisted Minds deciding to fall back just for the moment. Aldrone to feign some pressure over towards that A side of the map. None of the defenders spotted though. And KC, they're going to be happy to let Alkia take this line with the op over towards sewers and start to strengthen that defense on B. It's a good read.
they started slowly piecing the puzzle together. Nice work from the side of Twisted Minds. Obviously a weaker purchase here, but the one rifle has been able to put them into a strong position. C site currently open as well, with that Cypher utility completely dissipating. Across being held by Anasilia. That's going to put things back into the realms of contention. And this is where the weaker weapon should become a problem, but it's not. In fact, they're winning every single fight. Toka will be there with a double. It's not the round you expect Twisted to win, but it is the one they win.
Yeah, Toka, huge little round there in the post plant. Big couple of shots from Sheriff. After what we've already seen from Alkia, I was worried. I was thinking she might be able to pull off that 1v3, but just couldn't get it done with the knives right at the bitter end. The rest of the numbers already dropping too deep, and Twisted Minds. Just when we were starting to doubt them off the back of a huge tactical, they slow it down, they hit their shots, and they managed to secure a second. So that'll swing the economy back in their favor somewhat. Missed opportunity for another opening.
It's crazy how confident Jiex is currently playing this. As your sort of solo controller on the defensive side, you also normally want that paranoia into the late round because it's the main piece of utility in the A-site retakes. She doesn't give a damn. Like, she is just willing to go for these crazy fights. It seems like Alkia is looking to do the same thing. You could see that Twisted Minds have opted to sort of just play with that operator on the attack side. Obviously, normally you'd want Lean having that rifle running at pace into sites, but with your opponent's most rounds coming to you, you're opting to set up, but neither player's actually hit the shot here. And now that time is starting to get into a position where, okay, now Twisted have to start deciding where they want to go.
And at least with the lobby control, you can see that they are quite confident at still sending it over towards the A site. And Asilia spotting sewers. Oh, dry push through the cage, straight into the line. And Alkia won't be able to connect this time. Lean finally starting to show what she's capable of. But look at this, Jiex going for the flood on the back of sight. Neural theft exposes all those positions though. And just like that, we're going to see a Hunter's Fury to try and slow things down. But Twisted Minds end up bringing this that much further in their favor. It's Sapphire in a 1v5 angle from heaven. I don't think that one's going to work.
Nice, another flawless, but this time in the complete opposite direction. And yeah, if you told me that the 0 and 6 Neon was going to go for a wide sink through their own cage, by the way, through their own Cypher cage, they decided to use that as a point of aggression and then win a second duel as well moments later. Well, unless it's texture, I'd probably say you're absolutely nuts. But no, that worked out wonderfully for Lean.
I guess, look, we are still playing online Valorant. There is still a small amount of Pika's advantage that exists. So
I don't know if it works like that.
Yeah, it works like
Just
that.
run through a cage with an op. It's Pika's advantage, you know? I don't want to play ranked with you.
You're like, I'm not an opera, it's okay.
Trust me, Pika's advantage.
yeah. Like, Tom, it's fine. I've got Pika's advantage on my side, brother. No, but look, 2 rounds the gap now. So we thought it was getting one-sided in Twisted Minds. They've convinced us that they are going to keep this one competitive. Having a look at the cash on the back of a tactical coming out of KC. They've still got plenty to invest into this round. Neural theft for Sapphire, from the shadows for Jiex, who could use that if needed to go for a faster rotate or something. Obviously, you've seen her get a fair few of the openings for KC, but is that trend going to continue? And what are Twisted Minds going to pull out here to try and keep the streak going?
They've taken the pause at a time when your economy's starting to be called into question. Like, up until that point, you could maybe call it just a flash in the pan, but they want to try and get as many defensive rounds. As I said, both of these sides have proven the last time they played that the attack side is where they thrive. So for KC, this isn't bad, but if you're with a hefty advantage and the lead slips, momentum can take over. For now, those operator shots have not been going to plan, and Lean has taken a lot of space. This puts a hell of a lot of pressure on Sapphire.
Tries to follow up with the relay bolt. I think Sapphire barely dodging it, but not expecting the dry push on the flank. Things getting real awkward, and Sapphire still just dancing around in the dark cover. Somehow gets one in a really difficult position, but now there's space for Twisted Minds to get this spike down.
Haven't got a lot of control elsewhere. Garage being reclaimed with relative ease, and the drone is going to maybe garner them a little bit of information, but it doesn't tell them as much as they'd like. Now the defense is going to use one in return just to try and claim back a little bit more space as they start their execution back in.
Oh, I love this. Paranoia in the heads of Jiex. We're going to send it forward, but one as well from Twisted Minds to slow down the CT push. And that makes things so awkward, but the fight is taken to KC. And they're not looking good this time. Lean, holding, tapping, and firing the huge triple to almost even this game up for Twisted Minds.
It is actually crazy. Sort of mentioned last time around the impact that she had. The fact that there hadn't really been there. I think Toka wins a round with the Sheriff. And then the next two are off the back of Lean. Like a double opener with the Operator. And then the strong hold on the back of the site in this round. He's gone from 0-6 to 5-7. So definitely starting to step up to the mark here individually.
Also just positionally able to get in behind Garage and make things so awkward for KC to figure out how to manage those rotations. But another round, another chance for a third opening in a row for Lean. One of KC giving her an opportunity, but look at the aggression at A-Long. KC have a lot of map dominance over here.
Ilya. Set with a stun. Doesn't have a whole lot of support if they were to hit into the B side, but it's more interesting where we're currently seeing the pressure put in from Alkia. Very aggressively pushed up. This 1-2 punch again put into play, but the shock darts suggest they have a good idea she's there, and that solo B defender has been picked off again. It's Lean with this attack side Operator. The second that pick is found, rifle retrieved, so she can now take the space as well. She's doing everything.
Ooh, GX managed to find a way onto the back of sight, going forward with the Paranoia. They can still see her, but they can't fight back. Huge push. He's going to be traded, and in the post-plant scenario, KC come out on top once more. Lovely trades, crazy flood, and it's just that high-octane aggression that we're seeing out of KC that keeps on winning them some of these rounds.
Jiex definitely takes the sort of like the Turkish duelist and just places it on a controller. Like that Paranoia was like a Yoru pop flash and then just swinging into the corners. Like there was no attempt from other players to necessarily swing with it. It was just her taking over rounds. But hey, when you can get away with it in the manner that she can, that's a huge double pick that has turned around on its head. Even with another opener coming out from Lee, it will break the trend. 6 rounds already on the defense. As said, if we're going off previous results, that is enough for them. But it does still seem like Twisted are building into this game after a very slow start.
Feels like it just took a little while to find that confidence that they need. You know, it is playoffs gameplay. And a few of these individuals, you know, after coming through...
It's knockout as well.
Yeah, they're still getting here, and you got to realize that the stakes are highest right at the start. Like the second opportunity, the second chances come after you win this game.
That was brutal in that first match, with SK managing to just about win that opening game. It's the same in this match here. They are expecting this A aggression once again, but I'm more worried for the attack. That secondary swing coming out of GX, well, it's only going to be the one. They've dealt with the aggression quite well this time. Anasilia has already managed to reposition towards short, and it seems like the full force of the defense is rotating in that direction. I like the pause from Twisted Minds, but the amount of time they've taken, if they now push A, it will be a much more bolstered A-site defense.
Alkia given another opportunity, but how's the peak? Not fast enough this time for Lean, and Alkia is going to go forward, actually lock in at this steward control play right next to Anasilia, and things get a little bit awkward. You don't want to be caught in a situation where you're this close quarters with your enemies, and that time is just enough for Twisted Minds to get this one planted. 1v2. Let's see what Safia can do.
And much in terms of impact thus far, but gets a solo fight. It is a wild swing from HTM. Luckily, when Sisette is the last player standing, you can have confidence in your teammate. She'll win that clutch to put that one over the line. Just about bring it home.
It was almost uncoordinated aggression. Maybe Twisted Minds thought that Safia was already out and HDM pulled the swing together. Either way, Suset solidifies the round with a trade. It's a costly one, but it's going into the last round of the half, and everyone from both sides has everything they need. Faster approach towards A long, though. And Glance going to be forced back just with that recon bolt.
I like that they're now taking that A-long control, just because of how much resistance there's been there from KC. They're looking to try and almost just remove that additional layer that was allowing them to get the extra information. It means that Glance will eventually find things out. I love this, go past the drone, but the shot not quite connected. It's a nice idea. Rolling Thunder sent through at the same time, and with the TP looking to go in behind them.
Yeah.
But eventually has to be cancelled.
Twisted Mind's just not quite confident enough to go forward with the Rolling Thunder. But it has drawn a whole bunch of rotations, and KC, now they realize, okay, it's just a ruse. Twisted Minds, they don't want any of that. So back to B, Twisted Minds have to go. They've only got 30 seconds. And C-Site's still fully locked down by that Cypher utility.
Left.
Both initiators just playing here towards the A-Link. And Glance should have that recon bolt back online momentarily. Just spotting on a passive line, nice and safe, ready to play for the retake. They do have the man advantage. And shots like that will maybe change exactly how this one plays out. Recon bolt going to expose Glance's position, and a nice open plant as well for the front of B. So we'll see if the mid control is going to be enough for Twisted Minds here. Flashpoint forward, HTM at least getting control into the orb. And it's just waiting for everyone else to potentially take this contact. Holding, not going to work this time. Anasilia showing who does it better. Rolling Thunder, pushing everyone out of position at mid, but they haven't cleared the corners. And Suset can stop the defuse and buy a chance, but the shots from KC are that much better. 7-5 is going to be the score at the half, Tom.
Oh, that was it. That was a cheek clencher for the last few seconds. I thought they just missed the moment to get into that backline, but ultimately, KC are going to be quite happy to be able to take that one with a half. We'll see if they can convert things when they head into the attack.
Last player standing. Watch this. My ult is ready. It is over.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet.
Twisted Minds getting their resilience tested, but showing us that they're here for a reason. And especially on Haven, it's their map choice. And they're still bringing in a solid chance to the second half. But a pistol might make things that little bit easier. Have a look at what KC's doing, though. They are all split up, looking just to default, throw around some utility, get some information, and see what Twisted Minds are doing.
I really want to see what they've got going into this defensive side. Like it's not a half we see too much of from them because of how dominant they normally are in the attack. But versus KC last time around, they managed just 2 rounds of this defensive side. So you'd expect that some work has been done, some changes have been made. But for KC, although they definitely teetered out a little bit at the end of the last half, I think they'll be quite happy going in with 7 defensive rounds, and an attack side pistol may just seal the deal.
Okay, Suset going to be able to take this first point of contact here in Garage. Fault line should be ripped in just a moment. Does it connect? It certainly won't. Unfortunate for Suzette. Swinging into 3 unstunned individuals. And KC, they're happy, showing pressure, getting the opening, and just trying to figure out where they want to rotate here with the player advantage.
Going pushing. It seems like Jiex, obviously the caller for the squad, has almost a perfect read of where the opponents will go. That's an IGL that knows the push and pull of the map. We've taken one spot, they're going to fight for another and get to 3-second kill in the round. It's not another opener to add to her already growing collection, but I don't think she'll mind too much.
Twisted Mind's going to give it a go regardless. Recon bolt straight to the flashpoint. Gets them out of CT, but the paranoia stops them from seeing anything. And it's up to Toka in a 1v4. Okay, that's a cracker start. Glares 1 HP. There's an opportunity. There is a wall with a couple of shots where she can make this happen. A 1v4. And only one remains, but jumping gets caught, and Glance saves the day on 9 points of health.
That was the easy one. Oh, she did all the hard work. Like, literally all the high HP players, she had them. Obviously, I don't think anybody in that moment was confirming the damage, but that is so brutal. That's one of the greatest almost clutches I think I've ever seen. And unfortunately, it will fade into the realms of nothing, because in the pistol round, especially for economy, it doesn't matter anywhere near as much. Just a few ultimate orbs, but that's such a brutal way to lose that.
I'm so glad we got to see that again. The kill onto the breach was kind of nuts. But let's see if Twisted Minds can do it with just a couple of upgraded pistols. KC again.
I'm a little bit devastated that Toka doesn't have an upgraded pistol. It seems like a missed opportunity. They won a round, I think the first round they won, or second maybe, was off the back of her Sheriff. And then that round was almost won. So I don't know. I think you should be buying Toka a pistol.
Well, where's Toka playing, right? You can always play the recycling game. You know, it's good for the environment, it's good for the economy as well. If Lean takes first point of contact with the Sheriff, you know, if that doesn't work out, fallback plan, just pick up the Sheriff.
That's Mac's message. Always recycle your guns.
That's what, like, it's the power of a hero rifle, right? But hold that thought. We got the Outlaw laying down the law. Help you out. It's an extra bullet in the chamber. But with the 8 out, okay, Glenn clutch take all. What's that? 2 bloody wallbangs already for the round. Big damage. Toka, again a headshot, but unfortunately, as we were talking about, didn't have that Sheriff, so no 1B potential. And that's going to be a 9 on the board for KC.
If you want to talk about, maybe not so much the environment, but economy management, Glance getting that last kill is actually greedy, because she already had her ult. Should have let somebody else get this one.
Okay. Is that the economy management, or is that the ult management? Come on.
It's your ult economy.
Oh, it is one of the economies, you know, I guess.
There you go. Gotcha.
You are the expert.
I try. 9 to 5.
As much as Mitch tells you
comeback now.
You aren't doing a good job, I think you're doing a fantastic job, mate.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's not bring him back. Anyway, 9 to 5. This is a very good bonus round as well, coming in for KC. You got rifles on every single member, and Asilia has actually picked up that Outlaw so that you can see Alkia diving in towards the site. Already full garage control, but the defense have a very good read here. 4 players already in position.
Not just Fury, getting a little bit of info on the back of site. They're trying to fight through the dark cover, but Suzette is able to hold from the front side. They flood in, they drop that spike, and they drop around. Twisted Minds, they're here for the half.
Fair play. I think most of that came off the read. Like, just having all your players in the right place at the right time. I don't mind the idea from the opposing side. Like, you use that Hunter's Fury as a bit of a disruption to try and make it more awkward. And with how many players were there, it really could have done mass amounts of damage. But I think it was more used to try and cut off rotations, catch players outside of the site.
Yeah.
Didn't really hit the mark that time around. But it was a bonus. So they've still got full rifles coming into this next one.
Okay, faster approach towards short this time. A site under some pressure. But no one there to fight with a fault line from HTM. Aldrone going to be taken out of contention. So Lean's position, not known, but that Aftershock is going to be enough to force it back to the site. Already progressed so far up short. They don't expect the second player. And HTM is going to be able to stay and trade and lock down the A site for the moment, as well as afford Twisted Minds the player advantage.
Out of the rounds when we saw the comeback in their previous match, it was Dafia finding high amounts of impact away from the rest of the team. She's looking to do that right now. Getting the split through. It's a perfect shot to take out Lean, and then the 1-2 punch with Anasilia finding another. A great double entry into a site, even with the player advantage in the favor of Twisted Minds. And now, getting back into this one is not going to be easy, Matt.
Yeah, it was a weird situation there. It felt like Twisted Minds might have thought they had a read because they just kept 2 players on C for so long, even after spotting the players all the way up at long. Paranoia allows the attempt on the retake, and now Suset in the 1v3 for the clutch. 2 remain, but it's a hard crossfire from under heaven as well as Graffiti, and there's no getting through that easily. And unfortunately, for Twisted Minds, around where they had every advantage possible, as well as the information, they just dropped that one into the bin.
I like that sort of just, not late lurk, but slow push that was coming through from Sapphire. I think she's someone that's very good with her timing, but it's also that they flash and then have that dart through at the same time. So there's so much utility coming in from long that the 2 players on the A site are so focused on that position that they don't realize somebody's just walked up short. So solid work from KC. 10 rounds now on the board. And the economy from both teams is still on the brink. So a win here from Twisted Minds, and they're right back into this game. A loss here, and it's likely 12 for KC.
Alkia already so advanced, but tip of the gun not going to be seen. Timing on the swing could have been a little better.
Thing is, that's also Hunter's Fury as well. Like, Tokumi going down would have been problematic, but just about surviving on her last legs. And it seems like what they're doing is opting to try and play off it. They'll abandon the A site, play retake, use Hunter's Fury to maybe deny a plant and get them another pick, keep that advantage going. But now we wait to see what the reaction is from KC. It seems like B is the plan, but never going to be easy to get in and out of here unscathed.
Unless they hit a crazy shot on the HTM, which they're not going to be able to do. Fault line in, flashpoint available, as well as the aftershock to deny the pressure of that plant. Anasilia dropping the spike on site, and things now get really awkward for KC. They're trying to push in, they're trying to get some kind of control, and the spike has been retrieved. But look at this Lean, they want to fight for it, and with 19 seconds, you don't have too many options on where you want to go. So back to Garage is where they head. The routing looks okay until you know that Suset is already here. Shrouded step out the side, gets the one, drops the spike, and with that information of the neural theft, it's round over. Twisted Minds fight for another one again, and this fight is not over yet.
I really like that round from Twisted Minds. I think that's one where you've realized the high impact ultimate that you have, but on a weaker player with only 5 HP, and then you put her in a position to thrive. You sit her outside the A site until you hear the steps going into B. You utilize that ultimate to deny the plant, and then it just becomes a rush, and you have the full amount of your defense just running into the spots that your opponents are going to be looking for. Well played from them, and this is what I meant when I said the economy was going to be blitzed for whichever team lost the round. You have got 3 SMGs, a Sheriff, and a trusty Bucky for Jiex.
KC hit the go button instantly this time. B-site taken within 10 seconds of the round, and that spike's already locked the hell in. Twisted Minds, though, up against, look at this, couple of Stingers, a Bucky, and a Sheriff. That retake seems difficult, but when they're running at you in Garage, looking for too much control, maybe getting a little greedy, this gets it easier for Twisted Minds. Only one remaining, and that's the Mastermind. Jiex, though, a Bucky and a Dream, but the fault line slows her down in the Garage. And now it's just the stick of the defuse. Good luck here. You got the upgrade, but not much health left to play with. 8 going to be secured.
I don't mind the idea from KC. Like, it's one where you go, okay, we'll get the plant, but we're not just going to sit back. We don't have the weaponry for that. If we allow them to just execute with a full belt of utility, because they won't have used any of it because it was about 10 seconds into the round, If we let them do that, we've lost. So let's try and pinch Garage. I don't think they were expecting Lean to just hit 2 crazy shots on players running through, and then the rest of the team are well aware of everything going on. So it's not a bad idea from KC, but I think Twisted Minds did very well to sort of hold the line, react well to it. But now is where things should actually get interesting. A buy for either side. Operator in for Lean as well. And if the attack side is anything to go by, this could be a game changer in itself.
Blocking sight.
Blaster again. Suez control protocols are going to be taken by KC. Already clearing things out, but this time, have a look. Twisted Minds, they've actually gone for a bit of a different setup. Cypher on the A site, and that Owl drone's not going to get close enough to fully spot it, although they might have heard the cam, and that could be enough to deter them from hitting A. Doesn't look like it, though.
Seems like they're looking to almost challenge into that. Seems like the rotation from Hated makes you believe that they are well aware of this potential push.
Yeah. Well,
X are up top. It's not a usual position to see your Cypher play, and will eventually have to fall off, but plays underneath with all of the cages. I'm surprised nobody's gone down yet. There we go.
No one could see anyone. Flashes going left, right, and center, but Lexa things in from the pocket, and there's not much left for KC to play with. Lovely flank out of Suset, and that is a huge hold. Twisted Minds, they had Lean so early on that C-long line, just getting deep information with the op, and that allowed the Chief of the rotate. And from that, nice little tag, the recon bolt, enough to hold down the site. It was chaotic, but it was great for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Lexa in particular. I think that setup was just nasty. Like, just basically made sure that her opponents couldn't get any ground with the elevated position of the cage. Made sure that she had her kill trip ready for anybody who went to try and plant.
Yeah.
And that's the freebie. And then the second that happens, she's ready for someone to try and push through and get aggressive. Very calm and controlled, moving herself up the board up to 15 and 12 now. And oh, KC clearly feeling that pressure. As said last time out, both teams had mass success when it came to their attack side. Right now, Twisted Minds are thriving on their way back in the defense.
We'll see what KC are going to do off the back of the tactical. They have proven effective every time they get to have a quick chat with their coaches, for both sides actually. So we'll see if there's any adjustments made here on the attack for Karman Corp. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, so far so good. The change in the defensive setups, looking damn good. And I'm interested to see where Lexa ends up again, because she's been impressing the hell out of me this game so far.
Get out of my way.
Okay, back towards A for them. And KC much faster towards the C line. Spotting Lean go all the way back in the fast line. Okay, things get awful because I think the 103 want to take up those positions, but Suset just keeps on going forward. Fighting 3, getting in behind enemy lines. The fast lane works in her favor instead of KC. And just like that, any plans they made with the tactical might have gone to Narnia, as Alkia in the 1v5 attempt is able to find the first couple. Oh my lord.
I got the spike.
Definitely shouldn't be.
Is there a world?
It shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible for her to turn this into a winning scenario, but the fact that 1v4 has turned to 1v2, actually just playing this on the wraparound. They are hunting to try and find her. But if they continue their push in the other direction, she might end up with a freer plant on C than she'd ever be expecting. Poker, walking. Of course they're going to walk towards the A side. The only thing that might end up playing against Alkia is the fact that there is still a trip over towards A. So if it's not broken soon, you kind of have to expect that she's gone back in the other direction, but it doesn't seem like they're making that realization. She will have that free plant towards the C site, and they're going to have to figure out where she's actually done it.
There's just that element of surprise, right? Alkia probably confused as to where both the Twisted Minds members have gone. But with that open plant and her going back into garage, and now with the sound information, she's actually going to post and think about holding for the cross. Okay, should have heard both sets of footsteps. And the dart is going to reveal their positions. Oh, lordy, Alkia swinging around. And now it's just going to be the stick. Lexa on 1 point of health still locks it in. That is so fortunate for Twisted Minds to fend off the clutch. But damn, that had me convinced that Alkia was in with the shot. Oh my lord.
He's a little bit unlucky. Like, when you hit that 140 phantom shot, it's something you're going to have nightmares about. But this as well. I love the bait and switch. They sent the operator of Lean in to look like... It's something they've done before, where she is the only player on that C side of the map. So you go, okay, we got rid of her. There's probably nobody else here. Let's just go pushing. And then they had just that snake in the grass sat in the corner, waiting for players to push in. And Suzette just does an incredible job. 10-10. Scoreline now equalized. We are now going to see the attack once more with a full rifle buy in tow. But they did use a couple of their ultimates in the last round, so those have dissipated.
It's almost a battle of who can thrive better in all of the chaos, right? So many of these rounds just coming down to split-second decision-making. And Twisted Minds to decide to peek mid, Lean, get the job done. And that's going to be a huge opening. Player advantage as well to set up for the retake, but Alkia wants to change that. Thinking about going dry through the smoke. Here's the recon fold, and that shot missed. Crucial for Lean. But they're at least going to be able to lock in that A-Link control. So set up for the retake, fault line, Rolling Thunder rather. Running up every single player on site, and Suzette going to capitalize off the back of that quick double. The flood in is stopped by Adicilia as a Rolling Thunder of her own. First player missed though, and HTM gets in front of it. That is crucial for Twisted Minds to take the lead.
It feels like battle of the big play. Like, that's what we're currently watching. It's like, who can do the craziest stuff in every single round? And wow, that was another flip-flop. I will say as well though that this round comes down to, again, that same spawn setup. Like, they did it with the Hunter's Fury. They've done it here once more, but with the Rolling Thunder, where you just have your utility player, this time HTM, just sat outside, throws the Rolling Thunder in, and Suzette gets a freebie onto Alkia, who's running to try and close that player down, and then gets kills onto 2 stunned players as well. So it's just perfect utility setups, or more so perfect ultimate usages from Twisted Minds. If you can get those in the right place at the right time, yeah, you're probably going to win rounds.
And HTM was also inches away from getting stunned up by that second Rolling Thunder. But look, new rounds, no Rolling Thunders to play with. Probably not for the rest of regulation unless something crazy happens. We've had a lot of that. Lean, looking, and again going to be successful. This time onto Sapphire. And with that information, Casey, now a player down. Still looking confident to send it straight up the middle. But Lena's already here. Has beat them to the punch. Offline, gets it through the wall. And with Alkia down, things get even more difficult. Bolt line connects, but the relay bolt to stun straight back. Fast lane to get out of dodge and keep the player advantage. But we've got a slow flank coming through. Suzette looking to make a move in just a moment. Can she find them in time? Adicilia. The dark cover. Oh, the from the shadows. Oh, they've overcooked it, KC. Playing too much. And with the from the shadows sending Jiex into heaven, that's going to be the spike irretrievable. 30 seconds to make a play, but the angle not working for her. Toka locking in 12, and Twisted Minds looking to take map 1.
Yeah, an incredible resurgence. Like, you lose that second pistol, the game looks like it's slipping away from you, and then you just start to see these superstars align. It was in both halves. So we've seen a step up from Lean on that operator, but Suzette has just like been the knife in the back. Like, the amount of rounds where you'll see multiple players just not looking in her direction because she's hitting the perfect timings onto every single one of her peaks. 20 and 14, top of the board. Mentioned it at the beginning. She was the queen of the group stage in terms of the statistics. It looks like that's not going anywhere.
KC. All eyes on A. And the Aldrone going to reveal Lean's position, who's stuck in the corner. Has to invest a whole bunch of util to try and get out of here, but just comps the Guardian to the face. Oh, you hate to see that, but they don't expect Lexa on the box. Surely not. How's a Cypher up there? Nobody knows, but it's worked. Twisted Minds, 1 or 2 kills away, rather, from closing things out. And with the info, with the shorty, Lexa keeps on farming. It's HTM to snatch it away, and Jiex 1v4 to save Haven for KC, but it's not happening. And Twisted Minds, the contender team, taking map 1 over KC.
Now, if I've learned anything over the last few rounds is that if Lexa has a setup on the A site, go the other way. Like, we saw her try this before and never really get caught out when it was on top of the box, but that map was pretty incredible.
That was a performance that, honestly, I don't think I was expecting. I thought KC were going to look a little bit better, especially once they moved onto the attack and might have been able to find some more confidence, but that is not the case, and now they've got a reverse sweep to look at if they want to have any contest in the series at all.
Now, it's worth mentioning as well that last time out, this was a map that they picked and lost in close contention because they weren't able to get those pistols over the line. This time out, it seemed like a similar story, but they have been able to turn it on its head. Either way, it's not down to us to break it down, Mac. We're going to be going off to a break, and then the analysts will take that one home for you guys.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Long. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run! I know exactly where.
Spike down. C. Last player standing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata.
Casey may have set the pace on Haven, but it was Twisted Minds who were able to take over in the second half, defending their way to the win. Meg, that was a fantastic start from Casey, but Twisted Minds just shows that they do not back down once they're warmed up and ready to fight.
Yeah, they definitely read Casey well towards the end and knew what their game plan was. And I think we all kind of sat here and were like, oh, that changed like really quickly. At one point you kind of thought maybe this was going to go overtime, but then suddenly Twist bring that over the line. And I definitely want to sort of shout out their post plans. We'll definitely take a look in a minute at Casey's sort of retakes, but the majority of them were pretty successful. They had a few first kills on the line, but I do think as a team as a whole there were a lot of things that they did, which we'll break down very shortly, that basically led them to that win.
Yeah, honestly, when we saw the 7-5 starts, we all expected that it will go one way, and then Twisted Mind were just shocking us with all this amazing plays coming in from the entire team, not only Lean or Suset or HGM. So excited to see, to talk more about it in the next minutes.
It's really great to see two very experienced players going head-to-head as well. We had a fantastic Sova matchup between Toka and Glancy, and Glance was really feeling herself on the server, but Toka putting up some impactful moments as well, Inami.
Yeah, it all started like since the pistol round, honestly. She's been so phenomenal, and honestly, I have no idea how she was able to survive that 1v4, but then in the end, Glance was able to take her down. But both players have been playing insanely well, using their util correctly, playing off the util correctly, and playing all together. And when it comes to hitting the shots, both of them were just insane.
Yeah, as Tom mentioned, it was almost a perfect, almost clutch, one of the best that he's sort of ever seen. And I do think that the Sovas was so incredibly impactful at not just finding that information, but fully fragging out as well, and definitely pulling up a lot of impactful kills on the board.
Well, Meg, you already teased looking at those Casey retakes and those fundamentals being on point. Why don't we start with round 6?
Yeah, I definitely want to shout out quite a few retakes here. This is when I thought that this was going to go Carmine Corp's way. They were looking so strong in kind of those basic site retakes and grouping up. They would get that early aggressive pick, which we've seen very often, give up that site control and then come back in as a squad. They looked so disciplined and so coordinated in the way that they were setting up Alkia to get back onto that site, or just flooding in all together and willing to sort of trade out no matter what. And I think this is the Carmine Corp that we saw in stage 1. This is the Carmine Corp we expected to see today. I just think that they lost track a little bit on the attack and looked a lot less coordinated than they did definitely on the defense.
Yeah, every single time they didn't mind giving the site, whether it's ABC, they were fine giving you the site and just fighting you after that, because they knew they had the util to do it. They can just trade off each other every single time, and that's what led them to have this phenomenal first half. But then eventually, as we said, Twisted Minds warmed up into the map, and Lean has just been one of those people who have been doing so great in this second half.
I really would love to just delve into the scoreline of the map a little bit more, just to really pin down what happened on Haven, because it was 13-10 scoreline, and you would not be blamed if you tuned in and right for the start of that map thinking that Casey were going to take it. We are heading to Lotus next. A reminder that Lotus was the deciding map when these guys met in the group stage. It was 2-1, and Lotus was 2018. When I spoke to Lean in our interview earlier, she said that the reason they lost it was because they choked in OT Inami, but they don't seem to have a cough today.
Yeah, I think it's that, and also the fact that they had the timeouts that they used so late. And I think if maybe the coach were able to just speak to the team early on to just help them calm or something, maybe we had a different result. But in the end, Casey were just stronger mentally.
I think they definitely will have learned from that. And something else that they probably have learned from in the map that we just saw is definitely getting Lean online a little bit earlier. We sort of saw her come to life. I think we have a few highlights here, sort of starting off on the 0-6, and then they finally managed to get her online with those 2-up kills on A-Long. You know, a Neon up on defense. It's not often you see that that's the moment that they come online. But from then, we did see her constantly kind of finding those really essential, impactful kills. And I do think that it very much helped build that momentum for Twisted Minds to then come through and win out the whole map.
I think that also shows how much trust the team has in general in like specific players, especially Lean. Like, how many times would you see like an 0-6 player picking up the op and going that well? And she wasn't afraid of like going and entering and looking for these frags. And I think that's one of the reasons that has been given Twisted Minds all this success.
Well, success is one of the key reasons for the success. Forgive me, guys, because she was backstabbing in the defensive side. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's every single member of KC is going to be wanting to take revenge in this next map. Is this something we were expected? You were saying to me, Inami, during the match, actually, when we were hanging out on Discord, that she was like so impressive during the group stage, obviously showing that consistency now. Heading into Lotus, however, the rematch I've already teased 2018. Last time I think I mentioned it probably about 10 times today. This potentially could be a very different result now if KC are kind of feeling a little bit mentally impacted, shall we say.
I do think this is the comps that we were expecting, and sort of going back to Suzette in the last map, who I feel like we didn't really have enough chance to talk about. The MVP, she was a pain in their sides, fighting constant multi-frags. Seeing her on that Omen, she's definitely going to be coming in very, very confident, and we know that she knows how to play Omen well. And again, talking about comfortability, with these being the exact same comps that they played previously, and they've got a lot of reps on Lotus, both of these teams. I do think we're in again for an absolute belter of a match.
Or so do I, and very luckily for us, we have a tasty duo to commentate our way through it. It is Mac and Tom.
The business friends back at you again for map 2. What we could business associates, business, was it business friend? It was business something. Either way, look, we went over that before, and I'm keen to see exactly what we're going to be able to get out of both these teams. And if history repeats itself and KC managed to scrape their way back into this series, or if Twisted Minds come out of the woodworks, come out of contenders, and just hit this with a 2-0 to knock out the defending champions.
Oh, there you go on our screen right now. KC versus Twist with the longest map for GC League 2025. Let's beat it. Let's go for 40 rounds.
Yeah,
Come
let's
on.
go again.
If anything, these are rookie numbers. Like, I already hold like most of the records in EMEA for the maps. I think me and Mitch have casted the top 3. So why not do it with Game Changers as well?
Yeah, last time they played on this map, it was 20-18 in OT, and Lean almost dropped 40 kills. So let's see if she can put that performance on for us again, or if we're going to get something different this time. KC fighting for full Ruins control. All of A is secure for the moment, and that allows the cheat of the rotate. You can see KC heavy towards B, edging towards C, just starting to figure out exactly what Twisted Minds are going to throw.
That's worth mentioning. 39 kills and lost. It's got to be a little bit of a tilt. I'd be fuming if that was me, but I'm sure she's a slightly better teammate than I am. Already, looking at those early rotations back around the map, KC have got fairly dominant A-site control. Kind of expect them to start gambling players over. The smoke has been set, but Lean looks ready to make a play through it.
Okay, relay bolt forward. Going to be able to try and clear out the back of sight, but they do get the ping with the camera, and that allows Sapphire to open things up and lock down the site. The water is where they need to really worry about. In comes that back site wrap starting to happen, but it's going to be the CTs pushing forward. Remaining. Defense a little bit too strong for Toka to deal with. Decides to 30 seconds left into the smoke and just play that time down ever so more. High-low setup for KC. This is looking unwinnable unless Toka hits some insane shots, but won't be given the opportunity. Jiex peeks out, finds a third for herself, and KC start the second map the same as the first.
Look, that's just the GX mentality right there. You have the high-low setup, and she goes, nah, I'm swinging. Like, no, she's there. I'm going to peek it anyway, but yeah, the paranoia was just sublime. One of the weirdest fights I think we've ever seen, but with all of the combination of utility coming out from that defensive side, it just left them stuck in the mud, nowhere to go. And again, we talked about this before with the last map, KC's defensive side. A lot of it was about taking early map control and then making the read on where their opponents were going to go and getting there very quickly. That's exactly what they did in that previous round. Not much to talk about in terms of Twisted Mind's investment here. They are only going to have the singular Sheriff, a Frenzy for Sasette, which it's not normally one of those like hero pistols you see purchased, but with how well she's been playing so far throughout the whole stage and today, she can buy what she wants.
Yeah, all three of those Twisted Minds members able to combine to catch Glance off, who thought she had the space to run around the corner. But now with a player advantage, an upgrade for Lean with the Bulldog, who is going to fight here at the stairs, but caught on the short side. Wasn't quite ready for the smoke to fade. Didn't get a little more awkward. KC going back in, but Prowler connects. No Twisted Minds members actually going aggressive off the back of it. No one's actually looking at HCM somehow. She's not managed to get the free kill onto everyone looking at her. Oh my lord, this is just chaos. Twisted Minds, they were in the perfect position to win a thrifty, but they've just dropped the ball. Unfortunate for them, but KC, they're going to be happy as Larry with the second round.
It's definitely a bit of a weird one. I'm not going to lie with just some of the positions, but yeah, I guess with the weaker weaponry, maybe she was just hoping for a little bit more, or just got caught out herself that somebody would jump onto her head, basically. But I think the most unfortunate bit was just Lean's timing. If she's facing the right way.
It was actually Safia that spun back around and saw her in the corner.
Brutal.
Oh, awkward moments. But Twisted Minds back on the guns now, moving into the third. KC, they've got a very strong bonus after what was almost a flawless second round.
They were doing quite a bit of damage with these rounds, but conversion wasn't really there. I was going to say, Jiex has gone completely unspotted, but normally so successful with these aggressive plays in the early rounds. This time, just enough for Lean. It was mentioned on the desk, getting her online early would be a huge benefit after we saw her wake up in the late game and just be, well, I would say one of the better players. They had quite a few strong performers in that late round, especially I think we saw coming out from Lexa. I was really impressed with her defensive setups.
Able to take the high ground multiple times, but this time it's Glance who has a whole world of information with the sound, but takes a little too long to peek after the cage falls, and Lexa again going to be able to crack things open on the A site. Quick rotate from Safia gets her onto the back of site, but look at the spike, Tom. It's at the C site, and that's a long rotation back for KC. So we'll see what they opt to do once this plant goes down.
30 seconds left.
Not a whole lot to hold on to. Of course, with the amount of credits you'll get going into the next for Anacilia even, you might look at that board and go, oh, she can bring that into the next round, but there really isn't any point. The rifles will be available for every single player, so they can look to try and make this one as costly as possible. Winning it, going to be tough, especially when you look at Lexa's position. Mentioned her on the defensive side, but she's coming in with a pretty late lurk if this ever gets close.
Yeah, it's rough. The only smoke-esque thing that you have is the fast lane, and that's not going to be enough to really get a defuse off. Lean on the back of the site, just looking to keep on inflicting pain. Brief round for her, and just as you mentioned, she's starting to get on the board nice and early. Twisted Minds, almost flawless, but they're going to be happy with that one.
No, that's a decent bonus, especially considering, as I said, like this start could have been very dangerous. A bit of a mischeck, but it's something that probably won't happen again, which is unfortunate for Jiex, because that was a huge opportunity for her to really capitalize on a bit of an error from Twisted Minds. Now they come in, immediately purchasing into that operator for Alkia. It seems like the C control is going to be her point of call.
Tagged up by the horn. Alkia falls out of the danger area. And Twisted Minds just playing for the sand control. Still just allowing Lexa to lurk towards that A side of the map, and is actually going to hang around near her trap wire. If we see GX get a little too frisky with the aggression, then maybe she can get caught off guard. Although the off angle here gives me some confidence, but the numbers for Twisted Minds brought here. Oh, no one on the trade game? No one close enough to swing. And Jiex, oh, she's going back for more. Paranoia forward to slow the Twisted Minds aggression. And she's able to dominate the Ruins control. Spots lean, who gets tagged up by the Recon Bolt, and things just getting ever so more awkward. Twisted Minds now have no map control to figure out where to go with 40 seconds.
Quick rotation back to B as well for the defense means that even if there was an opening, it's not going to be there for long. And it seemed like a mistake. It seemed like one player well aware of aggression, the other completely clueless walking into the angle. Nightfall is still going to be utilized. It was picked up off the orb just moments ago, but Sapphire has not been connected onto. She'll now get the reveal that every single player is coming in from this direction, and with 20 seconds left, they've not even got onto the site yet. They need to try and get in and even attempt to plant an immediate stun thrown through, and this is just clean pickings from the side of KC. Even bullets run out of by Lexa in the end. That was definitely an oversight for Twisted Minds on that A site attack, and well, from then on, it was chaos.
That was like an overwhelming amount of utility. What do? You're stunned, you're flashed, you're getting revealed, you know you're just going to get shot through the wall if you're in the open. There's just no hope of you winning the round with such little time remaining and so many KC members fully on the rotate. That's what it comes down to when you have that much map control, especially over towards the A side of the map. You can just cheat those numbers towards C. And KC are playing this one like a fiddle, but history could repeat itself. They were off to a good start on Haven, and then Twisted Minds started to figure things out towards the end of the half. So we'll see if that happens again, but Jiex, once more, Cracker with the openings, finds two. Fault line up, will get stunned and flashed, but fortunately for her, the dark cover is not disrespected, and Twisted Minds just fall back. The only control they have, Tom, is Tree, and they're leaving it. So, what would you do if you were a professional player in this position, 3v5, where'd you go to?
Not really a good option. You don't know how much control you've lost on the other side, so I guess B is the logical choice, but the rotation is going to be so quick from your opponents that, well, you could already see the crossfire is there ready and waiting. This is another completely telegraphed round, and it got a little bit dicey with the player with a dart in hand, but it won't matter too much in the end. I am surprised, though, with like how much Jiex has got away with in back-to-back rounds. Like, this is her just running through and then seemingly being fairly oblivious. And don't get me wrong, there is obviously counter-utility being thrown out by KC. It's not just her going for a stroll and finding easy kills, but you have to know that she's going to be aggressing there.
Seems to be a common theme. I'm loving KC's playstyle, but what I'm loving more is the idea that Twisted Minds are going to be able just to turn this one around at any given point. I have so much confidence after the last map, it's crazy.
I think, yeah, definitely giving the coaching staff a little bit of time to talk should help out quite a bit. I think someone, and if you don't know Vladko, who is the head coach of the team, if you ever want to learn like lineups or just like intricate details of the game, like his Twitter is like the place to go and has been for a very, very long time. A very intelligent guy in terms of Valorant. So I'm actually quite excited seeing him in this head coach position, because I believe he's been in that sort of like analyst role in the past, but not necessarily been at that sort of like helm. So I think having him in the background to sort of go to talk to, and I could say the exact same thing for KC over on the other side. Smart7 is someone who's been around the scene for a very long time. But that's sort of the trade-off. You get to talk to your coach. They also get to talk to theirs, but I don't know if Smart7 will have too much to say at this point, with the last two rounds just being Jiex kind of farming.
Yeah. Just a classic, yep, it's working. Keep doing what you're doing. Expect an adjustment after this tactical. Ooh, double Prowlers invested. And you can see all of that conditioning from KC taking A control has just wasted a lot of this early utility from Twisted Minds. And now finally with Ruins, but just a split second, Alki are going to be able to cut them off from the door. But this time smoked off. Twisted Minds Investing that second smoke makes things a little more awkward. Where do you go? What do you do? Are they still going to focus on the A side, or are they going to go the whole way back and take advantage of the space that Lexa has found at C? Jiex, back of sight. Oh, unsuccessful with the wallbang. Arguably, there's 1 point of health, but Lexa's still here.
Yeah, she's breathing. That's about it. The crawling back to the other side of the map. Tail between her legs. I don't know if that is. I think they might even just have to save. Like, we're getting to that point. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Happen again.
And it looks like they're just going to try and run it down in towards the A site. Like, I don't think there is a hope in hell for them to win this round.
Yeah, they're not going to get the sight in time to plant. Safia, just tucked in the corner, is actually paranoid. Will allow them to cross, but the plant isn't coming in time. There's no time. Surely there's no time. It doesn't go down. It doesn't go down.
Oh, I can't believe that. By the way, that was Lexa on 1 health that got that kill. She just saw the fadeaway. Like, just a glimpse of it. But, yeah, I obviously don't want to call for a save, but it got so late into the round. I also, again, want to give credit. Like we mentioned, the coaching staff might not have to say to do anything. It was just a glimpse at the end. But in that moment, I actually do think Smart 7 called a completely different round. Like, we've seen Jiex get aggressive on A site the last couple. This round, she was deep on C. Like, they completely switched it up, threw the operator on the cross, and it meant that whatever the coaching staff for Twisted Mind was saying, irrelevant now, because they played a completely different round.
Yep, they stayed passive for long enough. Let Twisted Minds just play themselves out of the round by not being able to get on site in time. And now, aggression just around the corner for KC. Paranoia going to be held here at tree. Jiex drops it. Line it up with the door open. Maybe there's some danger around the corner, but the Hunter's Fury connects perfectly onto Toka, and Glance opens things up well. Although Jiex, oh, this is a dangerous game. One that she is confident in winning, although with the door shut, she will be stuck there. Won't be able to get out of dodge. And HTM able to trade. Over towards the middle of the map, though, things start to open up for KC more so. And it's just Lean. Hang on. 1v4. Couple of nice taps to keep them in it, and the spike control is right next to her.
I got spike.
Has the space to pick it up.
Go, go, go.
KC, buddy system, both just staying close.
Gotta go.
And they'll hear her dash towards the A side.
30 seconds
But
left.
only 19 points of health here on Lean makes things that much more achievable. Have they cut sound in time? One of them has. Alkia wants to get the info on low health and allow Safia to go for the trade. Trapwire to stop the wrap. Isolated fights a moment, but a missed chance. And Lean now needs to hit the shots, but won't. And again, another clutch goes fleeting. Twisted Minds won't be able to bring it back yet. KC, 6 already.
They've been really impressive. I think as well, like, something that almost just doesn't sit right is when you see a Sova ult on this map, just because it really isn't the most common of plays. Like, Fade has been such a mainstay on this map for such an incredibly long time that I almost feel like that early Hunter's Fury was just like, oh, okay, that's something else we now have to try and deal with, and just thrown in after giving up that control. I also think Jiex, like, it looks like all-out aggression, and she does end up getting caught, but I do believe that's because she had From the Shadows. And she was like, okay, I'm just going to get a kill and then just try and teleport out, but she just didn't do it quite quick enough and just gets wrecked for it. So, unfortunate, but she's still just being a thorn in their side. And, well, look at where she is right now. Same position as we saw before. This time, she doesn't whiff. She gets the shot that she was going for last time and now just fades out of the round already.
Yeah, it feels like the confidence is almost overflowing for KC, given how this map's gone for them. Alexa now just trying to draw attention back towards the A side of the map, dropping a random Cyber Cage, and that'll at least bait the drone out, but Twisted Mind's not close enough to hear it. The information allows KC to keep 2 members on that C site, and Jiex at the back is going to be tagged up by the Prowler, but do Twisted Minds pick up on the fact that there are 2 members still here, still trying to fight? Like they might. And Jiex as well with the From the Shadows reinforces the defense, but the door gets triggered. Twisted Minds straight back to B. Defenses starting to swarm, and Safia just waiting for the perfect moment. Gets big info, uses the camera to draw attention away from herself. Good timing on the flash, missed opportunity for Alkia to strike. And Toka wants more space. Okay, Recon Bolt dealt with, pushing, fraggy, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 2v1 and Jiex again. Look at that, 4 kills this time. Starts things off with the opening and then finds a triple off the back of it. My lord. There is almost nothing that Twisted Minds can do to change the narrative here, Tom.
Yeah, she is playing this like a superstar duelist. Like that was her taking the opening pick here. So that's kill number 1. Then she also catches a lurk outside of C. You can kind of see it on the map right now. That's the fight she's about to take. So she catches the player lurking back around. That clears the entire backline for the rest of the team. So you think, okay, they'll probably get the cleanup. Nope. She does everything else as well. Runs back into the site and gets the last couple. Just an insane round from her individually. Bear in mind, she's also calling. So it just really does feel like leading by example is the best way to put it. And well, already a second timeout having to come in from that attack side. You could understand why. 7-1 down. You're on arguably the favored side of this map. Yeah. And right now, you've not put a dent in the defense.
Crazy, crazy scenes here on Lotus. And it felt like every one of these hurdles that Casey's gone up against, Twisted Minds get so close, but they just aren't converting it this time. So what I was hoping would happen would be Twisted Minds turns things around and make it 7-5 at the half again. But I don't know if we're going to get that, Tom. I think it's going to be a bit more one-sided this time. Counting chickens, a dangerous thing, but we'll see if that's what we're doing or not. Prowler reveals the location for some KC members, and that angle not necessarily favorable for Alkia. We got the overdrive chasing her right on down, so 2 picks just like that, and a round where you look and think Twisted Mind shouldn't have a chance. You have a pretty good chance. 2-player advantage. Jiex as well, already holding the rotation in from Lexa. 2-set, able to frag right back, and now we got a 3v2. Picks going left, right, and center, and it's glance to clutch. 1v3, given an opportunity, and 2 more to find around the corner. Spike already down. Toka and Lean, both just holding guns out. Lean able to swing off the contact, but they'll swing earlier, and it almost was an issue, but Lean gets 3, and finally changes up the story of this one. Twisted Minds getting a second.
A pay safe card Thrifty is what gets it over the line straight after the tactical pause, but let's be real, I don't think that was Blackpool coming out and saying, right, you're just going to run in, you're going to get an opening pick with the Sheriff, and then you're going to use the overdrive and get 3 kills. If it was, he is a genius, but I have a feeling that was more just the individual brilliance of some of the players from this Twisted Mind squad. Now, we've seen it already. I think it was, what, a 7-round streak at the end of the last map to close this out. They can't give the wiggle room to Twisted Mind, otherwise they can turn this into a competitive match. Because thus far, sure, there have been rounds that have been close, but KC have been very dominant.
And this is the crazy thing about the economy. You can see KCR trying to min-max that, but hold that thought. Alkia going forward with that Rolling Thunder, gets full sand control and a little bit of just desserts as well. Jiex able to crack one off over on the other side of the map and starting to pincer on in Twisted Minds. Feeling like they're not able to deal with it, although trade's looking quite even. Seaside control still there for Alkia, but barely. 22 points of health for her to try and stand tall. Now there's going to be the TP across. Twisted Minds still grouped up and hunting. And Jiex going to be coming on the flank, but it's not even necessary. Huge hold, great lineup, and Alkia saves the day for KC, denying the comeback for Twisted Minds.
You genuinely have to start asking the question in some of these rounds is who's on the attack. Like, just look at where this defensive squad are. They are fighting for bound control. And you see Jiex actually just takes full A control and is almost fighting for the spawn. Like, they are back in that sort of disrespectful era that we saw at the beginning of Haven. But it is working. And other than a few heroic plays coming through from Twisted Minds, this has been an utterly dominant map. Lean will at least gain some space, but this has been the consistent switch up from KC. You don't know if you're pushing into a solo Jiex hold, or in this case, 3 players about to push you.
Ugh. And there's just bloody dark covers everywhere, trying to thread info through them, thread the shots as well. The Twisted Minds, you certainly don't back them in a round like this. But maybe there's an opportunity for Toka here. If she expects Glance here in the corner, maybe there was a chance. But Glance just fends him off like a champion.
Right.
HTM
Cool.
finds it without seed, and again, the chaos just keeps on going.
Yeah, just spam a smoke with a ghost. That's a reasonable thing to do, and get a kill. That's fine. Safia, supportive utility there, but does get caught off. Round's starting to get a little bit more dicey. Bear in mind, it was the pay safe card Thrifty that got the second round on the board.
Yeah.
She's now teleported that has given them not really any clue where these players are going to be. They'll hear the steps, and the only thing will be the timing on that door spinning back around. Lexa does at least have the cage, and the spike has made it. But I'm more interested in the position of Sisette. She's got a perfect hold on their position. They're going to be wrapping around. They might not expect her to be here, but they are being diligent in their choices. It's a quick trade at least to keep it to just 1.
Twisted Minds have info on both players. One was at the switch and one was coming waterfall, but where do they go from here? Fault line to try and buy some space, and Jiex as well. Just looking for it. As you mentioned, Rolling Thunder is there. It's invested, and it has connected onto Jiex, but they still need to find Anasilia, who's come in from waterfall, and now in the 2v1, surely Twisted Minds find a third. Surely there is no way that Jiex does it again, right? She knows she's got the read. HTM, though, holds her off, and that's going to be yet another pay safe card Thrifty to get the third on the board for Twisted Minds.
Last round before the switch.
I want to see the scoreboard. Okay, I was good for a second. I was thinking, does Hate the Most have more kills with a ghost than with? Because just they've been so quiet so far this game, but like, this was absurd. Like just straight up spam. There's no reveal. There was nothing else there. Sisette then gets 2 with the Sheriff here as well.
One enemy remains.
They definitely have more rounds in Thrifties than they do currently with rifles, which, hey, if you were winning rifle rounds, that would be fine, but they now need to do something with it. 2 of the last 3. Weaponry a bit awkward, but I'm seeing Jiex with a judge in hand, and I feel like somehow she's about to do some serious damage.
Well, let's see. She's closing the space between her and Lexa, who doesn't want to go out of earshot, of course, of a potential shrouded step over that trip. But it's Seaside that they have to be worried about. Twisted Minds think about going right on in here. Nightfall, I don't think it's connected at all, but it's Alkia to try and do it from behind. And she gets 1, but the flank superiorly ineffective. That spike is still there. Sand control still aware. And Safia from the back of sight is not going to get a connection with the tripwire this time. Camera dealt with, but we'll just go for the fight anyway. Has that neural depth, and with the pick, surely can spam it, but goes for a little bit too much, and Greed, unfortunately, might have lost this one for Twisted. Lexa, 1v3. 2 remaining, but can't track the first. Lance jumping across the line to make it 9-3 at the half.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, really solid defensive side. A few blips versus the Thrifties that ended up making it maybe a little bit more competitive, which is surprising. But after Jiex was so impeccable, you'd hope that this time they'll close it out. We'll find out after the break.
I know
Player standing.
A familiar first half, at least with how things started, but KC, they have a huge lead moving into the attack side, and we'll see if they are going to be able to convert their map pick, because if they do, we're going all the way to Split to see how these teams fare over there. But for now, Twisted Minds are going to be chasing things down, and we'll see if they do what they do best, which is usually get aggressive, and we'll see if that's going to be happening here over towards C.
I do wonder if some point we're going to get like a Vania scenario where KC just decide to put Jiex on the duelist for a little bit, because she's been so unbelievably aggressive with this Omen thus far. Alkia, though, it's going to be that point of contact. Lean just looking to try and battle and brawl. Already does manage one, but there isn't a follow-up. Didn't have any support versus the full squad of KC. The rest just sitting back passive.
Yeah, I'm looking at Zafia, who has threaded the needle perfectly to Waterfall. There was only a moment while we had Toka off that line, but look how deep she is in behind enemy lines. Lovely shots, though. Toka and Suzette both finding the ones coming at the front side. And now it's just going to be Adasilia to try and hold that spike down. But Zafia given a moment to strike, and now they're going to rotate back into the numbers. 2 players for Twisted Minds, still at sand, still at sea. And they're just trying to figure out exactly where Lexa is. Obviously, they spotted her, and they're going to try to run her down. She's solo, just tucked in the corner. And KC committing to the plan.
Cage triggered. Into a winnable scenario. A few very low players, HTM especially, tagged within inches of her life. They try and re-aggress, though. And while Lexa has managed to give them that much-needed lifeline, we spoke about the comeback in the last map. Well, they only lost 3 rounds when it came to their defensive side, and 2 of them with a pistol in second. So winning a pistol, Mac, maybe they'll only lose 1 this time.
Let's see if they can do it.
Probably
I was
not.
worried for a moment. How come every single one of these rounds is just so chaotic? Like, nothing makes sense. It's like the mid-round calling is almost perfect, but then KC's calling just makes things awkward, and Twisted Minds, it's just chaos. It's utter chaos here, and I'm thriving in it. I love it.
Well, you'd like me, haven't you? You casted a fair amount of Asian Counter-Strike, so you should be very much used to this.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing will beat that level of chaos, though.
I'd argue even, the amount of Oceanic Valorant I've casted has also been quite imperfect. So it's given similar vibes, round to round. But this time we got KC full domination on B, and Twisted Minds just setting up for a retake.
This is AC coming in with an investment. Normally you're not going to see these sort of purchases, but Stinger has started to grow in popularity, especially across the pond. That is a phenomenal paranoia. Left so many people blind. Suzette at least will be able to get 1 and a second. That Bulldog doing damage. The trade's coming back and forth, though, and leaves it only on to Toka, and she can't do anything. That comeback was as short-lived as it ever could have been, as KC find an immediate response with a force buy.
Oh, and you don't have a lot of wiggle room to make any more mistakes, so you kind of have to eco. That move from Jiex again was phenomenal. As you mentioned, the paranoia hitting 3 there. Forced them all to line up as well. You could have seen like a 3-player spray down with the Stinger, which you wouldn't see too often, but we almost got it there. And again, Twisted Minds, this time going aggressive, trying to hedge the bets, play the numbers, and it's going to be towards the A site. As soon as this is spotted by GX, she was going to call for everyone just to smack it at C. And there you go.
Rolling Thunder getting dangerously close, and the aggression has definitely been spotted. Zafia even holding the flank in a Nat style, having that sniper in hand. It makes it so devastatingly difficult to ever challenge against her. All that Twister can really hope for here is a little bit of extra damage. Like, winning this round should be impossible.
Okay, bot line gives them an opportunity. Lance is here to try and trade. We'll see if her and GX are able to lock it in. Try to step back to safety, but goes back for seconds. And again is just going to be able to cut the numbers of Twisted Minds. And I don't see HTM winning this one. Camera as well to clear the corner. Info, but HTM has fallen further back. And Anasilia grabs that one with open arms. 4 alive here. The Force Bite in that second round of the half has almost nailed the coffin of Twisted Minds here. At least their fate on Lotus.
I imagine that obviously the winner of this game goes on to play G2 Gozen. The loser is out of this stage of EMEA. And I imagine G2 Gozen maybe watching on was sat there after map 1 and going, you know what? If we're facing Twisted Minds, we're happy, or if we're facing a weaker version of KC, we're happy as well. They might be seeing the way Jiex is playing and maybe changing their mind a little. Lean, though, is going to put her in the dirt. Like, that's the main thing. You've got rid of the biggest danger so far, which is the Omen. Which, funnily enough, is the same for G2.
It's crazy that. Both teams so similar in a lot of their approaches as well. We'll see if Lexa can Odin up the Storm from the back of sight. Good for the first. Spacing from KC, not enabling a trade, but there is going to be plenty of space to get this one planted. Rolling Thunder online if necessary, and it might just be in the 2v4. Neural Theft, giving the info on both those KC members. It will be a little down to the timing, but there goes the Rolling Thunder to buy some extra time. Flashpoint stops the aggression, and that stun is going to dissipate on all of these defenders, flooding back into the site, but they're going to all take a similar angle. Lexa gets it done eventually. Plenty of bullets in that magazine, and it's 4 on the retake. Beautifully done. And Twisted Minds, they don't want to finish Lotus just yet. 3 alive gives them a pretty good buy time moving into the 17th.
I'll say fair play to Lexa by being able to do so much with it. Like, the backside Odin, fair enough. Like, there's a lot of spammable walls and positions that can be quite awkward, but when it gets to the retake, that's normally where you expect that gun to kind of suck, but she was very quick on finding trades and just the wall bag. Yeah, ridiculous.
It's a spray transfer onto the second, onto the 4th kill. Ah. Mitch may be having a field day right now, but he's on vacation. In a very sandy, visited area. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah. That one was interesting. I didn't expect to see anybody stick that. I thought it would just be for information, but fair play, Jiex. You are playing with more confidence than any player I've ever seen. And it is only a 1-player disadvantage. They're going to try and re-aggress.
Okay. Suzette, whiffs the spray as Alkia finds both those members coming in from the back of sight. And now it's just up to Toka to try and trade through here. Gets the first 3 for the round, but it's not enough. And KC have a lot of map points to play with here to take us all the way to Split to decide this matchup.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate fact for this Twisted Minds roster is you managed to deal with one of the Turkish threats. Unfortunately, there was a second Turkish threat that they didn't deal with. Zalkia just sliding through. And while 12 and 5, 7 rounds in a row. We've seen it, but this map doesn't feel much like the last one at all.
If Lotus gets rounded out, or if Twisted Minds can dig up some kind of last-minute resurgence. Never count them out. Already starting to send the members towards the A site.
Deploying drone.
And we will have a 4v3, maybe even a 5v3 over here. And I'm looking at Susette's position. If she can hit a good timing on a Paranoia, if the dark cover is disrespected, then maybe there's a world, but Lean needed that shot. And just with the judge, all the rotation back, maybe, just maybe there's an opportunity, but she swung into a long line, and Jiex has put it down. 1 player still remaining for Twisted Minds over towards the B side, but with the Neural Theft, they have every bit of information they could need and more. And it's a 3v4, a player disadvantage for Twisted Minds on the retake.
Need this kill. They need to find Alkia. Dodges the flash, but it will be hated the most that's able to Find that pick off. 3 players now pushing back through that same angle. Jiex in position, ready and waiting. First goes away and now has that extra little line of support. But guess what? She didn't even need it. Another 4K to add to the growing collection. And Jiex as well. The mantle that pushes KC to a dominant victory.
What was that, 18 rounds? I cannot wait to see the scoreboard at the end of this one for KC, for Jiex in particular. Just doing so much and more. Sending down the smokes, calling up a storm, and then fragging up a storm as well. This match is certainly not done, but it is providing every bit of entertainment on a beautiful Sunday afternoon that you could ask for, and then even a little bit more there, Tom.
Well, yeah, and the best thing now is that we get our decider. We get to split the one map that's in the pool that wasn't played last time around. And the winner goes marching on in the tournament, looks to face off against G2, makes it to double elimination. And the loser is out.
Is out completely. The cool thing about split is we finally, potentially, get to see a different composition out of these two teams in this matchup. Because they're pretty much playing the same agents on everything. And I don't know if we're going to see that or not, but we can find out after the break.
One enemy remaining. Kill. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Seconds left. Attackers win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut
Well, before the break, we saw KC remind us all that they are the reigning champions of VALORANT Game Changers EMEA, and they managed to take a very fast Lotus 13-5. We are really getting to see KC now come together as a team. What did you think, Inami?
Honestly, they did the best. Like, that's the reigning champs that we had earlier this year. And they've been just playing so well together. They've been playing off their contact all the time. Every single time they get one kill, we're not seeing any grid. They like go back, reset, and then go in together to make sure they win. And no surprise, the MVP is Jiex. She's been so good at taking like one kills and then not greeding anymore, and then like making sure she's always in those sneaky, surprising places, being able to like just get into the head of Twisted Minds and being able to punish them every single time.
KC definitely didn't let this one slip away from them like they did on Haven. It was just a very solid team performance individually. Like Nami said, everything was just working for them. It was great team macro, the trades, the retakes, the site takes, the whole lot. And of course, Jiex, I guess, doing what Suzette did on the last map and absolutely dominating on Omen.
Well, Jiex does say in that content piece that we watched earlier on the stream, don't come for my dreams. Like, you know, this is her dream. Like, so yeah, if you mess with her on one map, she's going to come back and try and take it by force on the second. So let's take a look at Suzette, because you just mentioned her, Meg, and she did have a fantastic time on a Haven. Still a fair bit of impact on Lotus, but I mean, it's hard to get things done when you're up against the numbers of KC.
Yeah, I think she really struggled to find the space and the timing and the advantages that she did on Haven. You know, similarly, a 3-site map, you're kind of expecting maybe that Omen to come in with those crazy lurks and pushing through B and just being a pain in their side with the TPs. But I just don't think that they could find anything, not just Suzette, but I think Twisted Minds Orcas as a whole, because I just think Carmine Corp, whatever they were doing it with full conviction, and they weren't going to let any mistakes come through on this one.
Yeah, and you touched up on it perfectly. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to add that she touched up on it perfectly, because the good performance of Twisted Mind always relied on Suzette and Lean being so good and being able to get those frags every single time. And that's what we didn't see this time around from them.
Well, let's see some of the successes of KC then, because it was a masterclass from this team. Twisted Minds, you know, they are online on the server, Inami. They just had no gaps to play with.
Yeah, and it was just the entire team of KC being able to punish every single time. We've seen from Jiex being able to just like hide in the small corners and being able to punish every single time. And the anchoring coming from Safia and her ability to just isolate fights every single time. It has been just beautiful to see, and that's the KC that we've seen in the stage 1. That's the KC that won the stage 1.
Yeah, I do definitely think Jiex and Safia were standout performances. For me, using those smokes to utilize kind of like sitting in them, maybe right-clicking. We saw it from literally the pistol round from the very, very get-go, and also those Cypher cages. And like Nami said, like isolating those fights, I think she anchored the sites incredibly well. She didn't let them sort of gather too much information or delayed those site takes if they did manage to get onto site successfully. I just think that combination, and then the rest of the team also fulfilling their roles and doing their job, just made it pretty impossible for Twiz to find the advantages that they did find on Haven.
So we're going to be going to a third and final map. It's going to be Split, and I feel like this is a fantastic map as a decider. It's a classic map. We tend to see classic comps on it. Meg, do you think that therefore on paper KC should be winning this, given that they have got the higher pedigree?
I do think Split for me is definitely a Carmine Corp map, because I think in stage 1, especially in playoffs, I remember some of us questioning Glance on Sky and then her completely dominating. And the really fun thing about this one is that Twisted Minds also play the Sky on Toka. And I just think that kind of seeing that come through with the Raze, Alkia, again, Lexa and Safia on their Cypher comfort roles, the Breach. I just think that this is definitely the map that has potential to maybe go 2018 like we saw on their last matchup, because they're definitely all comfortable on their roles, and yeah, it's going to be good for Split.
Inami, give me your impressions of the Agent Select. I'm so sorry.
Just not ready.
Yeah, you're not ready.
It's okay.
I am so sorry. I wanted you to give you this the agent selection, get your impressions. You're not ready for the 2018, but is it going to be a 2018? No.
I hope not, honestly. But what I'm excited for in this map is we didn't see Lean on Raze on like today at least, and we've seen her how aggressive she can get on the Neon. So I'm questioning like if we'll be able to see her go as aggressive on this agent, because we've seen earlier that very struggled a bit going from the Neon to Raze. So that's where I will be focusing right now, is on the two duelists and how much they'll be able to like get space and how much they will be able to punish the enemy team.
It's wild to me seeing there actually the stats from group stage 2, because you wouldn't expect their win rate, Carmine Corp, to be 33%. The fact that they've only won 1 out of 3 of their games. So, you know, that obviously could work in Twizz's advantage. But I honestly do think, and I know we all probably maybe want to go to bed a little early tonight, but I think this is going to be a long one.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry to our briefcase casters then, because Tom and Mac are standing by to cast us beside us.
Couple of grandmas there. You want to go to bed early? I'm here for the Valorant. Let's keep it going. Triple OT, quadruple OT.
Say,
Beautiful.
I thought Meg would have learned from her mistakes of trying to go to bed early yesterday when Fnatic started making a comeback. So 2 days in a row, Meg. That's disappointing.
Let's not talk about that. Let's all forget about that. Everyone over here wants to forget about that one. That was a tough watch. But look, we are here to split the difference between both these teams. So far, KC coming back real hard there on Lotus, but let's see what we got from them on Split. Composition looking old, I'd say. I wouldn't say this is meta at all. Tom, what's your thoughts on it?
It's a weird one because, yeah, Sky has really not been a popular pick anywhere. I think a few teams. I distinctly remember like Foot running a composition that had this Sky within it as well, and it didn't go fantastically well, but I still think it's a good agent for just getting a lot of that early information and having those timed flashes alongside those aggressive Raze picks. But yeah, most teams are running that sort of either a double duelist composition or maybe throwing something like a Viper into the mix. So
yeah,
I want to see what they have planned with this, but I'll be honest, for me the most important thing is going to be the Omens, which is not something you say very often, but they've both had lights out performances in map 1 and 2, so why wouldn't I be looking at Suzette and Jiex?
Okay. Got Vents control already coming through here. Alkia placed to try and deny rotation. We also got the Trailblazer dealt with nice and early. And Twisted Minds heavy with a 3-2 split. The middle of the map is so open, it's crazy, and it was just the camera that was spotting it. Then comes the other Trailblazer, and now they know a few of the positions of the KC members. Lexa from the back of sight needs to try to dance around and hope that this dark cover is going to be able to split things up. They go around the pillar on the back of sight, and there's no way that Lexa can hold on here. One is all she'll get, and Sapphire as well going to deny the retake from Heaven just yet. But with 40 seconds, that spike hasn't been planted, and Lean's got a nice little lineup to deny that plant and delay it even further. 3v2, and Heaven control is there right now. Lean doesn't want to go forward, but HCM still with 2 flashpoints to play with, could potentially set up a retake here. Lean just dancing around. Wants to full wrap. The trade is there, but can't find the second player. Fault line dodged. And an opportunity gained, but won't be able to get it done. It's HTM to keep on fragging. And with one more flash, there is a chance that she could slide it here on the right position. Planted for main, but she knows that Anasilia was close, and Anasilia holds strong. 4 for the round on the pistol, and KC on the attack starts strong for the 3rd month.
Yeah, the Red Bull clutch coming out from Anasilia. Maybe one that you wouldn't have expected to be needed with how this round kicked off, a double opener and then Safia's backstab doing a lot, but Lean definitely gave it a damn good try. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough in the end, and the Breach will finish the job that she started. And it's going to be KC off the bat on the pistol. And we've already seen it in map number 1. They were doing very well at getting these sort of early rounds on the board. Good at getting the conversions, but maybe not so much in those bonus rounds. It seems, though, that Lean, after some impressive shots in the first, wanted to try and carry that on. Hasn't been the case.
Well, the faster one. Aftershock slows things down, and the crossfire, or the fast flank even, is going to be able to activate, but the front side needs to hold for Lexa to try and find some success, and just with the classic this range, oh, it's hopeless. You can't hit those. You can't shoot too accurately at a range like that, and now it's Suzette in a 1v5 with the Sheriff. I wouldn't say it's old reliable. That Trailblazer, or Guiding Light rather, going to be enough to give her position away. And gets past the first hurdle, but there's many more falling on it. And that's going to be 2 in a row. KC, keep it clean, and we'll have a very strong bonus. But again, what, for the 3rd time tonight? It's like the same thing happening at the start of all these maps, Tom.
Yeah, there has been the slow starts that have definitely been problematic for the side of Twisted Mind. They managed an incredible comeback on map number 1, but it feels like Split really does end as that sort of middle ground. So those early starts, that extra boost in economy, in the ultimates, and of course, just having those extra weapons could be a problem. I like this from KC. They look like they're setting up into a much more direct hit. You've got weaker weaponry. The trades are going to be so important. And with a solo sight hold from Lexa, this could be a problem.
Birds are getting sent both ways. And there's info for both regards, but the control is there. KC going to be able to enter sight with that. But the Trapwire gives huge information, and Lexa can double down through the screen there. Lovely trade from Glance, but the numbers already thin so much on KC's side of things. Toka risks it, and fortunately it doesn't work out. Anasilia given an opportunity, and the spike is not planted, but there is time, and there's already 3 rounds in for Rolling Thunder for Anasilia. Let's see if she can thread the needle. Twisted Minds with the buddy system, but they split up for just a moment. And Anasilia can't split the wickets this time. Fault line back online. And again, only the clock forcing her to play forward.
Unlucky that all the weapons are currently within the site. Like, retrieving any of them is nigh on impossible. It will either have to be the SMG or the pistol. I'd go with the pistol. She's already got 7 pistol kills so far in this game, but looks for the isolated fight. More Suzette with the rifle is going to put her down. Still a decent amount of damage for KC, but with walking into that solo cypher, they might have hoped for a little bit more. But again, like, credit where it's due. Lexa, when she's within her own setup, has been impeccable throughout this series.
Oh yeah, knows exactly how to play off of her own utility. Set Twisted Minds up for their success on the first gun round. Bit of damage on the bonus from KC though. So Twisted Minds, they aren't in a super safe position yet, and you can see that with a couple of half armors coming through just to try to play the numbers down. And this time KC looking to test out mid control again.
The interesting thing when looking at the Masters tournament currently going on with the teams that play Split is, I think every single team is currently running a Viper on this map. Neither side has opted to go for one here. Of course, it just gives you so much extra control. And even the teams, there's a couple of teams running the Sky, they will run one to have that sort of combo of being able to flash through those screens, flash through the util, also just delay that control. So I still want to keep an eye on how both these squads are actually utilizing that agent in particular. An aggressive push up from the defense, but it's a whiff. And Jiex able to get a 1-for-1 on what should have been a freebie. Toka in position. Oh, it's another! KC are getting away with murder.
Oh my lord, the nerves are winning this round for KC. It's crazy that those 2 unfortunate whiffs happened back to back. But you can see that Twisted Minds, they are currently feeling the pressure. Saphia, the freest kill of her life. And it's Suzette in a 1v4. This time, with a better weapon to try and make the clutch happen. Takes out the Shrouded Step. To get any information. Lovely setup from Hell, from Pillar, and from backside. But Suzette realizing it's pretty much unwinnable and will opt just to carry the Phantom into the next. And that's what we were talking about. The economy, not in a good way, will force the save out. And KC with 3 alive here will start to pump up the financials of their own. 3-1 already on the attack side.
Off to a great start, and sure, this definitely isn't at one of those maps like it was in the past where you'd only really expect to see rounds on the defense. A lot of teams have really mastered the attack side with the sort of addition of that secondary flash alongside the aggression of Raze. I think we will see a decent amount of rounds on this side of the map. That one's just got to feel almost heartbreaking, though. Like, 2 opportunities where the defensive side player has the drop on somebody on the attack, like not looking or not ready for the certain fight, and both losing because of it. It's incredibly costly for the side of Twisted Mind. You mentioned it. Economy-wise, they're in the bin. It's only going to be an additional purchase of an SMG and some pistols to play with alongside that safe gun.
Plain completely for the game to get the rockets online. Yeah, that is all they were playing for. And the threat now of the showstopper is going to send KC packing, or at least most of them. Off the back of that glance, just dry contacting back into main. Dark cover invested as well. And with that control, they'll realize, okay, we probably don't want to go to B. But Twisted Mind still playing heavy to this position. Okay, HTM in tower. Spot some extra info. And KC again, just happy to thread the seeds of doubt.
This is where you kind of have to ask a little bit too much of Lexa and her setups. The solo defender trip already taken offline. It's an angle that is an off angle, but it's one that should be checked. Still manages one, and the spray's not pretty. Somehow they're making this one costly, but
30 seconds
whether or not anything more can be found, showstopper thrown in. Toka has managed to get 2 with a classic, but running out of bullets. It is a 2v2, but seemingly a fairly unfair one. And now Suzette, last player standing, will even be caught by, I believe, the Rolling Thunder. Definitely a good round in isolation, but when you consider that a showstopper was thrown in, maybe they would have hoped for a little more.
Yeah, the investment, I thought it might have turned the round around, but it was just a dry shot with it. Like a blind shot even. And no connection. Lexa almost able to get the reload off and keep fighting here is crazy. It's at this moment here where you see the showstopper coming out of heaven. I think she just shot that through a dark cover as well. She had no vision and just hoped that reading the map was going to be enough. But unfortunately, for Twisted Minds, it just wasn't. KC off to the races in multiple regards. Straight up middle again. Just investing the dark cover at male and once again, throwing Alkia straight into vents.
Hawk out. Blinded. Scout destroyed.
And Twisted Mind is solid though. It's how far they go. Jiex is just waiting, and it's a little bit disjointed. At least Suzette will be able to get the trade, so it's only the 1-for-1, but you can see the immediate response from KC is, okay, we've lost B side. We need to now put the pressure onto the A side of the map. The problem is they're then walking into the Lion's Den.
Okay. And they get through here. It's the same setup as before, but this time just as successful. 2 for Lexa, but job's not done. And Asilia tapping, hoping that she can find some info. And where that Trailblazers come from, spots, I think it was Suzette over towards Heaven. And it's going to be the 3-player rotation all into screens. Just hanging Toka out to dry. The high-low face is beautiful. Suzette takes the head off of Anasilia, and that's going to be 4 now, or 2 now for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I really like how confident they are in the defensive side setup. Right? Yeah. Just with what they're able to do with that A site hold from Lexa, and then the rest of the team can sort of, they can get aggressive on B, they can challenge from it, they can hold on to that Heaven control because she just doesn't go down. And if she does, she's normally taken 2 players with her at the same time. So stellar work from her over on that A site. And it gets to a point where you almost wonder if KC would just opt to really pressure down on B, because if you're not breaking through that Cypher setup, just go away from it.
Yeah. Well, this default from KC has been relatively effective. Just deny any chance for Twisted Minds to play aggressive at Heaven. But they're also very happy to keep on playing 3-2, allow the trips to try and get some information. But this time it's just going to be the visuals. Over towards Heaven side, fault line is dropped by HTM to try and send them packing. And this time it might just be the A split. I can never tell where KC are going because you've still got Jiex as well lurking over towards B main, so they can pivot at any moment.
There.
Awful lot of space. The flashing being thrown out over on A just to try and sell them a bit of a ruse. Timing here is going to be absolutely everything because the set could just catch them out, but Sapphire is well aware. There is one weaker weapon for the side of the attack, but getting a plant into position, having a player advantage at the same time, it's about as good as it gets.
Such good positions. Jiex as well.
Thought she was going to stick it for a sec.
Yeah, she did before. They're like, oh, she's going to do it again. Either way, Lean going to be able to kick off this retake. Seekers invested, but dealt with so quickly. And Twisted Minds just trying to hunt for all of these positions. Hell is something they have to worry about, Sapphire. The tracking's okay. We'll get one, but the trade game's better. And just like that, the numbers favoring Twisted Minds until Anasilia does it with a classic. Just throwing attention towards herself and making things so awkward. No way she doesn't do him dirty like that. The classic gets another 3 there in the post plant. Ridiculous out of Anasilia.
That's so stupid. I can't believe that has worked out. So that was a 3v2 retake where one of the players only has a classic and the classic gets all 3 kills. Like, that's genuinely madness. Wins the 1v1 versus Lean. Okay, that one I can forgive, but it should be the player with the classic baiting for the player with the rifle, but instead it ends up the other way around.
I feel like the theory is, look, the spike is planted for the main player, so Anasilia run around like crazy, right? And we're going to see KC go a bit more offensive this time. Straight out to B, things returning to normalcy. Trailblazer gets the info, and it's 2 quick picks. So the contention over for the Garage Control doesn't go well for Twisted Minds. And again, they don't have a whole lot to make a retake happen, but Lex has got a classic, and we've seen what that can do.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what could be done with the classic at this stage, but...
Free gun, by the way.
Yeah, realistically...
My ult's ready.
Oh, she's got another Rolling Thunder. 13-4, by the way, on the breach. We're round number 8, and she's actually setting up to use it. It is an eco. I don't think this ult really needs to be committed, but if they want to just make sure this round is confirmed, 6 on the attack would be nice. I think already doing so much damage to the players on side. Lexa is going to be the one to get a kill, but there's no more. There's no more to be had. And the Rolling Thunder's even kept through for the next round.
A smart decision to hold on to the ult. Even just the threat of it creates so much space on the map a lot of the time. The Twisted Minds, look, kudos for attempting to take that control. Try and play aggressive with a low buy, but didn't work that time. And on to the next we go. Let's have a quick look at the ult economy, all things considered. HTM, if they play for an orb, can have a Rolling Thunder of their own for retake if necessary. And then KC, yeah, they got something to work with. Seekers as well can give them huge information. Rolling Thunder showstopper. That's that combo if I've ever seen one hit, Tom.
Yeah, I'll be honest though. I think it's all irrelevant when your breach is 15-4.
That's true. That's true.
Like, it's a weird thing to talk about, but like, she genuinely is just almost clowning on them at this stage. Like, Lexa's A site hold, fantastic. They have 2 rounds. A lot of it was down to her.
Yeah.
But when they go B, it just seems like Anasilia has been practicing that site for the entirety of her life, because even with a classic, she's able to just destroy her opposition. The rest of the team are in the door of the Explorer backpack. And yeah, they're 6-2 up on this attack side. It really does feel like since the last map began, KC have been firmly in the driver's seat.
And look, Jiex is fully tagged out and said, put me in that backpack. I've done my work already tonight. It's your turn.
There's only so many crazy Omen plays that you can put in the montage. She's got to chill.
That is true. Well, in comes the showstopper, and let's get B site is weakened. Okay, connection at heaven off the backboard as well. and the paint shell's going to create some extra space.
Oh, dear.
Awkward for Lean. Just couldn't thread it over towards the safety of defender spawn, and there's just damage done everywhere. Token, though, holding on to this one, and the Rolling Thunder going to be invested with the Guiding Light, denying vision, and Acilia going for the wraparound, and again, just keeps on trying to frag. Toka somehow saves the day with a quadra. That is insanity.
I thought she was screwed. Like, she turns back to the player in heaven as if she knew she was there the entire time. That is a crazy reaction shot from her, because everything else looked like it was going Casey's way. Look, like the start, the showstopper, Rolling Thunder, yeah, you mentioned it was put into play. I've never seen anybody fly that high. I think that Lexa maybe hit the skybox, but yeah, then the flip back around, and I don't know how that's the round they win, but it keeps the nice pattern we have going on our scoreboard.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. And you saw as well that third kill that she got was against, was while she was still stunned from the Rolling Thunder too. So it makes it that much more impressive that she survived that. But we'll see if they can get 6. It is pretty much a golden number that they need to achieve if they want to hope in that second half. Mid control will be contested by Twisted Minds initially, but with Lean going down to 30 points of health already, she'll back away, she'll reposition, put her attention back towards the ramp area, and she might be right in doing so, but the spike, we know KC have that over towards B. So this will just be, ooh, fake, maybe contact, but the shot at close range works out for the first. Oh, and gets a little bit more value out of that one. Showstopper online, paint shell's still there to utilize. But it's all locked down, and Suzette gets the info that they're looking for. One of the 2 remaining KC members is making their way to B, but won't go all the way out of Garage yet. And there's now space for Glance to try and make a play.
30 seconds
Been
left.
spotted. Cage popped, and now becomes an impossible task. And again, you look at the economy that's there for KC with how close a lot of these rounds have been. I think it has to now be the decision just to hold on to the weaponry. I guess the point from Anacilia is I'm 18-5. Maybe let's see what I could do.
10
but
seconds left.
not going to be the case this time around. And it's been a talking point throughout the entirety of this matchup. Going for a peek with 3 seconds left seems a little bit overconfident. But hey, you know what? Glance has managed to take one down at least.
As a unit, okay?
But you're right, to carry those Vandals to the next round. That's what I say. Lovely dodge of the Guiding Light there. Lean with the reaction time on points and then the shots as well.
But yeah, what I was going to say is that it seems like one of the major turning points in every single one of the defensive halves has been that operator coming online, especially on Haven. Even on the attack, Lean picking up the operator made a huge difference. So they've managed to break the trend of 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. So we'll see if now they can actually build that back to 6 and in the end have a pretty decent half.
Okay, dark cover. Over towards vents this time. Feels if KC altered their route back towards the tower. What exactly they're looking for. Guiding Light's going both ways. Every single one used, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Glance still has one. Okay, so the flash battle will rage on throughout the round. And KC set their sights on B. 3 players pretty much already here, and a 4th, which is Lean, can pivot for Twisted Minds at a moment's notice, but confidence just to walk out mid like that and make her way to the correct position. In comes the Rolling Thunder to deny the push for the moment. Dark cover there, and with 40 seconds, KC, what do you do here? Spike's already decided, hey, we're going A, but that's into Lexa again, Tom.
She's been very good. Already now has the information.
30 seconds left.
I always like watching her setups just because they make it so awkward for these players to fight around. The ruse was sold on B, but that's okay for the side of Twisted. They know they've got their tank on the other side, just managing to find a quick double. The spike needs to be retrieved, but it will be planted, put into position. But bear in mind that Lee now has that showstopper, just looks to get the easiest pick of her life, flying across the sky. Jiex has at least done well.
Okay,
it's a
safe
gun
plan.
to be picked up, but they need to get back into position to actually deny this one, and they will not be able to. It's another round on the board for Twisted, and it's another round where Lexa is the hero once again.
I was looking at an angle. I was thinking, Casey, how do you win that from heaven when it's not planted for you? But the answer is they don't. You know, the cover was too good. There was no way of them teleporting to site too quickly. And yeah, the showstopper, I felt like locked that one in. As soon as you take the player off site, it's beautifully done. But yeah, this spray down from Lexa, extra damage as well. Everything she could have done, she did. And it was enough to give Twisted Minds a chance to get back into the conversation. 5 now, and also an opportunity to even things up at the half.
I think it is a rare thing to see a Sentinel player that if they push your site, you're guaranteed to. Like, guaranteed. No matter what they do, it seems like Lexa will always find 2 picks on that side of the map, and that's why you see these confident pushes. It's happening again. Like, 3 players currently fighting for mid. You got the rotational operator as well. And then just, yeah, Lexa will do the rest. Lexa will delay. Lexa will hold. In this case, oh, the timing almost ends up being problematic, but luckily has Lexa for support. Through they go. But again, she's just in prime position. Gets caught with the hat off the head. But the amount of assists already coming through, it's only 1 standing, and it will be a cleanup in the end. They even it.
Mate, blink and you'll miss that one. Absolute chaos continuing to go out all throughout the series. And we are tied up at the half. Crazy reposition. And Lexa going to get a huge spray down. Everyone joining the fray so quickly. And I'm expecting more chaos after the halftime break. You guys ready for more chaos? Good. Well, we're going to get it here in the second half. Twisted Minds, we know that they are better usually on the attacking side. So let's see if they can live up to all those expectations that we've set for them. Because if they don't, they're gone. They're out of here. 6th place.
Well, yeah, that's the crazy thing is we are talking about the contenders winner. So obviously the people who rise up through the ranks to look to fight in Game Changers EMEA, facing off against the champions, the current champions of EMEA. And the loser of this next half is out. Casey could be dropping after picking up the crown, and Twisted Minds, this might be the upset of the century. We'll have to see if they can pull it off.
Well, it all starts here on the pistol. Casey have been solid on them yet again. Alkia and Sapphire locking down the site. Crossfire from the heavens and from the hells. And this is looking good unless Lexa can have something to say about it. Guiding Light revealing that she's out on site somewhere. Isolated fight, but it's no good for Lexa this time. And Casey again put another pistol on the tally.
They have been, well, they've won the majority of pistols. I think the only one they didn't, they immediately won the second round over on Lotus. So it has been the gun rounds that have been the batter for Twisted Mind. There's no doubt about that, but it's definitely a hard series to come back from when you're not getting any of those early rounds under your belt. It also doesn't help that Anasilia is 20-8. It's crazy when you think that they are 1 round in the lead and their breach is currently having probably one of the craziest performances he's ever had. And Jiex has been quiet so far, but that doesn't mean it will stay that way. And it doesn't mean that she's not going to play with confidence.
That's true. That is so true. And they're just going to lock this one down. See if either of the Twisted Minds members want to gamble across to try and pick up the Sheriff there. Tap on the spike, but the Guiding Light will give the info that they're looking for, that there are still dangerous individuals just around the corner. First spotted, second checked, although the classic. A bit of damage. Okay, Suset jumping around with a classic, not going to work this time. And KC keep it clean at the start of the second.
If it wasn't for the heal, she would have got a second. That's where the true value is coming in from the sky, is those heals. That's why we play it now. Yeah, a decent round coming through from KC. Another start that they'll be happy about. But this is where things get interesting. As said, like, okay, maybe not so much when it came to Lotus, but at least on map 1, for the majority of this map, the buy rounds is where we've really seen this Twisted Mind squad thrive. The problem is I'm looking at the purchase and just seeing not only, well, 1 shotgun, but 2 purchased in, a Judge and a Bucky. I do get a little bit nervous because it means there's going to be some spicy plays. And just look at where Jiex is already, by the way. Just look at he's just pushed up in B main with a smoke.
Smoke and push. Smoke and push. Been working for him, so why change the idea? KC, think about doing a little bit more of that. Smoke and push and flash and push and... Ooh, okay, maybe not this time. HTM standing with the gun ready to deliver. And we'll crack open the first round and try to fend off the bonus. But if they walk back here into the garage, look who's waiting at B main. It's Jiex who's in front of the flash. And with a Bucky of all things, that is danger looming. Another flash invested. And she dark covers. Okay, maybe not feeling herself so much. We'll get back to the safety of the site. And, ooh, jump in, Safia. Lucky she checked that one. We'll get the info that they're looking for, and Twisted Minds have the site.
This is the problem. It's like you kind of needed Safia to delay a little bit more than she has, because this is where the weaponry will fall a little bit flat. Two Bulldogs, 2 shotguns, and not the greatest space-taking agent slash standing. Maybe they can chuck it over to Alkia and see if she can get in with the Judge, but from here on out, it should be Twisted Minds round.
Lex up, connecting, and making the retake look easier. But is it real? Let's see. Bucky and Judge coming in from a main. Use the dark cover to try and force them into close quarters combat. But they don't want to play that game. Spam away and deal with it. Only 1 casualty suffered, so Twisted Minds, they are certainly still here in the conversation.
No, I'd like the sort of response to that round. They get the opener, they then walk into a Bucky, which, yeah, a lot of the time you're going to think about running and trying to trade that, but I think they made the realization, okay, if there's players fighting in mid, there's a player deep in B main, there has to be a gap, and that gap was on A. So good decision-making, good calling from Twisted Mind, and already bring the difference between 1. I said, you lose both pistols and you're 1 round behind, that's not a bad place to be.
True statement. Twisted Minds just trying to feel out KC's first gun round. Trailblazer with the info. What's one at Heaven? But are they going to expect this positioning from Anasilia, who has been fatal for them from the short side, but this time dealt with early? So top fragger down, and danger still imminent towards Heaven, but more so for KC. Toka and HTM won't be able to get everyone there. As you can see, Jiex has repositioned to try and go for a refrag, but that one ain't happening. It's the rotation back from Twisted Minds through the market and back to B.
Yeah, and they're just playing controlled. The second they have the advantage, looking to group back up, play it as a squad. I think this is just where you're seeing a lot of those solid fundamentals, which when teams, like obviously they were relegated to contenders and then came back up from contenders, but a lot of the time the contender squads facing off against the top teams, you might see those gaps. Jiex, Safia have somehow made this competitive though. Their crossfire's sublime, and well, I was just talking about those fundamentals. If you've got the heroes, I guess sometimes it doesn't matter.
Yeah, spacing usually good for the trade game. I guess they were expecting you know, one of the other members of KC to be in a different position. But yeah, Twisted Minds unfortunately just walk into what was a bit of a bait and switch high and low setup, and things get really awkward real quick. Jiex just smacking them down through the corner, Paranoia to buy some space, and then wins that one against the opposing Omen Suset. KC assert a bit more dominance, but again, look at the finances. The money is certainly in question.
Yeah, both sides. This is a backbreaker round. This is either Twisted Minds right back in the map or KC just a couple away from taking it. And they're looking to get aggressive. Even with some of the shakier rounds they've had, they are not shying away from a fight. In fact, it was a 4-player mid-push, but again, that means that there's a gap. It's the same response that we've seen already. Immediately looking to put pressure in onto Safia, and she has to do exactly what her opposing Cypher did in the first half.
It's a Cage in a great position once she takes this contact, but spotted on site, and the trap is going to be triggered by Lexa. She goes down, and the 2 players on site fight for some control. How the hell is Safia alive here? Elbow, such a silly position, but they're going to be able to control it with 3 different members. Flash good, and the boom bot better, but it looks like Twisted Minds rather are making this one work. Alkia last alive in the 1v3. All 3 members from Twisted Minds fight for the site control finally. And they're going to be playing around elbow themselves. No paint shells here, just 2 satchels. And Alkia realizing, okay, this one's a little dangerous. And we spoke about the economy at the start of the round. So she's keeping that gun alive for the next.
Yeah, I think as well, just the fact that she probably heard the heals. So it's like, okay, maybe there's a player low, and then you realize, okay, there definitely isn't. Like, there's no chance of Miachu being able to catch a low player, get a chance at this fight. So I like it. Again, it's the same sort of reaction. I think the mid-round calling from Twisted Minds has been not impeccable. Even the round before, even the one they lost. I think that the call they made to group back up and go together was the right call. They just lost some silly fights that they'll probably watch back and reanalyze. This round, they did the same thing. Okay, we know 3 players have pushed mid. We've heard the utility. We've seen them. So let's immediately react. Where are they going to have gambled? They've probably left 1 player over on A, like we were doing.
Yeah.
And we're going to pressure that player. And I also want to say, Safia did an incredible job. Like, bought a lot of time. Considering all the players were in mid, you look at that fight around Elbow, there were 3 players there when the fight actually took place. They just kind of got clustered in. They needed to immediately find those picks because they were all in one corner. And while it ended up going the way of Twisted Minds this time, here's the rifle.
And it's just going straight
there
forward.
It goes.
We were talking about it, Casey. They love to just push on the defense. It was working for them so well on Lotus. And it's managed to allow them to get the opening, but it has been traded. And usually, the even advantage after you've lost a few members should help out Twisted Minds. And yeah, they're going to get that gun back. Okay.
That was the main worry. If it's a 1-for-1, and you lose the 1 rifle you had, like, I guess, other than the Guardian.
Yeah.
It's not really worth it. But in this case, it is. Again, fantastic setup from Safia. The Cypher's ruling supreme on this split A site. So impressed with how both have been playing, but I'm sure for Twisted Mind, they would really wish that Safia stopped doing this.
Yeah. But look, it's effective.
Can you not? Can you not?
Can you just miss a couple of shots for us? Come on, please. Probably saying the same here to
30
Set.
seconds left.
In the 2v3, they are going to run away from Safia, which I think is an effective strategy. However, look at who's beaten him to the punch. It's Glance with a classic, but the Rolling Thunder is dodged. And she might still be able to cut the cross from sight. Dark cover in the way, but it's going to be planted behind a spammable box. Unfortunately, it's just a classic to try and stop. But with all attention towards Heaven, I thought there was an opportunity for that push from Glance to work out. But Spike got planted in time, and once that info was gained by KC, it was too little, too late. And we are all tied up again.
Again, it's the mid-round, so it's just that snap decision to go back. I think Hated as well, using her Rolling Thunder. Even though it doesn't catch, it just stopped anybody getting to the site. That was their main worry, was somebody being able to deny the plant. And then she just immediately switches her gaze towards where the aggressive players are running from. Just good adaptations on the fly. And I think that has been the difference. That's the reason the scoreline is currently level, is we are seeing those fantastic mid-round calls coming out from this attack side. And if not, I think they would have easily lost that round if they continued to pressure. You mentioned it, like if you keep going into that Cypher setup,
yeah,
you're probably going to get owned. So they just didn't.
Just don't, you know, just go the other way.
Yeah, just win.
So I dare say, if us two expert analysts are correct, we will see B-site hits continuously from now on, because Sapphire is just unfortunately too much for Twisted Minds to deal with at the current moment. Have a quick look at the economy, look at the ults. What do we got? Rolling Thunder online for KC, so arguably we might see something aggressive again if they want to, you know, flirt with that idea. And Twisted Minds, they've got the Neural Theft online, and if they play for the showstopper, they should have that on too.
Time to hunt.
Early round will be the
Destroy.
hunt. And what you mentioned, like, okay, they're probably just going to put the pressure on the B side now. That's where KC are one step ahead.
Yeah.
They have switched the Cypher setup to B, and it makes a lot of sense. You have been having those sort of strong A site holds, and then the rest of the map falls apart. Your opponent's inevitably going to try and adapt to maybe play further into the B site where you've had success. Move Sapphire over there. Give them the same problems and see if you can hold on to that site solo and maybe have more success with aggression elsewhere. It, again, puts a lot of pressure on her shoulders, but
yeah,
she seems to thrive within it.
I think, as well, for this specific trapwire setup, I'm liking it because there's none near the B main choke. So no one's actually going to know that she's here, and if they don't wrap around the back of Pillar, there's a lot of danger right in front of them, and that camera as well, in a high, close position, I don't think has been seen. So we'll see if Sapphire is going to be able to do much, or if she even has to. Alkia defending from the heavens and makes it look good, but they've heard the camera this time and think, okay, 30 seconds, we kind of got to go here, and Suset going to be stuck in between two different trapwires. Sapphire fighting forward, going to be able to find herself a second, and it's a huge hold, and with 20 on the clock, 1v4, HTM is forced to save.
Yeah, no choice, especially with the credit situation. Neither side really able to get on top of this game at the moment, and because of that, it's leaving both of them on the brink. That's why you're not really seeing any of the defensive side players looking to hunt this player down. They do not want to risk their own economy at the cost of a singular gun, especially when they don't really know where she is. So, but again, it's that adaptation and the solid hold. Firstly from out here, but then you watch the difference when they try and go walking into the setup. It's just so well played from Sapphire all the way through. And there was a moment where she hears the orb being tapped, and I was like, is she going to spam this? Doesn't even do it for a second. She knows that it's like, okay, me being hidden here and me holding onto this site holds so much more value than a single kill on a person getting an orb.
100%. Well, let's see if anything changes. That goes there. AC. Still with an outlaw online for Sapphire. So just playing the financial game, maybe not expecting Twisted Minds to go so aggressive with this bite. Jiex again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. One dark cover gets them full B main control. Twisted Minds again going to be looking towards Mail, towards the vents instead. You get a decent amount of information out of the utility that has been invested from just KC at mid. Suset happy. After taking a tag, we'll just fall back to the rest of the troops. Okay, Paranoia ready to pump into heaven too. So expect a B approach, but this time not just from main. Oh my lord, it's a freebie. Jiex has somehow not been seen by the Trailblazer, and she should win this fight. Oh no, not again. I apologize, I cursed that one. But the heaven controls look good for Anasilia, and she's still got the fault line, still with the Rolling Thunder, but she might not even be needed. From the rafters, shooting up a storm. It's 4 for her, and she continues to rack up numbers in the kill feed.
Yeah, I felt for a moment that maybe she'd gone a little bit quiet in this second half after I think it was like, what, a 20 kill first half, but hey, right when they need her the most is when Anasilia steps back up to the plate. I also wanted to point out as well that clearly a very good read on the economy of their opponent, because they invested into that outlaw just because they knew their opponents would only be able to afford light shield. So Casey with a great scenario, but all in all didn't matter because Anasilia just fried.
Ooh, okay. Safia. Maybe in a position to defend this A site again. Playing much deeper from screens. Cam on heaven. Tower rather, and we'll see if that's going to give them the info that they need. But with the awkward cover, Jiex is able to play in front of it, but at this range, the Sheriff can be deadly. Jiex will be found through the wall.
We need a rolling thunder counter for Anasilia.
There's a lot.
She's got it back online again.
I know.
Not really that surprising at this stage. What? Oh, Lena's got that would tilt me off the face of the earth if a couple of bullets would just tap through and took my head off. She's also seen the gun being stolen as well. And well, I think that's 3 players spotted. A troublesome position. No, maybe not. Never mind. No, Glance is fine. Just stunned up and had a aftershock pushing her out into the corner. But no, she was fine. She was cool. No problem.
Everything's okay. Everything's fine. You know, flames
Killing,
just
if anything.
dancing around her. Oh, Lord. And Twisted Minds with 30 seconds, having to rotate for what, the second time, maybe even the third time this round.
And they're walking into where, Mac?
Yeah, they're walking into Safia.
Setup. Good luck.
Will history repeat itself? Or can they get past the final boss again? Safia flashed up, but again, that trapwire just buying so much time. There's 10 seconds to get the site plant, and they'll win it this time.
10 seconds left.
Okay, an opportunity to get it down. And the spike planted for a main. I don't know if they're going to be able to thread it there because the showstopper locks them in. Beautiful connection on the Toka. And the elbow control for HTM unfortunately doesn't go as expected. 1v2 angle. Lexa tucked away behind the screen on site and is just trying to figure out where both these defenders are coming from. KC, buddy system looked good, but it's not good when you line up like that. Lexa with the Red Bull clutch to keep Twisted Minds in this series.
I love this celebratory spin at the end. But you know what? The final boss then became the final boss because they gave the A site back to the opposing Cypher. That's when we knew that the round was over. Because you just had Lexa back in prime position once again. What a way to end out the round. They even healed up the remaining players to give Anasilia more health to fight with, and it was irrelevant. 10 rounds on the board. High impact one as well. Operator's going to be put back into his hands, something we haven't really seen in this defensive half, and while hated the most is going to fall for it. Like, it hasn't been there, so I can understand why she thought she could just walk into the angle, but that's an error.
Scout destroyed.
Ooh, and they've seen the traps just before the Trailblazer's gone down. So with that information, I feel like Twisted Minds, similarly to before, are thinking, hey, how about we go and dodge Safia again? This time, will they expect Jiex on the short side of the vent? Smoke at Mail means that they should be walking into Jiex's crosshair, but they're just going to dry contact through their own smoke. 3 through Mail, and no paranoia even needed. Toka just does it with the Vandal instead. Beautiful headshot, but they still need to get past the ultimate boss once more. Safia tucked away behind the pillar. Timing on the flanks are crazy, and the crunch is coming in from KC. Toka dealing with it, but again, it's just frags going left, right, and center. Space to plant, it's safe for Susette. And Lean is there, but she won't be able to stop that push in from defender spawn. Lean, the paint shells may be enough to try and lock this one in. Tapping again, guiding light. Doesn't quite connect, and Glance holds strong. 12 on the board, and 2 opportunities for KC to stay in the playoffs.
It's crazy that we're even at this point. It's crazy that KC, our current champions, are being pressed this hard by a team that just came up from contenders, and it's unfortunate if Twisted Minds are not able to sort of take this one home, because it's one thing to come close versus a champ, it's another thing to beat a champ, but that's where you're seeing these sort of big plays come up. Anasilia having a crazy performance, Glance stepping up to the table, probably the most experienced player in this server by quite a margin. Someone who's been to the top multiple times, and while for Twisted Minds, we've spoken already about the coaching staff, about the impact that someone like Vladkor can have. This might be the most important pause of his career so far.
Well, we'll see what tricks he's got up his sleeve to tell everyone else exactly what they need to be doing. Of course, though, See what KC pull out. They also have their own single timeout remaining to try and find that final round here in regulation. But honestly, I would not care. We joked about it going into this map. If we got to OT, let's do it again and again and again. Every one of these rounds is just so entertaining. It's crazy.
It's been a banger match, and that's the thing. A lot of the time when you come out of the group stage, where I've been through so many EMEA GCs, I'm just looking at when G2 play and when they're going to win the tournament. Like, that has been the case for quite a few years. KC put a dent in that in the last stage. But now we are seeing those teams that, as I said, like going from kickoff being relegated back down to contenders, back up to the main stage for this, playing through the groups, having competitive matches all the way through, losing in a close OT game earlier to KC, who only just made it through the groups themselves.
Yeah.
And now giving them a run for their money, but only one team makes it into that top 4. And unfortunately, the other is out.
I've got your trail.
A lot of weight on the situation. And KC playing full retake on A. I love to see it. You've got 4 ults online, which could be huge. Make that one less. Jiex now out of the equation.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Twisted Mind. Okay, they've done it again. They realize it's that low buy, like you said. Outlaw going to be able to have some extra impact. And HTM investing the fault line, and the Rolling Thunder is there at the ready. If she drops it on this line, she's going to hit almost every single one of those KC individuals. And with that guiding light, she goes for it. Lexa looking to push forward, but it's just time that they need to buy to lock in 11 on the board. Alkia just waiting for the moment to go in from heaven. 2 satchels to make it happen, but she goes with the swing instead, and there's lots of eyes on her position, but they're everywhere. They're swarming. KC starting to come back in. Player disadvantage and not much control, but HTM again just going to be going for the mouse shake. It ain't working this time, but the rest of the troops are there for Twisted Minds to keep the dream alive.
And that's the thing. That was the best opportunity for KC to close it. They came in with weaponry advantage. Their opponents were running around with a couple of rifles, and the rest were just missing pieces. They even managed to get a pick off just the kill trip that was put down. Again, solid work from the Cyphers, but it is that hold within the site, the back-to-basics crossfires, the single ultimate that pretty much disrupted the entire retake. They'd thrown the paint shells in to try and play off it, but that Rolling Thunder denied everything. And now you look at the buy, it is maybe the stinkiest buy we've seen from KC in this whole half.
The stinkiest? Well, let's see what this smells like here at mid. And if it's going to be progression or if it's going to be danger looming in that smoke, but Twisted Minds up against all of this utility, I don't think they want any of that smoke, so they'll just slow things down and let KC continue to waste all of this utility. Waste that clock down.
Obviously, because it's KC, the smell is of a blue cheese.
Of course,
anyway.
Yeah. Yep.
Aggressive position. Jiex, even after a much quieter map, is the player with the solo Vandal, the one rifle, or the one primary rifle that could change the tide. Needs to hit the shot, and the showstopper gets absolutely nothing. That's the perfect start to this round, but the full force of KC has already rotated in. A Bucky up front is definitely not the weapon of choice. The TB through, maybe a bit of a mistake. This is already looking competitive. The spam shot's doing damage. The other rifle's still in hand, but it's Lexa who's now retrieved one of her own, and the SMGs will close it. It shouldn't have been the round that KC won, but it will be the one that takes them through.
Incredible. KC back themselves, go for the full rotation, and just throw enough utility to delay and stack the B site in time. At this range, when Anasilia went down, I thought that Twisted Minds were going to be able to do it, but Glance and Sapphire again just stand tall and lock in 13. No overtime needed. And that's going to be that KC get another opportunity to have a shot at the title again.
That's so brutal for Twisted Mind. Like, honestly, that is such an impressive performance from them today. Like, having that crazy comeback in the first map. Okay, they did get kind of bodied on Lotus, but they really showed up on this map. And if anything, coming down to the last round, I think they deserved an OT. Like, sure, the quick rotations, quick thinking, and I think, again, we see some of those brilliant individuals, like the likes of Glance showing up when needed the most, but it really does feel harsh that they don't get a second bite of the cherry, because you go versus the reigning champions and you lose by a round or two. That's gotta suck, but it was a fantastic showing from them in the end.
Well, look, you know, coming back into GC, they've managed to at least make playoffs, and they've shown the world that they are able to play and dance with the best of them. There was so many opportunities here, and they kept it so close on, look, a couple of these maps today. But unfortunately, we will have to be saying goodbye to them. Unfortunately, that does mean, you know, for KC, that they get another shot, not just at the title, but at G2 again, and then a second opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's going to be a really fun match to watch. I don't think anybody's going to want to miss that one, especially with G2 having their sort of new superstar duelist. But luckily, we don't have to do any more analysis on that game, because there are the people who are paid the big bucks ready to do that one for us.
Where are they, guys? I don't know where they are, but as they haven't turned up, I'm happy to do the honors, because that was a banger of a series. 2 series, in fact, today that went the distance. And I thought, to be honest, Meg, that we were going to end up in overtime again, like we did in the group stage. But alas, it was not to be, thanks to Glance and her stinger.
Yeah, that easily could have gone to OT, and it is sad to see Twiz knocked out in such close fashion. They definitely deserve their place in playoffs, and I think they'll be kicking themselves over that last round. But they showed up, and they showed us all why they deserve to be here, and I hope it's only up from here. And of course, maybe we'll see them in champs. You never know with how the points will work, which we'll obviously go through in a little bit. But yeah, they put up an incredible performance today, and it's sad to see them go.
Yeah, they gave KC a very, very hard fight, and KC had to really prove themselves, prove they're more consistent, prove that they have the better players and the better team to be able to move on. And I think if you are a Twisted Mind member or like fan, you should be proud, because this is a team that came in directly from contenders and made it to the playoffs and put in a tough fight against the best, like literally KC, the winners of stage 1. So well played to Twisted.
Yeah, when you see Twisted Minds feeling confident and feeling on top of their game, it's like magic is happening. So much to see from these guys. They'll be back in the group stage for stage 3. So I cannot wait to see what they can do. Let's take a look at our MVP for the series, though. And I feel like after that incredible performance as Breach on Split, this one was obvious. It had to be Ancilia and Meg.
Ancilia is just amazing, and to put up a performance like this on Breach, you often see the Breach towards the bottom of the leaderboard, because most of their utility is going into setting up their teammates to take the sites or take those fights. But I guess this is where the perks of having that double flash initiator come into play. Like Sky could also be there to do that, and they could just leave Ancilia to sit back and absolutely frag out.
Yeah, and honestly, sometimes this wasn't even about setting her team up or like all the utility that she's bringing. She was just able to click heads and just kill them. So, yep.
Should we see us clicking some heads now? Little sweet
Let's do
3K. Why don't we relive that one? I mean, this is clean, Nami.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really beautiful round. The fact she even gets one with a right click with the classic, but just before this, what you don't see is she manages to isolate a fight on site. And I think me and Nami kind of were like, do you know what? Maybe this is potentially going to be Twisted Mind's downfall, because it did feel like in situations they would give away a very easy 1v1 that could easily be avoided, as they're all kind of executing that site together. And I think little mistakes like that they'll correct in stage 3, and hopefully as they head into champs, we'll see a different and more kind of composed Twisted Orchids come into play.
Well, we'll see them in the next stage. But right now it's time to celebrate with Safia, because we are going to see KC play again against G2 tomorrow.
Hello.
As they continue their journey in this tournament. Hello, congratulations, Safia. How is everyone feeling over in Paris?
So good. We were a bit stressed, but so good.
That's very understandable. Were you concerned at any point that you were going to have to play overtime on Split?
I cannot hear them.
Should I try speaking louder?
I'm sorry.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hello, sorry. Can you repeat the question, please?
Not a problem. I was going to ask how you're feeling in Paris on boot camp, because you guys obviously nearly ended up in overtime on Split. So did you think you were going to have to play more rounds?
To be honest, how we're feeling in bootcamp, so good. Like it's our buff, not gonna lie. And yeah, we feel so good.
What was the discussion like going into that, into the third map? Because I feel like you have even more pressure on your shoulders than Twisted Minds. There's a lot at stake. No one wants to go home, but you guys are the reigning champions.
To be honest, we don't have, a lot of pressure, but of course we know that all the team are waiting us, like, because we are the champions, you know, and we don't have to prove, but I don't know. To be honest, I don't know, but we don't have a lot of pressure.
You are all such strong individuals. Do you think sometimes it gets close just because of fundamentals? Why do you think sometimes the competition is maybe closer than it should be on paper?
Can you repeat, please?
No problem. I'm just wondering. As you know what, I'm gonna ask the question in a different way. When you play more matches, so for example, when you see G2 tomorrow, what are the things that you think you can probably iron out, the mistakes you can fix before you go further in this competition?
You mean if we can fix the mistakes before facing G2?
Yeah, so what do you want to work on, do you think? What's an easy fix?
Yeah, we don't have mistakes, not gonna lie. No, we don't have mistakes.
You don't have mistakes, but I want to see this Casey that was dominating in stage 1. So I'm just wondering how we're going to see that. Or do you think it's just the case that the competition is so close now that it's impossible to dominate the competition in Game Changers?
I don't know. To be honest, I cannot hear the question. There is a lot of music in my ears.
You know what? It is no problem at all. And it's also very late, I know, especially in Paris. So I think go celebrate with the team and get ready for that G2 match tomorrow. It is no problem. Thank you so much. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Other problem? No problem at all. It is one of those things when you're doing a live broadcast, especially a remote one, that sometimes it's difficult to get the balance right audio-wise. I totally understand. And I'm really excited to see Casey progress. I know I probably sound a little bit harsh with my questions when I'm saying, what do you want to fix? But I think it's just because this is such an incredibly strong team. And I do think that we haven't seen them play at their best quite yet. I mean, there were definitely highlights where, you know, they weren't losing to clutch situations. They were able to look like the best team, but then there are other times when Twisted Minds are able to bring the chaos, like on that last map, and really threaten that status of KC Meg.
Yeah, I do think as well, obviously, if they're going up against G2, who have absolutely dominated group stages, they're going to have to take a look at those tiny, very small mistakes, although they may not be mistakes, but just those little things that they can adjust going up against a team like G2. I think they're really going to have a think about those.
Now, we do only have, 4 teams remaining. It's crazy. We've already lost 2 teams today in the competition. So let's take a look at the circuit points and how they've been impacted. As you can see, Twisted Minds and also Blackhand, they are now 20 points apiece. So stage 3 is going to be incredibly important for them if they do want to have a chance of making championships. But all the other points are up for grabs, obviously. There's so much to play for here, and you can see the bracket as we head into tomorrow's competition. This will be the debut in stage 2 playoffs of G2 and Giant X, and these are all going to be grudge matches. G2 have been playing phenomenally in the group stage so far, Nami.
Yeah, they've been undefeated, and this is the team that you should look up to if you want to win again. If you are KC and want to prove yourself and want to prove that you are truly the best team, then you have to beat G2 tomorrow.
I can't wait as well, quickly, just for that Giant X SK Nebula game, because as we mentioned earlier, Frankie, right, it was so incredibly close between that 2nd and 3rd spot. So they are, in my mind, a very, very close matchup in terms of skills and how they came through in the group stages. So I think that's going to go all 3 maps, and it's definitely going to be some good games.
Yeah, you heard the ladies. There's going to be some good games. In fact, they might even be great games, but you're not going to find out unless you tune in. thank you so much to our opening casting duo, Hazza and Cairo. Thank you to the business boys, that is business friends, I should say, MacMate and Tom Biz, aka Thomas Business, as not even his mother calls him, just me. And of course, sounds like Megan Inami, thank you so much for opening the show, opening stage 2 with us today on broadcast. I've been Frankie, and I'll see you tomorrow with the gang for even more Game Changers action.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Words out of me comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me. I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off, but I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheap code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in this E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real. Raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.